effort to find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Forest Edge Kart Club. You join us here for round number 8 of the season. We're getting right to the final section of the season. 2 more rounds left to go this year. It's all getting rather exciting across the championship. Says that there's a few where drivers are driving away with it, so to speak, both metaphorically and literally in the championship. A couple of drivers in other classifications, making it nice and close and making it rather scrappy as you go into those last couple of rounds. Now we're starting off, as you can hopefully see, hopefully the live timing will update in a moment's time, we're starting off with Junior Rotax, and that's because we've got so many entries here today for the juniors. If I head back over to, I've got so many different tabs open, so many things to keep updated with today. 42 entries, the total number of drivers out on track today. Of course, 28, the maximum that we can have out per session, so I do believe we're going to have 5 different heats across the morning's action for the juniors, before we then go into their finals later on today. Let's see if I can get to the correct tab as they're coming towards the grid. Right here then, it's Finley Hans and Charles Green on the front row, Teddy Cooper and Noah Nicholas on row 2, then Madison Chappell and Sam Moore, Nathan Traverse and James Finley and Luca Cook, they finished the top 10, followed by Maxim Smith and Jonas Janazauskas, then it's Leo Basterfield and Danny May Reid, Spencer Trehorn, Alexander Stefanov, then Aidan Clark, Alfred Matthews, Dylan Morton, Jensen Cox, Charlie Hume, Theo Jones, Elijah Dush, Jacob Felton, Lewis Joyner and Tyler Rackham. So 26 drivers on the grid for this one, 5 novices at the back of the pack. Are we going to get it underway? First time of asking. Yes, we are. And Mr. Charles Green has had a great start there. Was far ahead of the other driver on the front row, but there's already been a spinner down at Haynes Loop. That was from the first couple of rows, I do believe. An all-white car that's gone for a spin. A couple of drivers collecting them, and it's a little bit of a struggle out there. We did see a few spots of rain during practice. We can still see it on the commentary box window here at Forest Edge. And that's, I think, definitely hampering the drivers in terms of grip levels out there to begin with. All still on slick tyres. Definitely no need to switch over to wet tyres. It's nowhere near wet enough for that, but definitely still causing at least a bit of an impact as the drivers fly down through sector number 3 of the track. And to end lap number 1, still the SC plate of Charles Green, who's leading the way as they come across the line then. Following him, Noah McNicholas. He's made up a place on the start ahead of Teddy Cooper. But Nathan Traverse up 3 spots. So is Spencer Trehorn. He's up into 7th place down in the bottom part of the top 10. Charlie Hume up 5. Lewis Joyner up 6. And Tyler Rackham up 7. Biggest losers there. It looks like it was Madison Chappell, potentially, who was the spinner at the start of the race. She's dropped down 19 places from that start, from 4th place on the grid. Alexander Stefanov, Elijah Dust, Jensen Cox and Maxine Smith all losing out on that first lap of the race. Not an ideal start to the weekend, but they've got plenty of chances to try and make up for that, not only in this 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat, but of course across the following heats and the final later on today. Right, there's been a few rounds since I've been at Forest Edge, so I get my head back around the circuit once again, and where the drivers are going, where those overtaking opportunities are going to arise for them, and where we're sort of going in terms of championship standings, as I say, into those last 2 rounds of the season. And I will say in the juniors, Charles Green is pretty much said and done with it, really. He needs to have some pretty awful rounds for anyone to get back involved with the championship. If we look back over to that, heading into this round, he's on 1,074 points. Closest challenger, 967, that being the 88 of Freddie Worlock. So that's over 100 points, that is, in the lead of the championship. 107 to be exact for Charles Green. Of course, you can get 100 points for a final win, so definitely not mathematically said and done, but realistically, as I say, it needs to be some pretty poor rounds from Charles Green for anyone to get involved. Another off down at the Haynes Loop. That one wasn't a spin though, that was helped off by someone else. That was right in the mid-pack, sort of bottom end of the top 10 that was, as someone got spun out wide and off onto the grass. They look like they're just about to get that kart going again, but dropping all the way to the back of the order. Who is that as they come round past my comms box? The number 56 it is, who is rejoining the action. And that is Jonas Janazauskas, spun round down at the Haynes Loop on lap number 4. Well, I will say Charles Green definitely isn't driving away with this one. 0.6 of a second ahead of Noah McNicholas at the moment. That gap's been pretty stagnant throughout this first part of the race. Still drivers sending moves down into Haynes Loop. That was a bold overtake down the inside there for about 6th or 7th place. The number 19 that was going down the inside. Dylan Morton through on Sam Mott down at the first corner. Great overtake there. Impressively weighted on the brakes. As I say, it is still a little bit slippery and slidey out there. Some drivers needing to be a little bit careful, though. We have got a contact warning through for the 47 of Alfred Matthews. He's in 11th place at the moment. It does look visually as though the top four starting to close up a little bit here. Noah McNicholas, Teddy Cooper and Nathan Traverse getting closer and closer lap on lap here. But there is still a little bit of a gap to Charles Green, and that could benefit him. If these three start to battle, he could potentially get some space and try and drive away. It's Teddy Cooper in the middle of that tripler who has the fastest lap of the race, but only by a few hundredths of a second. So neither here nor there really in that little squabble going on at the front of the order. As oh dear, two drivers off down at the Haynes Loop. Well, before you even get to the Haynes Loop, that was the 70 and the 25, Theo Jones and Madison Chappell. Now they were close when we came across the line. They've clearly come together just outside of my eye shot there as I was watching a different area of the circuit. They've dropped down a couple of positions because of that one. On to lap number 7, leads Charles Green. There's the move for second, though, down at the Haynes Loop. Fastest lap of the race from Teddy Cooper, and now he takes second place away from the 18 of Noah McNicholas. McNicholas has kept that gap to 0.6 of a second to Charles Green. But clearly Teddy Cooper feeling like he can do a little bit more and see if he can close the gap now to the Southern Champs Plate winner in 2024. We'll continue to see how this one plays out. Right, let's try and get my schedule up for today. So yeah, we've got 18 races before we go to the lunch break at about 20 past 1:30. And then we'll carry on with a number of heats before we go into the finals. Of course, only a B final for the juniors because there are so many entries into the racing today in the junior Rotax. There's the move for third then. That's Noah McNicholas getting forced back out of the podium places then in this first heat of the day. The 67 of Nathan Traverse slips through. A lot of drivers enjoying that move down at the Haynes Loop. It seems to be the best overtaking opportunity of the lap, at least at the moment. As you can see on the camera, still quite dark skies here at Forest Edge, which is going to mean that little bit of rain that did fall, and if any more rain does fall, it's going to be difficult for it to clear up. As we got another spin. There's another spin down at the Haynes Loop. That was the 70 and the 25 going side by side. Theo Jones and Madison Chappell. Chappell was down the inside. I didn't see any contact. I think it was just a spin on his own there for Theo Jones, the novice driver. Just finding the limits of grip there down at the first sector, but now he's rejoined almost right in front of the leaders, so he's going to have his wits about him here, and Charles Green will need to do his best to get past without being hindered as another driver has gone off in almost identical place to where Theo Jones went off. They managed to rejoin the circuit now, but losing quite a substantial amount of time. Now, who is this as they come through into Johnny's? Was that the 59? It was the 59 of James Finley from 12th place. He's had a bit of a spin out there. Elijah Dush gets a contact warning. Elijah down in 18th place, battling with a couple of drivers there, Luca Cook and Tyler Rackham. Right, top four still line of Cern here. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. This is likely the penultimate lap of the race then, given drivers lapping in around the 43s and 44s. I will say, though, the top four actually a little bit slower than the drivers in behind, at least on that last lap. Or is maybe the track getting a little bit slower? Quite a few of them were in the 43s last lap, now down into the 44s. Is the rain getting slightly heavier here? Trying to watch my comms box window. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of precipitation out there on circuit. The 70's got his hand up in the air. Theo Jones, who went for that spin on the last lap, I think is retiring early from this race and heading back into the pit lane. Right, time has hit 0 then on this first heat of the day here at Forest Edge. The juniors lead us on to their last lap of heat number 1, and Teddy Cooper has closed right up to the back of Charles Green, and he's brought Nathan Traverse with him, but Nathan's going to think about the move down the inside at Haynes Loop. Not enough room given there on the apex, and he has to slot back into third place, but he's got to be a little bit careful. He's also got Noah McNicholas right on his bumper as well, so any mistake made, any half-hearted move, and he's going to have a move made on himself. They go through down into Sector 2. We'll soon be reappearing into your camera shot into the bus stop chicane, and they're still as they were. I think Charles has had a good enough Sector 2 there to give himself the space, and Nathan Traverse still all over the back of Teddy Cooper. Yeah, Charles Green's got this one as they head through down into sector number 3 now. He's given himself that bit of a gap, and the Southern Champs Plate winner is going to take the first win of the day here at Forest Edge as he comes across the line to see the checkered flag first. Teddy Cooper and Nathan Traverse finish in behind him, with Noah McNicholas in that little queue of karts as well, and their bit of battling did allow for Leo Basterfield to close up across that last lap. Only needed maybe 1 or 2 laps there to get involved with that leading squabble, but wasn't quite meant to be. 5th place for Leo there. Sam Mott, Spencer Trahorn, Dylan Morton, Maxim Smith and Charlie Hulme, your top 10 in that first race, with Lewis Joyner, Danny May Reid, Jacob Felton, Aidan Clark, Alfred Matthews, James Finley, Luca Cook, Elijah Duss, Alexander Stefanov and Tyler Rackham. That's your top 20. Then it's Jonas Janazauskas. Madison Chappell there comes across the line, followed by Jensen Cox on the 58, and sadly we lost Theo Jones there with 2 or 3 laps to go. He pulled into the pit lane and called his race early. Well, one race already done and dusted then. Already an exciting one, but as a little bit of precipitation falls, could that cause some upsets in the following race? We'll have to wait and see then. It's the Honda Cadets who are out next. They'll kick off the second race of the day here at Forest Edge.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I...
Honda Cadets head out of the pit lane, then they're about to kick off their first heat of the day out there on circuit. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Oliver Spence lines up on pole position with Daniel Barton alongside him, and it's Oliver Ratton and Connor Yu who are on that second row of the grid. Just going to turn my little microphone down a little bit. I know I can get a bit shouty when I get a bit excited. We don't want it. It's deafening you if you're enjoying the stream at home. If you are, thank you for joining us from wherever you're watching from. Let me know in the live chat. Always enjoy chatting with everyone who's enjoying watching the live stream. Right then, row number 3 is James Devereaux and the SC plate holder of Arthur Way, championship leader there on the 3rd row of the grid. Oakley Poulter and Henry Duncan on row number 4, with Alex Roach and Seth Jones on row 5. They round out the top 10 on the grid. Then it's Kobe Wood and Stanley Kearley on row 6, with Alex Gaskin and Max Smith on row number 7. 14 karts on the grid for this Honda Cadet 160 heat number 1. And let's see how Arthur Way can do. I know last time I was here, which I want to say was round number 5 or 6. My memory is escaping me for the moment. But either way, that was one round where Arthur Way wasn't here. I believe he was on holiday. And we were able to see some other drivers getting involved with some race wins. But with Arthur Way being here, often it is quite dominant from the driver in the Fernando Alonso-esque helmet and kart colour combo. So let's see if that continues into today's action. As I say, starting P6 on the grid for this one. Lights go out. We're underway and racing in the Honda Cadets. And it is a good start from Arthur Way on the 3rd row. Everyone else diving to the inside. He goes for that outside line. But it is still a little bit wobbly, but that doesn't matter for Arthur Way. He's gone around the outside of about 3 people there down at the Haynes Hoop. He's going to be all the way up into 2nd place by the time they get to Johnny's, and he's going to try and force his way through on the exit for the lead. Side by side with Oliver Spence as they go down towards sector number 2. Blimey, great start from Arthur Way. I knew I was expecting a decent race start there from Arthur, but that even surpassed my expectations of that race start. And as they come up into the bus stop chicane, still in 2nd place there and under a bit of pressure. Side by side on the exit though with the leader, and it's going to be Arthur Way down the inside. And Arthur Way into the lead of the race, and Oliver Spence can't hold him off any longer. I think it was Daniel Barton who was trying to get involved through the bus stop chicane. But I think he's lost out on the exit, going side by side over the curbs with Arthur Way. And he's dropped down ever so slightly. That's Connor Yu in 5th place. Poor exit off of Midgets, I think it was. Just drops back into 5th then. Had a good start otherwise. Still battles going on for that lead of the race, so drivers trying all different lines there as they're trying to find some grip out there. Slippery surface flag being shown on all marshal posts out there as the rain continues to fall. Drivers slipping and sliding, trying to get as much heat in the tyres as possible, and that's the difficult knock-on effect in conditions like these. You start to slow down, that means you lose heat in the tyres, which means you lose more grip, which means you slow down more, you lose more heat in the tyres, and it's just a continuous knock-on effect to cause you to go slower and slower around the circuit. So firstly, just keeping it on the black stuff is impressive enough in racing like this, particularly young drivers such as these in the Honda Cadets. But being able to lead the field is even more impressive, as not only you're struggling with getting tyre temperature in, you're also the first one to dive into the corners under new conditions. If the precipitation increases lap on lap, you're the first one that's testing out where that grip is as you head into those corners. But it is still Arthur Way leading us as we head through onto a new lap of the race. Lap number 3 begins. Half a second is the gap over Daniel Barton. Stanley Kearley had a great start of the race as well. Up 3 on that last lap alone. I think he's up 9 on the race start. That's amazing from Stanley Kearley. And he's got the fastest lap of the race as well. Only Stanley Kearley and Arthur Way are down into the 1 minutes. A 1 minute point 7 for Stanley Kearley and a 1 minute point 9 for Arthur Way. So Stanley Kearley, an impressive performance so far in this one. Up 9 spots. And now hoping to close in on those 2 leaders. He has still got Oliver Ratton and Oliver Spence, the 22 and the 90 for company just behind him. But as they come through, down into the final corner to finish off lap number 3. Let's see what those gaps are looking like. Kearley not able to close in, but look at that. Look how much time they've gained on that last lap. That must mean that precipitation is stopping here, as that was about 6 seconds or so gained by the leaders on the last lap in terms of their fastest lap times, down into the 58s already. Again, Stanley Kearley seemingly being the one to find the grip the fastest, but only just 0.2 of a second in it between the fastest laps of the top 4 drivers out there on circuit. The difficulty is, especially on these dry tyres, not only catching up to your rivals, but actually getting past, as you've got to come off of that ideal racing line, try and find some other grip elsewhere. Battle for 4th going on as one driver nearly gets forced off onto the grass on the outside. That's definitely going to be very slippy now. You don't want to be out there. Who was that was going side by side? See as they come across the line. I think that'll be Oliver Ratton and Oliver Spence potentially. No, it's the 41 of Stanley Kearley. So Stanley Kearley's lost out to Oliver Ratton on the last lap. A slow lap on the last lap from Stanley Kearley. So Oliver Ratton's got through. It was Stanley Kearley and Oliver Spence who were going side by side. Spence getting shuffled out almost onto the grass on the outside. And now the 7th place driver of Alex Gaskin, the 23, is finding some pace. Half a second quicker than the rest of the field. Just shows the momentum shift across the field here in the Honda Cadets when the conditions are so difficult, like they are right now out there on circuit. And I will say, I think Daniel Barton might have closed that gap ever so slightly to the lead of the race. It was almost 0.6 of a second. Now less than 0.3 of a second between Arthur Way and Daniel Barton. Got a couple of warnings coming through. Alex Gaskin's got a contact warning. Kobe Woods just got a general warning out there on circuit. But we keep an eye on Daniel Barton. It's a great start from both Arthur Way and Daniel Barton. Arthur Way cutting through the pack, using that outside line to his benefit. Daniel Barton finding some pace here later on in this race, but it's still Alex Gaskin who takes yet another fastest lap of the race. He's a good 5.5 seconds off of the lead though, so that might hinder him as we only have about 1.5 minutes left of this race to go in terms of him gaining any more positions. He's got Connor Yu directly in front of him on the number 66. I think he's right involved in that battle of 3 karts. They're coming down towards your camera shot now in sector number 3. Well, gap has opened up ever so slightly once again between the 2 leaders, about 1/10 or so between them, as Arthur Way, first driver, down into the 52s now, as they're finding more and more grip out there. And that time Alex Gaskin finds a bit more time, but not enough to get another fastest lap. That was Kobe Wood going for a little spin down at the final corner that you would have seen on your camera shot. He's going to drop behind the 36 of Alex Roach, so that's 2 places lost there from a little spin out of the last couple of corners. That was out of Climate. Just re-familiarising myself with the track layout once again. So through into midgets they go once more. Through sector number 3. Not a huge amount of time left. Again, we're just ticking below 30 seconds now. So this will be onto the penultimate lap of the race for Arthur Way. Still see how slidey they are through the final corner. There's definitely not a huge amount of grip out there, and Arthur Way feeling the need to defend now, but chops back across aggressively directly into the line of second place of Daniel Barton. And let's see if Daniel can do anything over these last couple of laps of the race. Can he topple Arthur Way? As again, Daniel Barton, fastest lap of the race, 52.14. Now a lot of the drivers down into the 52s, and it's a 52.16 for Alex Gaskin, so he's looked really fast throughout today's race. He's definitely one to watch as we head through into the following heats later on today. Right, okay, I think we are back in terms of the live stream. I'm not sure what happened there. For some reason, my OBS software decided it wanted to stop streaming. I'm not quite sure where we paused that bit of action. And end of that Honda Cadet race, what a finish that was. Two drivers side by side across the line. 0.02 of a second separating them. But we move straight on to the Rotax Cadet Heat number 1. Grid for this one, Arthur Kaiser and Oakley Riggs on the front row with Freya Bond and Travis Giddings on row 2. Rio Pocock and Tommy Morris on row 3, with Oscar Churches, Kieran Ranger and Ethan Coupland, the 9 drivers on the grid for this race. I really hope that that my streaming software didn't drop out right at the end of that race, because that was a really exciting finish. Hopefully this one just as exciting then, as the drivers head through down into the Haynes Loop for the first time in this one. Side by side, nearly 3 wide there at the back of the pack, and we are going 3 wide. They all just about make it to the exit of the corner. Still a little bit slippery out there, but the Honda Cadets before them would have helped out in trying to clear that little bit of precipitation that we had earlier on this morning. But I think it was the WC plate of Oakley Riggs. Champion this year at Clay Pigeon, earning that WC plate for Oakley Riggs. I think he's had a good start here, potentially taking the lead of the race early on as they head through into midgets down towards Climate. The top 3, almost the top 4, starting to break away then. But no, the WC plate of Oakley Riggs shuffled back to second place. He made it through the first couple of corners, but the 19 of Arthur Kaiser has retaken it on that first lap of the race. And Arthur Kaiser leads us on to lap number 2. Oakley Riggs and Freya Bond it is in that top 3, with the 66 of Rio Pocock only just behind him. Then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the pack, that being Oscar Churches, Kieran Ranger, Travis Giddings, Ethan Coupland and Tommy Morris. Making sure everything's definitely still updating. We're not losing the stream once again. Let's have a look at the Rotax Cadet then. So, Ethan Coupland started 9th place on the grid for this one. He's your championship leader going into today's action. 1,024 points compared to Oakley Riggs' 1,003. And speaking of Oakley Riggs, he's made the move there on lap number 2. He's up to the lead of the race. He gets past the 19, of Arthur Kaiser. Relegates Arthur down to P3. Now Arthur sitting in 7th place in the championship at the moment, and that's because he missed the first 2 rounds of the season. And yet to get a podium finish in either a heat or a final is Arthur Kaiser so far this year. So even sitting in that 2nd place, he should hopefully bag his first podium in a race so far this season at Forest Edge. That'll be great to see for Arthur Kaiser. Now, on the other hand, Oakley Riggs has only been off of the podium once in the past 2 rounds, and that was in heat number 3 at round 7, where he finished in 4th. Every other race he's been 1st, 2nd or 3rd. He's looking to take yet another win out there on circuit in this first heat of the day. The 24 and the 66 battling nice and closely. That being Freya Bond, who's still holding on to 3rd place, with Rio Pocock now closing in. Ethan Coupland made up 2 spots on that last lap, so he said he's the championship leader. You'd be expecting him to have some good pace out there, and he is indeed proving that. Gets past Oscar Churches and Kieran Ranger on the last lap. Looks as though there might have been a change to third place. I think Freya Bond has been shuffled back into fourth. I think Rio Pocock has managed to get through into the top three. But Arthur Kaiser, as I mentioned, not yet on the podium so far this season, but he's got to set the fastest lap out there, 48.21. Arthur has found some great pace in that car underneath him, and he seems to be visually anyway starting to try and close that gap to the leader once again. Leader sets his personal best 100th slower than that fastest lap set from Arthur Kaiser on the lap prior. So Rio now in third place, then Freya in fourth. Ethan Coupland now trying to close that gap. He's just a little bit slower. That first pack of four drivers able to stay in the 48s. The rest of the drivers out there down in the 49s for the moment. So I think Ethan has his work cut out from there, starting down in P9. Of course, all these grids, random grids here at Forest Edge. There's no qualifying sessions completed to set the grids, so everyone will be fairly shuffled around throughout the heats to make sure that it's all fair, that you will get sort of a front, a middle, and a back start in the heats. Of course, apart from all of the novice plate drivers, they'll always be starting from the back of the grid until they've gained enough experience under their belt here at Forest Edge to then be promoted into a non-novice plate, and then you get to join the random grid firing. So what we don't want is a novice plate who's doing their first race suddenly starting on pole position. That can cause a little bit of chaos. So for safety, definitely best to start them off at the back of the grid, at least for their first few races here at the circuit. Well, Oakley Riggs still in that lead of the race, now takes the fastest lap away from Arthur Kaiser, but again, only by 100ths of a second. But I want to say that means the last 3 laps, Oakley Riggs has been within 200ths of a second of his own laps. So impressive stuff from Oakley Riggs. And now he's the first driver to get down into the 47s, and by a decent margin, over 1/10 of a second. He goes down into the 47s, but so does Ethan Coupland. So Ethan's found some good pace out there when he was released from the following pack of drivers. And speaking of that following pack, they're absolutely scrapping at it, those two. That's Oscar Churches and Kieran Ranger. And I think Kieran Ranger was able to get through on that at the first corner down at the Haynes Loop. They set equally identical times there on the last lap, both Oscar and Kieran setting a 49.18. I think Kieran Ranger might have just been able to muscle through there down at the first corner. We'll double check that as they come through to end lap number 6. But Oakley Riggs continuing to extend that gap at the front of the field. It was 1.2 seconds on the last lap. It's now nearly 2 seconds for Oakley Riggs. And he is well and truly driving away with this race win out there on circuit. Rio Pocock setting personal best. He's now going a little bit faster than Arthur Kaiser, who can't quite match his personal best early on in this race when he was chasing down that rear bumper of Oakley Riggs. Rio Pocock, after making the move on Freya Bond for third place, has been driving away from her ever so slightly, and Freya now falling back into the clutches of Ethan Coupland. I think Ethan's already made it stick. Yes, he has. So Ethan Coupland through into fourth place then on lap number 8. And the championship leader, the number 43, trying to gain as many points as possible, because of course this is his race start from the back of the grid. If he can sort of nullify that situation as much as possible, grab as many points, he'll be hoping for the other drivers to have a worse effort for it when they have their rearward start later on today. Oakley Riggs being that closest championship contender. To remind you, well, there's that 21 points separating these two, so still absolutely all to play for in terms of the championship. Freya Bond in third place, Rio Pocock in fourth, Elijah West in fifth place. So we're missing Elijah here today at Forest Edge. So not sure where Elijah is. But either way, the SC plate holder from earlier on this year will be missed. A very good racing driver is Elijah West. But plenty of good drivers still here in the Rotax Cadet category. Good to see drivers getting up to speed as well. Tommy Morris and Travis Giddings getting faster and faster lap on lap, which is good to see. as well. I think we might have a bit of a Lewis Hamilton fan there in Travis Giddings, running the 44 plate with a replica Lewis Hamilton purple helmet on. The last lap board is out then, and I mean the WC plate of Oakley Riggs is basically in a different postcode to the rest of the field. I say last lap, we've already missed out on the last lap, my apologies. He takes the checkered flag, and Arthur Kaiser pumps his fist in the air, and that's Arthur's first podium here at Forest Edge. Of course, no silverware, sadly, for Arthur. Only a heat race, that one, but still, what an improvement throughout the year from Arthur Kaiser, and the number 19 should be very happy with that performance, as he clearly is, with his excitement across the line. But Oakley Riggs, with a dominant performance there in only a 7-minute plus 1 lap heat race, a 4.5 second gap across the line. That is huge from the WC plate holder from Clay Pigeon. Rio Pocock rounds out that top 3 with Ethan Coupland and Freya Bond in the top 5. Then Oscar Churches, Kieran Ranger, Tommy Morris and Travis Giddings, the 9 drivers. All 9 drivers who took to the grid in that one, making it to the checkered flag as well. That's always good to see. Well then, that is the Rotax Cadet done and dusted anyway for that first race of the day for themselves. It's their slightly older brothers and sisters out next. Race number 4 of the day will be Heat 1 for the Rotax Inters.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further.
Rotax Inters heading out on circuit then. Let's get them underway and racing for their first heat of the day. Good to see a few new names, at least from what I remember for the last time I was here at Forest Edge. A few new names in the Rotax Inter class, and a few names I know very well, not only here from Forest Edge, but from other kart clubs as well. Let's run you through the grid then. 12 drivers on the grid for this first race of the day in the Rotax Inters. It's Sebastian Mittel, who lines up on pole position. Alongside is Warwick Milam, and it's Zach Jennings and Ethan Cousins on row 2, with Fenton Stoneman and Oliver Dan on row number 3. Row 4 has Matthew Lilly and Jack Blackman, and it's Tyler Banks and Nathan Ron rounding out the top 10 on row 5, followed by Harrison Stacey and Oscar Roach. That's the 12 drivers on the grid then for this race. Let's see if we can quickly have a look at the championship. So it's Ethan Cousins who leads the championship going into today's round, only 2 points ahead of Fenton Stoneman, who's only a further 8 points ahead of Warwick Milam. They're the 3 to watch then, the SC, the 48 and the 35, where we go to a start already, side by side across the line between our leaders on the front couple of rows. It's super close down to Haynes, who've got a spinner in the mid-pack, and he's collected by 2 drivers. Who is that that's gone for a spin? One driver's come to a complete halt and might be out of this race. It was the 39 who spun and the 96 who collected. So that was Tyler Banks who went for a spin. Oscar Roach collected him, and so did another driver who is stopped down at the Haynes Loop. As you can see on your camera angle there in the bottom right corner of your screen, with yellow flag down through the first sector of the circuit. So drivers will need to be a bit careful, and that's also a great overtaking opportunity, nullified as well. Well, how have they sorted themselves out around that first lap of the race then? The 48 leads the 35. Fenton Stoneman up 4 places on that first lap of the race. Warwick Milam stays in second place. That's where he started on the grid in this one. And Ethan Cousins up into third. So the 3 drivers that we're expecting to be at the sharp end of the order have already got there over 1 lap of this race. And sadly, it's Oliver Dan who's not come round to finish lap number 1. Sadly for Oliver, nothing he could really do there. Driver spinning right in front of him. He had nowhere to go, went straight in the side. And the issue was, those engine revs dropped, engine went off, and he couldn't seem to get it restarted, sadly, for the 24 of Oliver Dan. Well, look at that. What a second lap there from Fenton Stoneman. He's already started to gap the rest of the field as Fenton Stoneman. And Zach Jennings is back through on Ethan Cousins. Zach Jennings has... Oh, no, he hasn't. My apologies. Zach Jennings is still in behind on the 69. Still yellow flags down at the first corner as we clear that kart off of the circuit and out of harm's way. So Zach Jennings was actually pressuring Ethan Cousins. It was Matthew Lilly that's getting involved with him. My apologies. Spotting all of the different numbers out there on the circuit. Great to see so many drivers getting involved with the Forest Edge Kart Club. 125 entries total over all of the classes racing out there today. And of course, you've got the Invitational Formula Blue category here today at Forest Edge as well. So good to see them out later on today. But we still focus on these Rotax Inter drivers as they head through onto a new lap of the race. 69 there of Zach Jennings has now lost out to Matthew Lilly for 4th place. Was pressuring back down into the Haynes Loop, but of course yellow flag still out there on that section of the circuit and no overtaking for the drivers down there. It looks as though, I was going to say it looks as though Fenton Stoneman might be driving away with this one, but actually Ethan Cousins with a new fastest lap of the race on the last lap. He's closing in now on the 35 of Warwick Milam. And has Warwick Milam closed that gap at all? He has as well. Personal best from Warwick Milam. Another fastest lap from Ethan Cousins. This is the first driver to drop into the 43s. Over 4.5 tenths of a second faster than your leader of Fenton Stoneman on that last lap. So those top 3 are bunching back up, and we're not even halfway into this race just yet. Definitely not over in that battle for the lead. They head through the bus stop chicane, and again, visibly you can see it's closed ever so slightly between those top 3. I don't think any of them quite close enough yet to go for any moves. There's a move in the background though, down the inside at midgets. That'll be for 7th place. So that'll be Tyler Banks getting through on Harrison Stacey then, I do believe. Here we go into Johnny's once more. The top 3 still as they were. And now Nathan Rond takes the fastest lap of the race. That's certainly an outsider. I wasn't expecting to get a fastest lap. But Nathan Rond showing some impressive pace out there down in P6 at the moment. He's trying to close the gap now to Zach Jennings as he's fallen off the back of Matthew Lilly ever so slightly. A good 3.5 seconds now between Lilly and that top 3 squabble, and they are now nose to tail out there. Still Stoneman leading Milam, leading Cousins. I say that, no, Milam's got through on the last lap, sorry. Warwick Milam, the Sony Vitesse driver, through into the lead of the race, and now Stoneman under big pressure from Ethan Cousins down into Haynes Loop. Cousins needs to get through as soon as possible. Warwick Milam's going to try and drive away with this one out there. As I say, Cousins leading the championship ahead of Stoneman and then Milam in 3rd. And they've all been pretty much sharing the top 3 positions across the championship season so far this year. Only, really, when Jack Baker visited us in round number 6, he was a little bit dominant. 2nd in Heat 1 and 1st in the other heats and the final. As Jack Baker's been so fast across multiple different championships. Not here today is Jack. But I know that he took the Rotax Inter lap record back at round 6 when he was here. Impressive stuff from Jack Baker. 1.5 minutes still to go on the clock for this one. Still Nathan Rond holding that fastest lap of the race. Nathan Rond, Tyler Banks, Ethan Cousins and Warwick Milam, all drivers getting down into the 43-second mark during this race. Here could be the move for the lead though, down the inside, up at midgets. Great move down the inside, bold and assertive, taking the lead of the race. Now, is that the SC plate or is that... No, it's Fenton Stoneman who's got back through. So Fenton Stoneman retaking the lead, a bit squabbly on the exit though. They're going to be side by side down into the first couple of corners, but Fenton will have that inside line. Up and under though, great little move there through the Haynes Loop and forces the door open, but again Fenton has the inside line as they go into the left of Johnny's, and Fenton Stoneman still holds on to the lead of the race. Great battling between these 3 drivers, and Ethan Cousins at the moment seems to be sitting back and just hoping that these 2 get in each other's way and open up the door for him to try and slide on through. But it looked as though Fenton had been knocked off of his post in the lead of the race. I thought Warwick Milam could start driving away with this one, but no. Fenton, a gutsy driver, sends it back through upper midgets, retakes the lead. This will be the penultimate lap of the race, and as we tick below 20 seconds set to go, down the inside of the final corner goes Warwick Milan, but up and under goes Fenton Stoneman. Continuing down into Haynes Loop, back down the inside goes the 35. Warwick Milan back into the lead of the race then, is able to chop across Fenton Stoneman as they get to the exit, and these three still line astern as we head through onto the second to last lap of the race. Great bit of battling between these three drivers, sorry. This is fantastic. The Rotax Inters, one of the most exciting championship battles, and we're seeing it emerge out there on circuit. The three championship contenders absolutely going at it. Fenton Stoneman looking for a way back through. He's forced to the outside line as they come down into sector number 3. They'll be coming through this time to see the last lap board. And can Fenton Stoneman find a way back through on Warwick Milan? Milan leads us onto the last lap, and Fenton Stoneman trying the up and under to get the inside line down to Haynes Loop, and he's got it! Trying to force out wide Ethan Cousins. Can Cousins try and find a way into this battle as well? Milan trying to slip back up the inside at Johnny's, but bold from Stoneman to chop back across and take the racing line. And luckily for him, Warwick Milan gives him the room. So that'll mean Fenton Stoneman will lead us through into sector number 2 as they re-emerge into the bus stop chicane. Stoneman's got a lovely little lead as the two drivers behind have got caught squabbling with themselves. That would have been the momentum lost on the exit of Johnny's for Warwick Milan. Contact warning goes out for Fenton Stoneman though, but he's not going to mind too much about that. He's got the race lead as they come through into the last corner, and Cousins has got through for second place. It's going to be Stoneman who takes the win. Cousins in second, and sadly for the Sony for test driver Warwick Milan, he's going to have to settle for third place. He'll be gutted for that one as he led us onto the final lap. But you couldn't call it there between any of those three drivers as to where they'd end up at the end of that one. I can't wait to see that battling continue throughout the rest of the day. Brilliant between the three championship contenders there in Rotax Inter. Now, Matthew Lilly and Nathan Ron finished the top 5, with Nathan Ron still holding that fastest lap of the race. Hopefully that's a couple of drivers that can have a bit of a better start in the following heats and get involved with that leading squabble. Tyler Banks, Zach Jennings, Harrison Stacey, Jack Blackman, Oscar Roach and Sebastian Mattel. They're the 11 finishes in that one. Of course, sadly, Oliver Dan losing it on the first corner, being collected by another driver and not able to get back underway. Well, Rotax into heat number 1 is done and dusted then. Out next, it'll be our senior Rotaxes. I know we've got 20 drivers on the grid for this one, so this should be rather exciting.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further, ooh, look no further, it goes like, ooh, look no further, ooh, look no further, it goes like, I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect, I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all.
Seniors heading out on circuit then for their first heat of the day. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Sam Harrison and Ben Ballou are your front row holders. Ben Hicks and Paolo Nunes Aranda on row 2. Dominic Cousins and David Simpson are on row 3, with Elliot Rice and Michael Pugh on row number 4. Liam Nate and George Hulmer on row 5, and they round out the top 10 with Rachel Robertson and Ethan Lomax on row 6. Then it's Bradley Howes and Jack West on row 7. Jack's been impressive throughout this season. See what he can do from P14 on the grid. Emily Davison and Kieran Ives are on row number 8 with Luke Oliver, William Ray, Matt Jones and Aidan Blair, your 20 karts on the grid for this one. Now, Matt Jones starting in P19. He's your championship leader going into today's running. Now, here we go then. Are we going to get it underway first time? I'm asking. Yes, we are. Seniors rumble into life here down at Forest Edge. And already off and racing, a big slide. That's from about 4th or 5th place. That is that driver losing out a lot of time, but just about manages to catch the slide. And then 2x2 through Johnny's. That usually doesn't work, but somehow they all managed to make it through. Down into the bus stop chicane, and let's see how they all sort themselves out. It's been a great start from the front of the field, and that is Ben Ballou, I think, on the 57, who's had a really good start there, holding on to the lead of the race. As they come through down into Climber for the first time, coming to the end of lap number 1. It is the 57 in the lead. The 52 is Sam Harrison in 2nd place. Big send for 4th place. Big move down the inside. That's the 92. I was going to say, is that Jack West already into 4th place? He's up 7 spots on the first lap, is Jack West. And an absolute send from the KR Sport Kart driver to get up into P4 down at the final corner. Bradley Howes had a good start, up 7 places as well. Who was it? I think it was George Hulme then that had that bit of a slide at the first corner. He's down 8 places on that first lap. And Matt Jones, your championship leader, only up 2. From 19th up to 17th so far in this one. That's not quite the movement that he'll be hoping for. He'll be hoping for a bit more throughout the rest of this race. But Ben Ballou already driving away with this one. 1.35 seconds in the lead after only 2 laps here in the seniors. More moves going on down into the Haynes Loop. That was a good move down the inside. That'll be the number 54 making moves. And that is a car I can't actually see on my live timing, so maybe a driver that we're missing maybe doesn't have a transponder on board or something. The 54, I'm trying to see who it is on the grid now. Is it the 56? My apologies then. It must be Rachel Robertson who was making moves there in the middle of the pack. Clearly I need to go to Specsavers and try and find what the numbers actually are. I think it was Rachel Robertson. I recognise the kart livery, and it is indeed the 56 of Rachel Robertson who was making a move down the inside. So that was the 6th place on Dominic Cousins on the previous lap. Drivers going 2x2 through sector number 1. And it's the 90. It was the 94 of Niam Nate who I saw on the previous lap making moves on the same livery as Rachel Robertson. And that was Niam Nate still going side by side there. It was Niam Nate, Kieran Ives, Luke Oliver, William Ray, Matt Jones, all going side by side into the first couple of corners. Scraps going on up at midgets. Moved down the inside for 5th place. Is that Rachel Robertson making another move? Yes, it is. Robertson down the inside. And there's another send into the final corner. A bit of contact. Was that between teammates? Yes, it was. The 76 of Michael Pugh went down the inside of Bradley Howes, but almost collected his teammate of Dominic Cousins. Still close battling there involving Niam Nate. He's been shuffled downwards though as the 47 and 97 slip through. Kieran Ives goes down the inside into the Haynes Loop. Luke Oliver follows him through. So they get through into 12th and 13th place respectively for those 2 drivers. But it is still Ben Ballou commanding this race, still over 2 seconds in the lead of this one. Jack West now in 2nd place and has set the fastest lap of the race as he's been released. Rachel Robertson. Bit of a bump there into the final corner onto the back of Sam Harrison. And now Robertson under pressure into the Haynes Loop. An attempt to move down the inside for Ben Hicks. Doesn't quite work that time. And with that slight nudge into the final corner, Rachel Robertson gets a contact warning for her troubles. I think just outbraked herself by only about 0.5 of a second or so there. It can happen very, very easily. Definitely no malice in that one. Is that Rachel down the inside though, up at Midget's corner? It is indeed Rachel Robertson taking 4th place away from Sam Harrison this time of asking. She's been enjoying that move up at Midget's corner and makes it work this time. 2 teammates still squabbling and trying to find a way through on the 84 now of Ben Hicks. As from 4th place backwards, we've closed up into a nice little train here. Elliot Rice has been able to break away by a few tenths of a second as he looked to try and get down the road to the 2 drivers ahead of Ben Ballou and Jack West. And now that Jack West is free, my goodness, he is on a charge. 39.75, the new fastest lap, and he's done another 39-second lap on the last lap. The only driver to be doing it, and he's doing it consistently, is Jack West. The number 92 closing that gap down to 1.5 seconds on the last lap. They come through to end lap number 7, and that's down to 1.1 seconds, that gap for the lead. Still just over 2 minutes left to go here. Plenty of time for Jack to try and close that gap. But they've all stabilised a little bit in that secondary gaggle. Dominic Cousins got through on Ben Hicks, relegates Ben to P7. Ethan Lomax gets through on Bradley Howes and Michael Pugh. Pugh relegated down to P10 on that last lap. But finally, we seem to be slightly more settled. Just as I say that, I see an absolute send for P5 up at midget. So that'll be Dominic Cousins through on Sam Harrison. Number 17 gets through, and that's Sam Harrison getting shuffled back once again at the final corner. The 84 Ben Hicks this time getting the move done, and there's another move down at the Haynes Loop. Ethan Lomax has got through as well, I think, on the number 52. Yes, he has. So Sam Harrison losing 3 places in about 4 or 5 corners. Less than ideal lap for Sam Harrison, and that can so easily happen. You get that negative momentum, you lose 1 spot, and you end up losing 4 or 5. Just over a minute left to go of this senior Rotax Heat number 1. Go on to a new lap then. What is it now? Just over half a second between Ben Ballou and Jack West. Jack West closing that gap hand over fist. And is able to lap a good 2 or 3 tenths of a second faster than Ben Ballou every single lap. Now, Ben Ballou was your Southern Champs winner in 2023. It was Matt Jones who stole away that title this year, and he is your championship leader going into these last 2 rounds of the season. However, starting P19 in this one, he's gotten forward to P13 so far, but again, as we said on the first lap, not quite in the movement he would have been hoping for in this first heat today in Senior Rotax, but that'll be damage limitation from his rearward start in this first race of the day for seniors. And he'll be hoping for a bit of a better performance when he has some better grid positions later on today. Now looking back at the seniors, let's see what that championship standing looks like. So 1,026 points for Matt Jones, 968 for Ethan Lomax, then 957 for Ben Ballou, 954 for Michael Pugh, 931 for Kieran Ives, and 929 for Elliot Rice. So all still pretty close at the top of the championship standings. But here's that battle for the lead then. You see them come across your line as we start the last lap. Ben Ballou only has 1,100 metres more to fend off from Jack West. Jack West has closed the gap now, but Ben Ballou needs to show us a defensive masterclass here over the last lap to keep the charging number 92 at bay. They go down at a camera shot down into the second sector, and as they reappear into the bus stop chicane, who's going to be ahead? Well, side by side, they're going to be over the curb. Side by side on the exit as well. Ben Ballou trying to shuffle Jack West off. They might get a crash here. Oh my goodness. There was a lot of contact there on the exit, as clearly Ben Ballou felt that was an unfair move from Jack West. Either way, Jack West has muscled his way on through, and into the final corner comes Jack West. He's going to take the race win on circuit, but I don't think Ballou is going to be very happy with that one. Argy-bargy across that last lap, but it goes the way of Jack West. Rachel Robertson holds on to 3rd place there ahead of Elliot Rice. Dominic Cousins and Ethan Lomax in that group of 4 as they come across the line from 3rd place to 6th place. But what a final lap that was. They came into the bus stop chicane side by side. Neither driver wanted to give the room. Both of them wanted to come out ahead. I thought there was going to be a big off there, and Rachel Robertson might steal away the win on the last lap. But nope, they managed to keep it on the black stuff. And Jack West takes that one at least on the road. Ben Hicks, Bradley Howes, Michael Pugh and William Ray with the rest of your top 10 in that one, followed by Sam Harrison. Matt Jones there got to P12 in the end with Paolo Nunes around behind, then Kieran Ives, Luke Oliver, George Hill, Liam Nate, Aidan Blair and Emily Davison. Well, quite the exciting last lap then in the Senior Rotax. We'll wait and see how that one plays out once all is said and done. But race number 6 up next then. Of course, we've got a few heats for junior Rotaxes, so we're going to have to squeeze them all in. Heat number 2 for juniors is coming up next.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun...
So no waiting around here at Forest Edge. Juniors already out on circuit. Let's run you through the grid then for this one once again. 25 drivers this time out on circuit. It was 26 in heat number 1 that we saw earlier on today. Matthew Grove and Alfie Clark are on the front row, with James Finley and Nathan Traverse on row 2. Joshua Whitcomb and Spencer Trehorn are on row 3, with Nikolaus Gozioladis. Sorry, Nikolaus. I'll get that one right. I've not seen your name before. The number 24 there on row number 7. Alongside him is Jack Price. Then it's Jensen Cox and Charles Green on row number 5, with Matthew Whitmarsh and Teddy Cooper on row 6. Then Dylan Morton and Max Carlton, with Madison Chappell and Luca Cook. Thank goodness there's a chevron flag, because I've not got through the grid. Sam Mott and Eva Morris are on row 9, with Michael Gurney and Milo Manderson rounding up the top 20 there on row 10. Then it's Finley Hans and Tyler Rackham. Then Jacob Sinfield, Tio Jones and Jaden Shearing, the 25 karts on the grid for this race. Our driver's a little bit over-eager to start that one. They'll go round again and get another attempt at that one. The championship leader, Charles Green, this time starting down in 10th place. And we saw him out in heat number 1 earlier on today. And started off the day as he means to go on, with the race win out there. He'll be looking to do the same again in this one, but have a bit more of a challenge in this one, starting down in P10. Will we get it underway this time, I'm asking though? Yes, we will. 2x2 down to the first corner. A bit of argy-bargy there. Down into the first corner. There's going to be a big off. There's going to be lots of drivers collecting in behind, as there is 4 or 5 drivers off down at the Haynes Loop. And that was the pink helmeted driver there. I want to say that was potentially Alfie Clark from the pole position, who may be off down there, because it was Nathan Traverse who was loading down into that first corner from the second row of the grid. And I think Nathan Traverse has got to the lead of the race because of all of that. We'll wait and see how the stewards view that one. I'm sure that will be reported on the cameras if my eyes weren't deceiving me. And that incident down to the first corner. Well, it looks to be the 67 of Nathan Traverse in the lead of the race. Still a yellow flag down into that first corner. The 29 of Joshua Whitcomb is in second, and Charles Green has gone from 10th to 3rd on the first lap of the race. We knew he was going to move well on this first lap, but he's up 6 spots. In behind him, though, Dylan Morton is up 9 places on that first lap, up into P4. Some big movements. Eva Morris up 9 places to P7. Some great starts then on that first lap. But let's look back to the racing action then out there on circuit. Top 3 all sort of staying together here as you see them loading up those front left tyres as we head into the final corner. You see the rear left tyre coming off of the ground as they try and get as much grip as possible through that last bend. Big gap now back to 4th place of Dylan Morton. A good 2 seconds separating that top 3 pack to the rest of the field as we got a spinner down at Haynes Loop once again. It was Alfie Clark, by the way, from on that first lap of the race, who was spun off at the first corner. So I don't think my eyes were deceiving me. I think it was a bit of loading from Nathan Traverse down into the first bend that caused Alfie Clark to go into that spin. I think it was the 70 there of Tio Jones who just spun there down at the Haynes Loop, though. Tio just struggling ever so slightly with that corner. You saw him spin down at the same corner in the first heat of the day. He does it again in heat number 2, sadly for Teo, but he's a novice. He's just getting up to speed with his car as 2 drivers come together down the Haynes Loop. Big off and into the barriers for those 2. And they're arguing before they even come to a halt as to who was at fault for that one. Move down the inside. You saw them come together, tyres attached, and straight to the scene of the accident for those 2. We'll see who that is as they come across the line to end this lap as who drops down the order. But I think the move was on there on the inside, just door was closed as they got to the apex. And drivers abandoning their karts, not even trying to get back into the racing action. And hot-footing it off the circuit to safety. Let's see then, as the timing is updated, who doesn't come through, who's come together at the first corner. It's Madison Chappell and Tyler Rackham who have come together there down at the Haynes Loop. And shake of the head from both drivers, neither happy with how that race has come to an end. I think we saw Madison having a few difficulties in Heat 1 already today. So gutting to see them both go out of the race in such circumstances. Alfie Clark, who rejoined from that, he was on the pole position. He's now become a back marker here. And he may be able to repay the favour here a bit to Nathan Traverse. We think it was Nathan who was the driver who was a little bit overeager into the first corner. And might have caused that spin for Alfie Clark. And now Alfie is holding up those three leaders. He's let them all through as they got through Winger's Dip. But still Traverse holds on to the lead. Whitcomb with the fastest lap of the race in second place. Charles Green still sitting back there in third place, waiting for it all to kick off between these two leaders as they head through into the end of lap number 6. Still as they were. But of course, yellow flags down into the Haynes Loop. Look at this gaggle coming through the final corner though, headed up by the 32. That's Eva Morris leading up a huge group. Side by side into the first corner though. That is not allowed in the yellow flag zone, drivers. Side by side between the 79 and the 24. That was Nikolaus Gozolidis trying to go down the inside into a yellow flag zone. That will not be looked upon kindly by the stewards, that one, Nikolaus. He didn't make the move in the end, but still a dangerous place to be thinking about moves like that. Looks like the yellow flag has gone in though in the first corner. The karts are still there on the outside, but no drivers with them, so maybe being deemed safe now down into the first couple of corners for drivers to start racing once again. Side by side through the final corner. That's a move from the 82 of Milo Manderson. And Nikolaus is off. Nikolaus is out of the race. He's the driver parked up between midgets and Climate then. Nikolaus is backwards there, so I think what's happened there is they've come together on the exit of the corner and he's been spun round off of the circuit. And that kart has come to a halt and Nikolaus is out of this race. Was up in P7 when that all happened. But some drivers benefiting from that one. Spencer Trahorn, Sam Mott and Milo Manderson all gaining places from that off for Nikolaus. Top three as they were. Joshua Whitcomb gets another fastest lap of the race. He's right on the rear bumper of Nathan Traverse, but unable to find a way through just yet. Side-by-side action into the final corner. This is Jaden Shearing and Jacob Sinfield going side-by-side. Yellow flag's out again. We got another spinner down into the Haynes Loop. I think that's Alfie Clark who's off again down into the Haynes Loop. This time, I believe, spinning it all on his own. Putting his hands up in the air. He definitely does care, though, down into the first corner, though. Alfie off once more. Seeing if he can get his kart back onto the circuit, but no, he's being called over by the marshal. And that'll be Alfie Clark out of this race. So that's 5 drivers that we've lost from this race so far. And with 30 seconds left to go, once again, a big overtaking opportunity of Haynes Loop is neutralised in this Junior Rotax Heat number 2. I'm trying to spot where the leaders even are on this lap. They should be heading through the bus stop chicane. Yes, there they are. Still Whitcomb behind Traverse. As they come through, this is going to be close here. I think they're going to just about get 2 more laps out of this race. They'll come across the line with 1 second left to go of the race. 2 more laps of this Forest Edge Kart Club and double the amount of distance for Whitcomb to try and think about a move for the lead. He's fallen a few tenths of a second off of the back of Traverse, though. That could give Traverse enough of a breathing room here to hold on to this race win to the checkered flag. Teddy Cooper's made up a spot on the last lap past Ava Morris. There's 79 through on the 32. But through come the leaders then, down into Climate, and once again Whitcomb all over the back of Nathan Traverse, going to be closer than ever as they head through onto the last 1.1 kilometres of this race. Down into the first corner though, you saw a great overshoot there from Whitcomb. He had the pace to go for a move, but yellow flag still out down at the Haynes Loop. He'll have to try and think about it now through into maybe sector number 3 if he wants to steal away this race win on the last lap. 7 seconds now the gap between our leading 3 squabble and the rest of the field. So try and keep one eye out on the leaders when you think about it. Up into midgets, covers the inside, does Nathan Traverse. He knows that move was on for Joshua Whitcomb. It doesn't leave the door open. Whitcomb trying the inside, back to the outside, doing the up and under here. Might try the up and under at the final corner. That's exactly what he's going to try and do, but he can't quite get the exit. And Traverse will hold on to it across the line. And just by 0.13 seconds, Traverse will take the win ahead of Whitcomb. And Charles Green there holds on to a solid 3rd place. And again, getting some good points towards his championship tally. Dylan Morton and Teddy Cooper, your top 5, with Eva Morris, Milo Manderson, Spencer Trehorn, Sam Mott and James Finley, your top 10. Max Carlton, in 11th. Luca Cook getting past Matthew Grove on the last lap. They finish in 12th and 13th respectively, with Jaden Shearing, Jacob Sinfield, Michael Gurney, Jensen Cox, Matthew Whitmarsh and Theo Jones. Your 19 finishes in that one. Sadly, we lost 4 drivers during the race of that one. I don't believe that Jack Price got to the race start there. So I think we lost Nikolaus Gozolidis, Alfie Clark, Madison Chappell and Tyler Rackham through that race. But yet another very exciting junior Rotax race there. 5 heats of those today. We're being absolutely treated. See some brilliant racing in the juniors and some very close battling at that. Really thought that Whitcomb could get that one fastest throughout the session, but Traverse did just enough there to hold on to the race win when all was said and done. Right then, 3 more first heats of the day, then after that heat 2 for junior Rotax. We're kicking it off though with the 177 Rotaxes and the 177 Rotax Masters. They'll be out on circuit in only a moment's time once, as you see, we clear up a few of the drivers who are stricken out on the circuit.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. I believe that we are more.
177s and 177 Masters heading out onto the circuit then for their first heat of the day. And drivers already finding that there's not a huge amount of grip out there this morning. The 14 going for a little spin. That's Gary Cox just rotating the kart before he gets to the end of lap number 1, as we've got 3 more drivers off down at the Haynes Loop. As I see Gary go through, I take a look up and they're all off ahead of him. A little bit slippery and slidey out there still. So the 71, the 22 and the 86 all going off there. Daniel Hammett on the 86. And of course we saw Gary off earlier on. It might have been Colin Davis as well off. A few drivers just finding that it's a bit slippery out there for the moment. Right, let's take you through the grid then quickly. Archie Elliott on pole position in this one with Neil Hemming alongside. Then it's William Davis and Oliver Hutchings on row 2. Gary Cox and Daniel Hammett on row 3 with Sophie Jeffrey, Colin Davis and Scott Collins. Your 9 drivers scheduled to be on the grid for this one. Archie Elliott, championship leader in the 177s. He'll be hoping for a good start to the day here. And he has a good start to the race at least. Immediately sides through and takes a commanding lead down into Haynes Loop and up and under there for 3rd place though in the middle of the pack. That's the 29 siding through as they then try and go side by side through Johnny's. That was Oliver Hutchings getting 2 places then on the first couple of corners there. William Davies then trying to get back through into 4th place. Through the bus stop chicane they go then. Move for 2nd place now. Is that Oliver Hutchings now down the inside for P2, potentially up at midgets? See as they come through to end lap number 1. It is the 29 who's made that move. So Hutchings from 5th to 2nd on that first lap of the race. Neil Hemming now in 3rd place. Gary Cox in 4th with Daniel Hammett in 5th place. Then Sophie Jeffrey, William Davies, Colin Davies and Scott Collins. And that's your order of 9 as they head through to the end of lap number 1. But already Archie Elliott starting to pull out a bit of a gap as he is the only driver on that first lap to be down in the 44s. But Oliver Hutchings already on a bit of a charge here. And might be the one wanting to challenge that bit of domination from Archie Elliott. Now, as I say, Archie in the lead of the championship, but only 9 points. Trying to do some quick maths in my head. 9 points ahead of Oliver Hutchings. So this is your championship battle here at the front of the order between Archie Elliott and Oliver Hutchings. Archie Elliott, your Southern Champs Plate winner in 2024. This is a straight out scrap on track between the two championship contenders. And then in the Masters, Chris Thomas is your championship leader going into today. Now, he's not here today. He goes into this round about 25 points ahead of Colin Davis. Now, Colin is here today. Started this race down in P8. He's already got himself up to P6. He got 2 places on that last lap of the race to the number 71. And Gary Cox has got through on Neil Hemming on that last lap of the race up into P3 overall as well. Although Oliver Hutchings had that nice little early charge, Archie Elliott still commanding the pace really out there. A good 0.3 of a second quicker than Oliver Hutchings on that last lap, and he's extended the gap in the lead of the race now to over 1 second. And you can visibly see that gap still extending then for Archie Elliott. Archie has had some really good pace throughout this season in the 177s. And he's looking to be continuing on with that domination here today at round number 8. So let's have a look at that championship then in the 177 Masters. We've got all of the 177 Masters in a train here from 3rd down to 6th place. Cox leading Hemming, then Hammett and Davis. So Cox, Hemming and Hammett, whereabouts are they in the championship standings? So we've got Chris Thomas in the championship lead, as I mentioned, who's not here today. Then Colin Davis, who is here. Then Gary Cox, Neil Hemming, Chris Sawyer, Daniel Hammett, Scott Collins, Jeff Cox and Michael Mallett. So Gary Cox, 3rd in the standings going into this race. 70 points behind Chris Thomas in the lead of the championship. 45 behind us. Oh no! The 29 is out of the race. He pulls over on the start-finish straight. Mechanical failure for the 29. So your 2nd place sitter of Oliver Hutchings is out of the race. He's looking down at the rear right side of the car. He's looking down at the engine. Something going wrong with the number 29, and he throws his gloves down into the seat in frustration there. Hands on head. He's gutted about the way that race has ended. He was looking good for a 2nd place finish, and of course, as I mentioned, Archie Elliott and Oliver Hutchings are battling over the championship here in the 177, so this is going to be a huge haul of points lost for Oliver Hutchings, as Archie Elliott will still, well, if he can hold it on circuit and not have an issue himself, he'll still be gaining maximum points from this first race of the day. So this will be a big loss in terms of the championship for Oliver Hutchings. And he gets to safety at the gantry point here at the start-finish straight. That is gutting for Oliver Hutchings. As quickly as it started, it was over for the number 29, and Archie Elliott now has a ridiculously commanding race lead. He's almost a sector ahead of the rest of the drivers. 6.2 seconds now the gap ahead of Gary Cox in 2nd place. But it's this battle that we're enjoying watching. Hemming ahead of Hammett and Davis. That's the 3-way battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 2nd, Yeah, no, I am right. Second, third, and fourth in the 177 Masters class. Third, fourth, and fifth on circuit. And then Sophie Jeffrey in the 177s. Getting involved with the scrap as well. Thinking about it down the inside. I think that was Sophie trying to make the move up at Midget's Bend. I don't think it quite worked out. No, it didn't. She had to feed back in to that one, did Sophie. As all off. Big off down to the first corner. The 83. Not happy about that one at all. And that's Neil Hemming. Wide and off onto the grass. Had his hand in the air as he was still going sideways there. I think Hammett was down the inside into the first corner and they might have made a bit of contact. And off wide he went. There's a driver pulling into the pits as well. I think that might have been William Davies on the 89 potentially, who has pulled off of the circuit there. I'll confirm that when they come through to finish this lap. But quite a calamitous lap number 9 out there on circuit then for a few different drivers. So Archie Elliott comes through to start lap number 10. Let's have a look at how it's all worked itself out. Gary Cox has got a bit of a gap now as Hammett comes through ahead of Davis and Jeffrey. Now, is this Hemming? Yes, it is. That is Hemming, who's managed to rejoin in 6th place after an interview. He's got his hand in the air. Neil Hemming won't be finishing this race either. So 9 drivers started this race. I think we've now got 3 of them out of this race. There's the 22 of Scott Collins coming across the line. So William Davies out on lap number 8 of this race. Neil Hemming out on lap number 9. As Archie Elliott comes through to start the final lap of this race. On to the last 1,100 metres of the circuit we go then. We've got Oliver Hutchings checking out his kart down beside the start-finish straight. Probably not the best place for him to be at the moment while the race is still going on. As the drivers will come through to finish this last lap, he heads back to the safety of behind the tyre wall. Here comes your leader though, the SC plate holder of Archie Elliott, with a dominant win in the first heat of the day in 177s. He takes a commanding race win, and that'll help his championship charge as Oliver Hutchings watches on from the side of the circuit. Gary Cox comes through to win in the 177 Masters. And what a close battle it was between all those drivers. Hammett, Davis and Jeffrey in behind to complete the top 5. Those 4 drivers separated by 3/4 of a second. And they pretty much were like that for the entire race. With Cox, Hammett and Davis your top 3 in the 177s. Jeffrey second place Cox, Hammett and Davis in the 177 Masters. Jeffrey second place in the 177s but 5th overall on the road. And then Scott Collins there, your novice plated driver, the last of the 6 finishes in that race, with Neil Hemming, William Davies and Oliver Hutchings not making it to the checkered flag then in that race. Gutting to see in a field of 9 drivers, 3 of them not making it to the checkered flag in that one, all for completely separate reasons. Well, that ends the race then for the first heat of the day for the 177s and the 177 Masters. As I mentioned, we've got 2 more first heats of the day for 2 classes that we've not yet seen out on the circuit. We'll be ending off that first round of heats with the Invitational Formula Blues. But before that, the Superkarts will be out for their first heat of the day. And of course, you'll see at the back of the shot, the marshals now changing around the layout of the circuit as the Superkarts do not go through the bus stop chicane. They'll fly straight on past it as they get to top speed down that back straight. The Superkarts will be out on circuit next.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further, ooh, look no further, it goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further.
Superkarts exiting the pit lane then. They're heading out for their first heat of the day. So as we bring the 177s to a close. Oliver Hutchings at least being relatively jovial at the end of the race, despite having conked out of that one, giving us his best royal wave to the crowds at the side of the circuit. He gets driven back on the low loader, back to the paddock, and hopefully he'll be out later on for their second heat of the day. As I mentioned, Superkarts out of the pits. Let's run you through the grid then for this one. Daniel Buckland and Ross Cornick are on the front row of the grid, with Joel Hearsey and Callum Smith on row 2. Joel, a name I've not personally seen here at Forest Edge, so good to see a new driver. Spencer Chappell is back for round number 8. He's there on row 3 with Fraser Everett. And then it's Mark Smith and Matthew Duncan on row 4, with Aaron Powell, Harry Morris and Graham Payne at the 11 drivers on the grid for this race. And of course, we go back to standing starts, which you've not seen since the Honda Cadets earlier on this morning. Let's see how this one plays out. Now, your 2 championship contenders, Spencer Chappell and Aaron Powell. 846 points for Spencer Chappell going into today's racing. 825 for Aaron Powell. Spencer Chappell not racing at round number 6. I've just noticed as well. Let's just double check another one of these. Okay, no. So it is just the Superkarts. Thank goodness, I've not been getting it wrong all day. Right, the Superkarts standings have not been updated for round 7. Now, whether that's because I know they had their E-plate, whether that maybe doesn't count towards the championship standings, I'm not 100% sure. But either way, at round 6, Spencer Chappell wasn't there. Aaron Powell took all 4 wins. See if he can do that today. He's starting off near the back of the pack here. We've got a spin already, and that's Spencer Chappell. The SC plate of Spencer Chappell is off on the first corner. Move for the lead, though, at the front. That's the 14 of Ross Cornick, who dives through into the lead of the race, past Daniel Buckland at Johnny's. But Spencer Chappell, your championship leader, rotating at the first corner of the racing here today at round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. They're side by side for third place as they head up into midget. Side by side, still on the middle of the corner. No room given. Off onto the grass goes the driver on the outside. He's going to lose 4 or 5 places because of that one. That's the 42 of Daniel Buckland, your pole position. Sitter drops to the back of the field by the end of lap number 1. All super close over that first lap. Then the 85 have restolen the race lead. That's Aaron Powell. I was just saying he's going to have his work cut out for him. He's gone from 9th to 1st on the first lap of this race. Aaron Powell, what a start. As there's Spencer Chappell trying to gain back those positions lost from that earlier spin. He's in 7th place at the moment. Was thinking about a move down the inside at midgets there on the 55 of Fraser Everett. And now he's going to force his way through. Bit of argy-bargy there at the last corner as Fraser is shuffled out wide and Spencer Chappell scythes his way through. Of course, Spencer winning the Southern Champs Plate earlier on in 2024, as he's told me previously when I've spoken to him. He likes to call it the Spencer Chappell Plate as he continues to hold on to it. But we'll see if he can hold on to the championship lead through the rest of the season. More moves up at midget's corner. Big dive down the inside there. Very late on the brakes. The move for 4th place, that must have been from Harry Morris, and nearly clattering into 3rd place of Matthew Duncan as he goes super late on the brakes. But he gets it stopped. Great move from the 41 of Harry Morris. And now these 4 battling over 3rd place. Still Duncan ahead of Morris, then Smith and Chappell. Chappell down the inside, and Johnny's late on the inside. They're still side by side as they get to the exit. Somehow, those 2 not making contact when they get to the apex then. Through up to midgets. Chappell is through and he's going to try and get that double overtake up into midgets, but not quite late enough on the brakes. He's going to go wide potentially. Not able to get the re-overtake there is Harry Morris. No, Harry Morris is through. It's the 73 who's lost out. Matthew Duncan loses 2 places. Spencer Chappell up and under at the final corner. They're going to be side by side. Down into the first couple of corners, and Spencer Chappell gets it done through into the Haynes Loop. So Chappell up to 3rd place then. Morris is now in 4th, with Duncan in 5th and Smith in 6th. It all continues to change as we head through into the second half of this race. Slightly shorter races in the Superkarts, 5-minute plus 1 lap heats for these geared machines. But still Aaron Powell in the lead of the race. He holds the fastest lap as well with a 37.83 for the number 85. And this is helping his championship charge. Spencer Chappell doing a good job of gaining back those points as he charges through the pack. That's a late move down the inside into the Haynes loop from the 77, Callum Smith. Down the inside of Matthew Duncan. That's a move for 4th place as Matthew gets shuffled backwards. Sorry, a move for 5th place it is for Callum Smith, as he tries to gain back a few positions that he's lost so far in this race. But biggest movers, up 8 places for Aaron Powell. He did that on the first lap of the race. Up 6 places so far in this one as well for Harry Morris. The big movers here in the Superkarts, and Spencer Chappell is now putting the pedal to the metal as he sets fastest lap after fastest lap. He's closing down the leaders by over half a second a lap on Aaron Powell and over a second a lap on Ross Cornick in 2nd place. He's 3 seconds off the lead. He's got about 45 seconds left to go on the gantry. Is it enough time to gain back at least 2nd place? That'll nullify it as much as possible in terms of points lost towards the championship in his battle with Aaron Powell as they close in towards the end of the season now. There's still very much all to play for, with lots of points up for grabs across the heats and the final today, and of course at the final round next month as well. But 15 seconds left to go on the clock then. This will be the penultimate lap of the race, I do believe, that Aaron Powell has just led us onto. As there's the move, Spencer Chappell down the inside, up at midgets. Didn't need to wait much longer there. Able to get through at the end of the straight as they head into the braking zone, and Chappell gets through into 2nd place. Onto the last lap then. Aaron Powell will lead us onto it. I think it'll be a little bit too little too late for Chappell to try and close down on that race win, but either way, as I say, nullifying the issues from early on in the race. Spinning off on that first lap. Able to get up back to 2nd place. Impressive racing from Spencer Chappell. Having a little bit more luck than his daughter Madison in the juniors earlier on today. And I'm sure Madison will be hoping for a little bit better luck out in her final heat of the day in the juniors later on. But Spencer battling through well, back to 2nd place, but still can't quite steal the win away from Mr. Aaron Powell. He sees the checkered flag first and takes maximum points from the first heat of the day in the Superkarts. Spencer Chappell and Ross Cornick, your top 3, with Harry Morris and Callum Smith rounding out that top 5. Then comes across the line Matthew Duncan. There's Fraser Everett through your camera shot, and soon we'll be seeing Graham Payne and Daniel Buckland. That's the 9 drivers getting to the checkered flag in that one. All drivers who started the race made it to the finish. I think there were a couple of drivers who were supposed to be on the entry list anyway for that race who didn't make it to that race start. Hopefully we see them out later on today, but maybe something going wrong yesterday, or equally just not able to make it to round number 8 as they were hoping. Well, anyway, Superkarts done and dusted then. We've only got one more Heat 1 left to go. It's the Invitational Formula Blues. They'll be heading out on circuit in a moment's time.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with
So, Formula Blues out onto the circuit then. Let's run you through the grid ahead of their race start for their first heat of the day. Stuart Gray and David Watts are on the front row of the grid, with Anthony Cleal and Nigel Vickery on row number 2. David Good and Stephen Groves are on row 3, with Mike Bell and Harry Smithson on row 4. 8 drivers taking to the grid start for this one. And they were coming through expecting a race start, but they did have one more warming up lap to get the tyres warm, so they're going to go around again and get a bit more heat in those tyres and get ready to go for a race start. Now, of course, being an invitational championship, I don't have any information in terms of their championship going through this season. But either way, Harry Smithson on the back of the grid on that number 2 plated kart leads me to believe he's someone that maybe we can expect to be coming through the order at the start of this race. We shall wait and see. Well, their 2x2 formation once again coming through the final corner. Hopefully this time they'll be able to see those red lights go out and we'll be underway and racing. Speak of the devil, out go those red lights, and through into the lead of the race goes the number 4. And immediately taking that race lead. I could have sworn that was a number 4 on the kart, but I can't see one on the live timing. It's definitely a number 4, so I'm not sure who that is, who's out in the lead of the race then. We'll see as they come through. It's Stuart Gray, apparently, who's down as a number 97. And on his car is definitely a number 4. So we'll wait and see as they come through to finish lap number 1 then. The number 11 in behind him, that is David Watts in second place. And Watts all over the back of him as they go through into midgets. Move in behind for 4th place. Potentially Stephen Groves down the inside of Nigel Vickery as we got a little scrap of 4 going on there, side by side through into Climber. Just about chopping back across is the number 4 of Stuart Gray. As they do sound good, these karts. That was the number 8 of Stephen Groves as well, having a bit of sideways action going through the final couple of corners. Harry Smithson, hey, call me the Oracle of Formula Blues. I thought maybe him being the number 2, we might see him going through the pack, and he's gained 3 spots on 2 positions past David Watts and Stuart Gray. Even with that overtake, new fastest lap from Harry Smithson, a 44.26, new fastest lap of the race. The top 5 all in the 44s, but Smithson a good 4 or 5 tenths of a second quicker than anyone else on that last lap of the race, and he's closing up to the back of the 2 leaders. I think it's now or never really for David Watts if he wants to see the lead of the race. Stuart Gray doing a good job to hold on to it for the moment though, as we saw him make that mistake on the first lap, was able to gather it all up and keep hold of the race lead. But definitely feeling under a bit of pressure here as he holds that inside line down into the Haynes loop once again. New fastest lap for Harry Smithson, a 43.6. Only himself and David Watts have got down into the 43s on that last lap. And David Smithson now a good 3-4 tenths of a second quicker than David Watts ahead, as Watts still finding it difficult to get past. As I think now, has that changed him for second place? I think Smithson's still just on that rear bumper for second place, as the number 11 has fallen off the back of Stuart Gray ever so slightly on this lap. There is the move late on the brakes for Harry Smithson, the up and under from the number 11, but he's going to get the nose cone chopped off through the first kink as they head through down into Haynes Loop, and Smithson moves in to second place. David Watts has to relinquish that one. And we did say it was now or never, a couple of laps to go for him to try and think about a move for the race lead. And that was indeed correct, as now he's relegated to 3rd place. And Smithson is all eyes ahead. Eyes on the prize for that lead of the race. He's looking to take that away now from Stuart Gray as we hit half race distance here in the first heat of the day for our Formula Blues. A good 2 or 3 kart lengths gap now between those 2 leaders, but I can only see that gap shortening as almost identical laps on the last lap between Gray and Smithson. A 43.56 for Stuart Gray, a 43.55 for Harry Smithson. So technically still closing in on that last lap was Harry Smithson, but not by a huge margin. 1/100th of a second as he's now released into some clear air. And suddenly, Stuart Gray turning on the burners in this second part of the lap. He's found a good bit of pace in that Formula Blue car underneath him. And he's now pressing on, trying to hold on to that race win. On to a new lap we go once again then. And this time, David Watts takes the fastest lap of the race. 43.23 for Watts, 43.26 for Smithson, and 43.36 for Gray. So those top three once again all closing up on each other. So it's definitely not all said and done in terms of this top three battle. That momentum ebbing and flowing backwards and forwards between the top three, but visibly that gap has definitely closed between Gray and Smithson. Bit of a wobble there through midgets for Stuart Gray. Will that open up the opportunity? He likes this move into the final corner, does the two of Harry Smithson, but doesn't go for it this time of asking. And all three drivers a little bit slower than their personal best laps on that time around the circuit. As in behind, change for 5th place. Mike Bell has got through on Stephen Groves on that last lap around the circuit and already starting to pull a bit of a gap on Stephen. Anthony Cleal in a bit of no man's land on the number 6. He's all on his lonesomes as we watch ahead to that battle for the lead. An attempt for a move for first place from Harry Smithson. Ends up being a defence for second. Late move down the inside of the final corner from the number 11. They're going to be side by side down into the Haynes loop. Will he get the overrun? Not quite. Back down the inside goes Harry Smithson. Great battling between those three. It was an attempt at the move to the inside at midgets for Smithson. Wasn't quite able to get it done. Lost that momentum on the exit. Covered the inside line down into Clymer. But Watts got the exit of Clymer. Went down the inside into the last corner. And now that's a huge amount of time that's been lost by both Smithson and Watts due to that bit of scuffling on that last lap of the race. 30 seconds still on the clock. They'll be going on to the penultimate lap of the race this time. And I think that might have given the breathing room to Stuart Gray in the lead of the race here. To Adatolli's, they all go then through into sector number 1 once more. And yeah, that sort of 3, 4, 5 length, right kart length gap has reopened up between those two leaders. That's exactly how Stuart Gray wanted this one to play out. Are we looking to secure this pole to flag victory here? Timer has now hit 0 then for this first heat of the day in the Formula Blues. And is that a covering of the inside there from Harry Smithson? As no, it's changed. David Watts has got through on this lap, sorry. That must have been down at Winger's Dip then. I didn't see any moves up in sector 3 on this lap. So Watts is through on Smithson. Initially charging through from the back of the grid for Harry Smithson. Went from 8th to 2nd pretty early on in this one. And I thought was the one to be charging down on the leader and steal it away from Stuart Gray. But no, he's been relegated back to P3 on the penultimate lap of the race. And that looks as though that's what it's staying at on this last lap. Great exit from the bus stop chicane for David Watts. Not quite close enough to get a move down the inside, but we see him go for a move at the final corner. Will there be any changes here as they head through in towards Tolly's? Through they go to end this race. It is going to be Stuart Gray who sees the checkered flag first. And the number 11 of David Watts just about fends off from Harry Smithson. But the top three split by less than half a second across the line. Great bit of racing there in the Formula Blues. So it was Gray ahead of Watson Smithson across the line. Then Anthony Cleal and Mike Bell, your top 5. Followed across the line by Stephen Groves, Nigel Vickery and David Good. All 8 starters in that one making it to the checkered flag, which is always good to see. Now, not only do the Formula Blues provide a great soundtrack here around the Forest Edge Kart Club circuit, that was some brilliant racing right at the sharp end of the order as well in those Formula Blues. Well, first round of heats then done and dusted for every single class racing here at round 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. We'll move on to the second round of heats before we head to our lunch break. We'll kick those off with another standing start. We're going back to those Honda Cadets. They'll be heading out of the dummy grid very soon.
And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further.
Honda Cadets out of the dummy grid then. I'll be kicking off their second heat of the day very shortly. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Of course, in race number 1, that's not the heat I was looking for. That's Junior Rotax. Let's head through to the Hondas. Daniel Barton and Arthur Way. What a battle it was between those two in heat number 1. 0.02 of a second across the line as Daniel Barton managed to grab the race win away from Arthur Way on the last lap of the race. So for this one, Stanley Keeley lines up on pole position. He was super quick in the first race of the day with Alex Gaskin alongside him on the front row. Then it's Alex Roach and Arthur Way. Then Connor Yu and Seth Jones. Then Daniel Barton, Oliver Spence, Kobe Wood and James Devereaux round up the top 10. Henry Duncan, Oakley Poulter, Oliver Ratton and Max Smith. Your 14 drivers down on the grid for the start of this race. Yeah, Alex Gaskin had the fastest lap of the race in the first race of the day. Sandy Keeley made it through the pack well as well. They're starting on the front row of the grid for this one. Lights go on, they immediately go out. We're underway in racing. It's a good start from second place on the grid. That's the 23 of Gaskin. Immediately chopping across to take the race lead. But Arthur Way, another audacious move around the outside. He's going to have the inside for Johnny's. He's going to have the race lead already. So from 4th place on the grid, it's a carbon copy of heat number 1. Arthur Way scything round the outside and already into the lead of the race here. He lost out on the lead right at the dying moments in the first race of the day, but he's grabbed it early on in this one. Driver off though on the exit of the bus stop chicane. We saw them going side by side through the bus stop, and it was always going to happen. If you were the driver on the outside, you're going to get muscled off onto the grass, and that's exactly what happens to one of the drivers in at the middle of the pack. We'll see who that is as they come through to end lap number 1, but it's Arthur Way who leads us across the line. Alex Gaskin is in second place, but not for much longer. The 41 of Stanley Keeley goes down the inside at the Haynes Loop, and Stanley Keeley gets up into second place, and through follows Daniel Barton. So that's 2 places lost down at the Haynes Loop for Alex Gaskin. And I can confirm it was Alex Roach who got muscled out wide up at the bus stop chicane on the first lap of the race. He's dropped all the way to the back of the pack. He did well to rejoin off of the slightly moist grass here after that bit of rainfall earlier on today. As there's more moves going on at the sharp end of the order. I think that's Alex Gaskin trying to fight his way back through. Retakes 3rd place then. I think that is on Stanley Keeley though. So yes, the 58 of Daniel Barton's got through to second place. Alex Gaskin back into P3 and Stanley Keeley dropping down into P4 after that second lap of the race. Then you've got 3 drivers battling over 5th place. That's Oliver Spence, Seth Jones and James Devereaux. Then a gap back again to Connor Yu, Oliver Ratton and Oakley Poulter. So Arthur Way and Daniel Barton, once again the top 2 in the Honda Cadets. And once again Daniel Barton taking a fastest lap of the race. Now Alex Gaskin, as we mentioned in that first race today, did get the fastest lap of the race, but could only manage a P7 overall. See if he can close up at all to the leaders this time, but no, I can see he's been overtaken on this lap. Back through goes Stanley Keeley, and they're going to be holding each other up here as Keeley gets back through into 3rd place. Across the line they come in your camera shot in sector number 1, and Keeley is trying to defend this position as well. That'll bring the next 3 back into play as well, as an attempt at a move down the inside there from James Devereaux and Oliver Spence is not quite going to work. A bit half-hearted there down the inside, and Spence able to hold it around the outside, keeps 6th place for himself. And that's giving the opportunity for Seth Jones to try and close down the next 2 drivers of Keeley and Gaskin. More fastest laps coming through from Daniel Barton though. He's slowly but surely closing down that gap to Arthur Way. It was about 0.3 of a second on the last lap alone. He's only 0.8 of a second behind as they start this lap of the race. As still they're battling over 3rd place. So side by side down into the final corner. Through Tollies they come, and they manage to sort themselves out. Kearley ahead of Gaskin, ahead of Jones now, as Jones has completely closed the gap to these drivers. As there goes Devereaux down the inside once again into the Haynes loop, but this time he's a bit over exuberant. He goes wide on the exit. Up and under goes Oliver Spence, and he retakes 6th place as they get through into Johnny's. Over half race distance then in this second heat of the day for the Honda Cadet 160s. And that gap is visibly closing still from Daniel Barton. I've only just noticed he matched the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, as Arthur Way set his own personal best. The next driver, the only driver apart from Barton to get down into the 48s. But still, a good 2/10 off of Barton's fastest lap that he matched on the last lap. And he goes even faster on that lap. 48.27 for Daniel Barton. Despite a 48.62 from Arthur Way, he's still 4/10 off of Barton's last lap. What pace Daniel Barton has found here at round number 8. And he is bringing the heat to Arthur Way out there on circuit. 5 seconds now the gap between the two leaders and the following pack of 3. Seth Jones got through on Alex Gaskin on the last couple of laps. And now pressuring for 3rd place. I can see them going for it. I'm trying to watch the battle for 3rd and the battle for 1st, as now Barton is all over the back of Arthur Way. But we've seen Way defend very well at previous rounds. But with 2 minutes still to go here, you feel like it might just be inevitable. Barton gets a contact warning on the last lap, clearly trying to muscle his way through on Arthur Way. So did Seth Jones, as he's trying to find a way on Stanley Kearley for 3rd place. The leaders head through down into Winger's Dip. Kearley still holding on to it ahead of Jones and Gaskin. Devereaux's made that move stick finally on Oliver Spence on the last lap. He takes 6th place away, and Ratton and Max Smith are through on Connor Yu as well. They relegate him down into P10. Still as they were at the front of the order, but absolutely nose to tail. You couldn't fit a piece of paper between the front and rear bumpers of Way and Barton. But can Barton find a way through? He's got the up and under there, down into the first couple of corners. Can he get the overshoot down into the Haynes loop? He can't quite. And Way times his braking beautifully to hold that inside line and not allow Barton back through. Barton tries it round the outside into Johnny's, but that's not quite going to work. And Way is able to feed back in and hold on to the lead of the race. We'll be watching as they come through up into the bus stop chicane. Will Way still be in the lead of the race? He was, but down the inside goes Daniel Barton, and Barton to the front of the field then. It took him until the final lap of the race last time, as Way back down the inside at midgets. Great battling between these two young racing drivers, and Arthur Way retakes the lead of the race up at midgets. I was going to say it took him to the last lap to take the lead. This time he's done it a bit earlier, but Way immediately re-overtaking. I think he probably knows that Barton has him in terms of 1 lap pace, so he needs to turn this into a bit of a scrappy affair to make sure that he stays within earshot of that race victory. So as he gets overtaken, he needs to immediately re-overtake and go for those gutsy moves. Well, back into bus stop chicane they come once again. Will it be Way? Will it be Barton in the lead of the race? Way holds the inside line this time, and Way keeps the lead of the race as they head up into midgets. This is the penultimate lap of the race now, so again, will we see a move for the lead from Daniel Barton on the last lap like we saw in race number 1? Here we go then, into the final corner, late down the inside from Daniel Barton. Gets his elbows out and through onto the last lap. Barton celebrating. Barton thinks the race is over, and Arthur Way goes back down the inside at Haynes Loop. I think he's realised now as he comes down into Haynes Loop that it's only the last lap of the race. And Barton gets on the curves as he heads into Johnny's, loses the rear end of the kart. He carries on, but he's lost a bit of time there. And could that be the race handed to Arthur Way? We've all made that mistake at some point in our career, thinking it's the end of the race when it's only on to the last lap. Barton's kept within earshot of the race lead, but Way still leads us through as we head into sector number 3. We might see another attempt like we saw on the first race of the day. Can Barton make the move stick on Arthur Way here? They go down into Tollies. It is going to be a late move down the inside from Barton, but the up and under from Way. It's going to be side by side across the line again, but this time it's going to go the way of Arthur Way. Great up and under from Arthur to retake that race win. And this time, it goes the way of the SC-plated driver, Seth Jones. Great battling in that race from him as he takes third place on the road. Ahead of Stanley Keeley and Alex Gaskin. That is your top 5. Oliver Spence got back through on James Devereaux as Oliver Ratton joined that squabble in the last few laps of the race. Behind them, Kobe Wood and Henry Duncan, your top 10. Followed across the line by Oakley Poulter, Alex Groach and Connor Yu. Great battling once again between those two in the Honda Cadets. Arthur Way versus Daniel Barton. I think we might continue to see that throughout today's action. But this time, it goes the way of Arthur Way. So a win and a second place each for Daniel Barton and Arthur Way. We'll see who's able to edge out the other and secure the pole position for the final later on today. We'll have to wait until after lunch to see that one as we move on to another heat. As I check my schedule for today's racing. Up next, it's another of our Junior Rotax races. It's heat number 3 for Junior Rotax that's coming up next.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my
Junior Rotax is out once again then. Their third heat of today's action. A few different names that we might not have seen out so far today, and a few names that we would have seen out earlier who aren't out in this one. Of course, 5 heats across today's action. Drivers all completing in 3 of those. But as you can probably see on the cameras, the slippery surface flags are indeed out. We're getting a little bit more rainfall here, which is going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the Junior Rotaxes. Let's try and run you through the grid as quickly as I can. Although saying that, I can see that the chevron flag's out, so I think I'm going to get a bit more time. They are going to go around again, thank goodness. Right, so the grid for this one. Max Carlton and Karthik Kameta are on the front row, with Jensen Cox and Charlie Huelm on row 2. Harvey Lee Winterridge and Ava Morris are on row 3. With Alexander Stefanov and Sam Mott on row 4. Milo Madison and Jensen Collins are on row 5, with Travis Rhodes and Alfred Matthews on row 6. Matthew Grove and Michael Gurney are on row 7, with Joshua Whitcomb and Jonas Janazauskas on row 8. Nikolaos Gorzolidis and Alfie Clark on row 9, with Matthew Whitmarsh and Leo Basterfield on row 10. Then it's Jack Price and Lewis Joyner, Jaden Shearing and Jacob Sinfield, and Jacob Feltham rounds out the 25 drivers on the grid for this one. We did see one driver going for a spin before the race start. Looks as though we got a chevron flag yet again here. Drivers going round once more to get a bit more heat in the tyres, and they're definitely going to need that for this race start. With that little bit of precipitation falling, I'm trying to look closely at my commentary box window to see if any more is actually falling. It doesn't look to be, so I think a very, very brief light shower here, but just could catch a few of the drivers out as they go to full green flag racing conditions. We'll wait and see. It's always a difficult one, especially on those slick tyres. As always, it looks like we're going to a red flag. It looks like we're going to a red flag here in Junior Max Heat number 3. So they're supposed to be stopping at the front of the grid. No one is stopping though. Everyone keeps on going through. So they're going to go round again. As yeah, the drivers at the front were trying to do the right thing and coming to a halt, but the drivers in behind weren't really following that. And now everyone's a little bit confused as to whether they should keep going or whether they should stop. So they're being told to keep going round again. They'll come through and stop on the start-finish straight when they come round again. But hopefully some of the drivers who clattered into the back of other drivers there as they came to a halt haven't got dropped down nose cone penalties because of that. But yeah, red flag, everyone should know, means come to a full stop on the start-finish straight. I mean, it did come out as they were all coming around the final corner, but still, you need to be ready for anything to happen, and that red flag does come out. So the drivers will come round and come to a full stop on the start-finish grid, but we'll soon be getting Junior Rotax Heat number 3 underway shortly. We'll just go to a short break while we get this red flag over and done with.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look
So then, after a stern talking to from the from the powers that be here at Forest Edge, they'll go round again and try and kick off this Heat 3 for Junior Rotax. It was just Karthik Kameta going a little bit too fast around the final corner, needing to slow it down and allow the 2x2 formation to slowly and surely come round the final corner. It looks as though we're going to go to a chevron flag once again, though, and Karthik going a little bit slowly across the line there. Getting a little bit confused as to what's going on this race start. We'll go around again for another opportunity. I think potentially Karthik might have been on the wrong side of the grid there coming across the line. I think that's what the driver in behind of Charlie Hume was gesticulating, that Karthik should have been in front of him, not in front of the other side of the grid. Because of course if that happens, I think Charlie would then get a jump start penalty if he pulls forward into the available slot. So they'll go round for another rolling up lap here in Junior Rotax. We were pretty much on schedule. This might set us back a couple of minutes, but shouldn't be too detrimental in terms of the running order for today's racing. Right then, what is this? 5th time of asking for Heat 3 of Junior Rotax. Come on, boys and girls. Let's get this one started. There we go. The lights are out, underway and racing side by side to the first corner and off on the grass already goes the 58. Drivers are going side by side there, and Jensen Cox from 3rd place gets forced out wide and off early on in this one. Drivers are all a bit eager to get that one underway, and the biggest loser from that one was Jensen Cox, as the Coles Racing driver forced off on the grass immediately there in sector number 1. Big slide there for the lead of the race. As that it can't be Max Carlton, he'd be up 14 places. That would be ridiculous for the 15. Actually, tell a lie, Max Carlton should have been on the pole position, so my apologies. I think it is Max Carlton there. The 32 is in the lead of the race. That's Eva Morris has got to the lead of the race. So Eva Morris comes across the line in 1st place. Charlie Humes in 2nd. Harvey Lee Winterich in 3rd. And then leading the secondary pack is Max Carlton and Karthik Kameta, your two drivers from the front row of the grid for this race. Lead up that secondary pack from 4th place backwards. Great first lap from Joshua Whitcomb. He's up 7 spots already in this race. Up from 14th to 7th at the start of this one. But as I say, biggest loser on the first lap, Jensen Cox, as he was forced off of the track down at the first couple of corners. And he's down, languishing in 24th at the moment, trying to chase down at the back of the pack. Top 3 still line astern, though, still headed up by Morris, followed by Hulme and Winterich. Moves galore, though, down at the final corner. Kameta has got through. Kameta stays in 5th place. It's Manderson in behind that's got through, and now that's Kameta getting forced out wide through the Haynes Loop. 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers following through as they go into Johnny's. That was the 47 of Alfred Matthews, seeing if they could file their way through as well. So that could be Kameta from 5th to 10th in one sector of the circuit if Matthews is able to find a way through. And he does get through by the time they get into the bus stop chicane. So a poor 4th lap even from Karthik Kameta. As we see that negative momentum shuffling him back down the order. Side by side for the lead of the race, though. That's the 55 of Charlie Hume, trying to find a way through on Eva Morris. Couldn't quite do it that time at the final corner. Was on the outside line. Gets shuffled back as they get to corner exit. And Harvey Lee Winterich sitting back and waiting for the race to come to him. Joshua Whitcomb up 2 more places on that last lap. Started 15th in this race. He's now up to P5. And he's chasing down the pole sitter of Max Carlton. About a second or so between those two drivers as we head through lap number 5. Top 3 still line astern then. They come down towards Climate to end yet another lap. Bit of no man's land for Max Carlton at the moment. As I mentioned, Joshua Whitcomb leading that next charging group. He's got Milo Manderson and Sam Mott with him for company. He's dragging them along towards the leaders. And then that squabble of 4 in behind. Kameta trying it down the inside. A little bit too late on the brakes there. Backs out of that one as they get to the inside. Was thinking about a re-overtake on Matthews, as Matthews gets a contact warning for his troubles as well. And Leo Barsterfield and Travis Rose are in that squabble as well. From 9th place down to P12. Top 3 still very, very close. None of them quite thinking about a move, though, as they head through into Sector 3 once more. We're just about to hit half race distance then already in this Junior Rotax Heat number 3. Side by side for 4th place in the background. It's going to be the up and under from Joshua Whitcomb, but can't quite get enough good enough exit to go for it. He now has to defend from the driver in behind. That's Milo Manderson trying to find a way through. Attempts the up and under into Haynes Loop, but can't quite get the overlap. Has to slot back in once again. And Sam Mott now joins the back of that 4-kart train. So 5th to 8th place, those drivers are battling over. Does it change as they come up in towards the bus stop chicane? There as they were. There's the inside line though. Up towards midgets for Joshua Whitcomb. Can he get the inside line? Yes, he can. Down the inside goes Whitcomb. There's contact in behind though. Carlton and Manderson get together, and Carlton's going to get shuffled out wide as they come down in towards Climate Corner. Through Tollies they go then. It's the 82 of Milo Manderson who's through into 5th place. Max Carlton is down into 6th, and there's a yellow flag down into the Haynes Loop. That was a move down the inside under yellow flags from the number 56. That was Jonas Januzauskas making a move under yellow flags. Now he was re-overtaken on the exit, but he did still make that move under yellows. We got one driver off down at the bottom of the corner. Matthew Grove it is who spun out down at the Haynes Loop and looks to be out of this race, sadly for Matthew. But through they go then. There's a change to the lead. There's been a change to the lead then. Is that Harvey Lee Wintridge who's got through into the lead of the race? Yes, it is. Harvey Lee Wintridge to the front of the field. Ava Morris now in 2nd. And we've got 5 drivers now in a queue for the lead of the race. Charlie Hume, Joshua Whitcomb and Milo Manderson all joining the fray in this battle for the win here in Heat 3 in Junior Rotax. We've seen great battlings throughout the day in the juniors, but this has been the closest one at the sharp end of the field so far, and we've still got just over a minute and a half left to go. No driver seemingly able to pull away from this one, and there's the move for 3rd place. Down the inside goes Joshua Whitcomb, and he makes it stick on the exit of midgets. I think that might have been on his potential. No, it's not on the teammate. His teammate's in the lead of the race. That was on the 55 of Charlie Hume that he's made that move on. And now we've got a 6th driver joining this battle. Sam Mott once again involved with this one as he joins the back of the train. They head through into Johnny's once more. And not far behind are Max Carlton and Leo Barsterfield as well. They're closing in on that leading battle. They're about a second off of it as they come across the line here to start lap number 10. Less than a minute left to go though on the clock. Moving over to defend, sort of a half attack, half defence there from Eva Morris, as she knows that Joshua Whitcomb's right behind. Whitcomb scything backwards and forwards there to the inside, to the outside. Can't quite find a way through on Eva Morris. And that's giving the tiniest bit of breathing room to the Coles Racing driver, Harvey Lee Wintridge, exactly what he needs at the sharp end of the order. Barsterfield is through on Carlton for 7th place. Milo Manderson has got through on Charlie Hume as well in that battle pack at the front of the order. So pole sitter Max Carlton just dropping down to the bottom end of the top 10. Still going to be a good race result from him though, as Morris is right over the back. Will this be the move down the inside into midgets? No. Wintridge covers it off then. Time is going to tick down to 0. They're going to be going on to the final lap next time around, and Morris under so much pressure down into Climber. Whitcomb trying to find a way through, but Manderson's there as well, trying to make up the most of it. Here comes Sam Mott, is that? Yes, the 91. The 91 of Leo Barsterfield it is. So it was Mott and Barsterfield both through. Charlie Hume relegated from 5th to 7th on the penultimate lap of the race. But they're on to the last 1,100 metres of this Junior Rotax Heat number 3. How will it be as they head up into the bus stop chicane? Still Wintridge in the lead, but Morris all over his rear bumper. There's Whitcomb and Manderson as well. Will we see any changes here through sector number 3? No one goes for it. Up into midgets. Only 2 more overtaking opportunities. We head down in towards Climate. Wintridge has led a brilliant race after getting overtaken on Eva Morris. Morris under pressure there at the final corner as Whitcomb tries to get through. They go side by side across the line, but Eva Morris holds on to 2nd place, and Harvey Lee Wintridge takes the win on the road. Didn't crack under the pressure there. Brilliant racing from those drivers at the sharp end of the order, but it goes the way of Harvey Lee Wintridge. Eva Morris in 2nd place. Despite the attempt from Joshua Whitcomb at the final corner, Eva was able to get a good enough exit to hold on to P2. Whitcomb settles for 3rd place with Milo Manderson and Sam Mott, your top 5. Leo Barsterfield, Charlie Hume, Max Carlton, Travis Rose and Alfred Matthews, your top 10, with Travis Rose getting the fastest lap in this race. So well done to him with a 41.4. Karthik Kometa just finishing outside of the top 10 with Jonas Janazauskas in behind. Then Alexander Stefanov, Nikolaos Gozalidis. Then Jaden Shearing, Michael Gurney, Jensen Collins, Jacob Sinfield, Alfie Clark and Jacob Felton. That's your top 20. Followed across the line by Matthew Whitmarsh, Jensen Koch, Lewis Joyner and Matthew Grove. Sadly, it looks like we lost Lewis Joyner and Matthew Grove from that race, though. A few laps down, both of those drivers were. Well, great battling. That's probably one of the best scraps we've seen at the front of the order all day there in Junior Rotax, and to be honest, across the entirety of the classes here at Forest Edge for round number 8. That was fantastic. Look forward to seeing them out. Of course, 2 more heats still to come for Junior Rotax, Heat 4 and 5. We'll have Heat 4 just before the lunch break, and we'll have Heat 5 just after the lunch break. So lots to stick around for, but we'll continue to move on to race number 12 of the day. To remind you, 18 races before the lunch break. This next one is race number 12. It's the Rotax Cadets for their Heat number 2.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it.
track go the Rotax Cadets then. They're heat number 2. About to get underway. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Tommy Morris and Kieran Ranger are on the front row with Oscar Churches and Freya Bond on row number 2. Oatley Riggs and Ethan Coupland on row 3 with Travis Giddings, Rio Pocock and Arthur Kaiser. That's the 9 karts on the grid for this one. Arthur Kaiser getting his first ever top 3 finish in heat number 1. He's going to have his work cut out for him to repeat that from the back row of the grid on this one, but we'll wait and see. Oatley Riggs won by a huge margin in the first heat of the day. Won by, if I can double check quickly enough, 4.5 seconds ahead of Arthur Kaiser. This time Oatley starting down in P5, so he'll have a tougher job of it as well. Right, here they come then, 2 by 2 up to the lights. We're underway and racing already. First time of asking, that's how you do it, juniors. Let's go then, down to the first couple of corners. Already sidling through to the lead then. Don't tell me that's Oatley Riggs. It's a similar paint job, but I don't think it is. It's KR Sport Kart that's got to. It's the 79 of Tommy Morris. He's held on to the lead well then through the first couple of corners. And as they head through down into sector number 2, good start from Mr. Tommy Morris. Now, where did Tommy finish? He was in 8th place in the first heat of the day, but he's already starting to scamper off with this one. Tommy creating a huge gap already as there's a change to second place up at midgets. I think that may just be Oatley Riggs moving up into P2. If the colours are anything to go by, yes it is. The WC plate winner from Clay Pigeon moves up into second place already. So from 5th place on the grid to second place for your winner in heat number 1. Across the line comes the 82 of Kieran Ranger in 3rd place. Then it's Oscar Churches in 4th, Ethan Coupland in 5th, Freya Bond in 6th, Arthur Kaiser up 2 to P7, and Rio Pocock, Travis Giddings. That's your 9 karts out in the race at the moment. A great start of this race from Tommy Morris, and really turning around form from that first race of the day. Had a fastest lap of a 49.38. Whereas Oakley was in the 47s, so 47.89. But to be honest, they've created such a gap that even if Tommy is unable to match the pace of Oakley and gives up the race win to him, he might just be able to hold on to a P2 here. It's been a great start of the race for Tommy Morris as they're all battling in behind. Ethan Coupland has got past Kieran Ranger and Oscar Churches on lap number 2. And the Coles Racing driver moves his way through into 3rd place, relegates Ranger to 4th and Churches to 5th. And we basically got 3rd place backwards, all in a train now. Coupland, Ranger, Churches, Bond, Kaiser, Pocock and Giddings. As there is Oatley Riggs now closing up to that rear bumper of Tommy Morris. 47.91 now. He was 7/10 of a second faster on the last lap, and he started this lap 7/10 behind, and now he's right on the rear bumper of the KR Sport Kart. The WC plate thinking about it down to the first corner. Doesn't quite go for it though through the Haynes loop, and Tommy Morris on the 79 continues to hold on to the race lead. 48.58 from Tommy Morris. He's already gone 8/10 of a second faster than his best lap in the first race of the day. Great to see the improvement from Tommy Morris already. He's doing his best to fend off from the WC plate, but I'm afraid Oatley Riggs has got it done down at Winger's Dip. And through they go into sector number 3 now, the WC plate. Oatley Riggs leads the race once again. Looking like it could be a perfect day here today from Oatley Riggs. He took the race win already in heat number 1. He's looking to repeat that again here in heat number 2. Ethan Coupland there in 3rd place. It's all changed in behind though. It's been a poor lap for Kieran Ranger. He's been shuffled down 4 positions. Oscar Churches, Arthur Kaiser, Freya Bond and Rio Pocock have all managed to get through on that last lap. A 51-second lap leads me to believe nothing hugely has gone wrong for Kieran Ranger. He's simply been shuffled out wide and all of them have steam trained their way through. And Kieran, P7 in race number 1, now currently sitting in P8. I will say as well in the first race today, there was a 5-second nose cone penalty for Freya Bond. Lucky enough for her, she was over 5 seconds ahead of the next driver, so she stayed in 5th place despite the penalty at the end of the day. She's racing in 6th at the moment. That's a big send into the final corner from the 24, Freya Bond, down the inside. And that's Arthur Kaiser slipping down as Rio Pocock follows him through. Kaiser trying it down the inside though into the Haynes loop, just about given the room there by Rio on the 66. They're still going to be side by side into Johnny's, but it is Rio Pocock who finally gets the move done and takes 6th place away. So it was initially caused there by that late move down the inside from Freya Bond into Tollies that lost the momentum for Arthur Kaiser. Rio Pocock able to use that corner exit to take the spot for himself. And Arthur Kaiser, after a good start to this race, getting up from right at the back of the grid to P5, gained 4 spots early on, now shuffles back to P7. And now Freya Bond all over the rear bumper of Oscar Churches. And Arthur Kaiser doing his best to find a way back through on Rio Pocock. Gets the up and under on the exit of the final corner, but Rio closes the door and says, I'm not allowing you through that easy. Holds on to his 6th place as they head through onto lap number 7. Let's have a quick double check then of your Rotax Cadet standings. Again, as I said, Oakley Riggs 2nd place in the standings coming into today, but with this perfect form, despite Ethan Coutland still being out there on circuit today, it's looking like he might take the championship lead going into the final round of the season next round if he carries on like this. But Ethan Coutland doing his best to nullify the perfect day so far for Oakley Riggs as he closes down the 2nd place driver at the moment of Tommy Morris. And still 2x2 battles going on in behind them. Still squabbles between Oscar Churches and Freya Bond, Rio Pocock and Arthur Kaiser, and now Kieran Ranger and Travis Giddings. Giddings closing up to the back of Kieran Ranger after he lost those few positions only a couple of laps ago. And there we can see out of the bus stop chicane, this might be the move for 2nd place at Midgets. Coupland thinks better of it this time. 40 seconds left to go on the clock, so I imagine this will be Oakley Riggs going on to the penultimate lap of this race. 2 more laps for Tommy Morris to try and hold on to this 2nd place. Ethan Coupland gets a contact warning for his troubles as he tries to find a way through on Tommy Morris. We'll keep an eye on those two. Battles continuing though, and as Rio Pocock tries to hold on to 6th place, that's allowed for Kieran Ranger and Travis Giddings to close up the gap between those two. So a 2x2 battle is becoming a 4-way battle for P6. And in front of them, Freya Bond has made the move on Oscar Churches. Relegates Oscar down into 5th place as the timer now hits 0. So we'll be going on to the last lap of the race as we see up into Sector 3. Ethan Coupland gets the move done on Tommy Morris. Relegates Tommy down to 3rd place. He'll have 1 more lap to try and fight back as Oakley Riggs leads us on to the last 1,100 metres. In behind, there's Freya Bond now ahead of Oscar Churches, and side by side across the line, 19 of Arthur Kaiser has to back out of that one, and that gives the opportunity to Kieran Ranger to go down the inside, and they make a bit of contact on the exit. That was nearly straight to the scene of the accident there for Arthur Kaiser as he went up and over the rear bumper of Kieran Ranger. Luckily, he landed back on all 4 wheels and was able to gather it back up before finding the barrier on the outside there as they headed in towards Johnny's. That would have been a pretty quick accident as well for Arthur Kaiser, so I'm glad he was able to sort that one out. There is Oakley Riggs slapping his nose cone, slapping the Nassau panel. He's very happy about that result as he continues his perfect results from today. Coupland and Morris come across the line in 2nd and 3rd. Oscar Churches gets past Freya Bond on the last lap. It's a run to the line between the 19 and the 82, and Arthur Kaiser steals 7th place back from Kieran Ranger. So Churches gets back through on Bond for 4th place on that last lap. Pocock holds on to 6th place, and Kaiser, despite nearly finding the wall there on that last lap, battling with Ranger, gets him back past at the final corner and holds on to 7th place. So it was Oakley Riggs from Ethan Coutland and Tommy Morris. Well done to Tommy Morris there, getting a 3rd place finish out of that race. Oscar Churches and Freya Bond, your top 5, followed by Rio Pocock, Arthur Kaiser, Kieran Ranger and Travis Giddings. All 9 drivers making it to the checkered flag in that one, which is always good to see. Well, that's their heat number 2 done and dusted. We'll see them out later for their heat 3 after the lunch break. But out next for their heat 2, once again the slightly older brothers and sisters of the Rotax Cadets, it's of course the Rotax Inters.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further.
Out on track then go our Rotax Inters. What a Heat 1 it was earlier on today. The three championship contenders, Stoneman, Cozzens and Milam, battling tooth and nail all the way to the checkered flag. And hopefully we see that again here in Heat number 2. Let's run you through the grid. Harrison Stacey and Oscar Roach are on the front row, with Tyler Banks and Nathan Rond on row 2. Ethan Cozzens and Warwick Milam on row 3, with Sebastian Mattel and Zach Jellings on row 4. Jack Blackman and Fenton Stoneman are on row 5, with Matthew Lilly and Oliver Dan, your 12 drivers out in this race. Well, let's see then how it goes. Up to the tram lines come our 12 drivers. Lights go out. We're underway and racing in Heat number 2 for Rotax Inter. Already off in the front row of the grid. The 21 of Harrison Stacey goes round off onto the grass and potentially out of the race already. They're battling side by side for the lead. That's the 96 of Oscar Roach and the 39 of Tyler Banks going side by side as they head through Johnny's. But up and out of the cart gets Harrison Stacey. His race over as quickly as it started. And the pole sitter out already. That's a gutting way to end Heat number 2 for Harrison Stacey. But the battle's continuing up towards midgets. It's all squabbling over second place as they're trying to sort each other out. Contact warning for Ethan Cozzens as there's the move for the lead. Down the inside goes the 39, but won't have the inside line as they come into the final corner. There goes Stoneman, I think it is, through into second place. Here comes the 35 of Warwick Milam as well. Yellow flag though, and they're all going side by side. I don't even know how you're going to tell who was at fault there, because they were all pretty much side by side going into the yellow flag zone. But either way, they all make it out of it unscathed. Stoneman into second place. He's up 6 places on that first lap of the race. Milam going with him, up 3 places. Matthew Lilly up 5 as well. Great bit of racing already. As off onto the grass. That would have been 6th place of Jack Jennings, who was off on the grass there on the exit of the bus stop chicane. He manages to rejoin. Does lose a place though to Matthew Lilly as he motors on towards the leading squabble. But Fenton Stoneman has taken the lead of the race. Relegates Oscar Roach down to P2 on that lap of the race. The yellow flags have gone in late down the inside. Warwick Milam tries to get the move done on Oscar Roach, but can't quite get far enough alongside. And now he's got the SC plate of Ethan Collins right up his chuff as they head down in towards sector number 2. It's going to be very close between these 2 drivers once again. We saw Stoneman versus Milam versus Cozzens in the first race, and now they've got more Giants joining the fray. Off. Is that the SC plate that's off as well? They were battling over 3rd place. I think it might just be Ethan Cozzens who's been forced out wide there by Warwick Milam as they came to the exit and off and round as well. A driver in the background spinning round. We'll see who that is when they come to the end of this lap. Milam's still there, and it is indeed Cozzens. He puts his hand up in the air in frustration, but he's dropped down to 8th place. So Cozzens will now have the bit between his teeth to fight back through. It was Jack Blackman who found himself rotating up at midgets there on lap number 3. But let's see how that one continues. So Cozzens has a contact warning from earlier on this race. Warwick Milam now gets one for shoving off Ethan Cozzens on the exit of the bus stop chicane. But Stoneman still in the lead of this race. Oscar Roach, though, a little bit faster on that last lap, so don't count out Oscar Roach from this race. The RCE team member pressing on nicely. Milam still in 4th, and now Tyler Banks is the driver to take that fastest lap of the race. More drivers getting involved with the leading squabble here, and Matthew Lilly is involved in that top 5 gaggle as well. Cozzens piling on the pressure to Zach Jennings as he tries to get 7th place back for himself. As Oscar Roach finished in 10th place in the earlier race. He did have a +5 second penalty for a nose cone penalty, but so did all the drivers around him really as well. So don't think that made a huge difference for Oscar, but he's battling fantastically here in heat number 2. As someone's off up at midgets. Someone is off. Is that one of our championship contenders? Is that Warwick Milam? Is that Warwick Milam? Yes, it is. Warwick Milam is off and out of the race. Milam, after getting thrown back from first to third on the last lap of Heat 1, is out of Heat number 2. He's punching the air in frustration. Absolutely gutted that he's out of this race. He's parked up on the grass on the inside of Midget's corner. I think that is just a mechanical failure for Warwick Milam. He's absolutely gutted about that one. Was right up and involved the leading squabble in third place. And that gifts Tyler Banks that third position. Matthew Lilly now up to fourth. Nathan Rond up to fifth. And Ethan Cousins, after getting past Jack Jennings on the last lap, takes sixth place. As he looks to close up the gap to the rest of the karters in front of him. But one of the championship contenders then falling by the wayside. We saw there was a very marginal amount of points separating them going into today's racing. Maybe 7 or 8 points separating the top 3 in the standings. Ethan Cousins leading the standings, followed by Warwick Milam and then Fenton Stoneman. But Stoneman took the win in Heat number 1. He's commanding this race so far from the front of the field here in Heat number 2. If he can continue a perfect day, that'll be great for his championship charge. Move down the inside for third place. Great late dive to the inside. Down at the Haynes Loop there for Matthew Lilly. Bold move down the inside for the number 20, and he takes third place away from Tyler Banks. Tyler unable to answer that one with a re-overtake. And now they'll see if they can close the gap to the 2 leaders. Still just over a minute left to go in this race. So definitely not all said and done in this one. But Stoneman still at the sharp end of the field. Oscar Roach just keeping within earshot there as they have identical fastest laps of the race. It's Nathan Rond on the 67, the Sony Vitesse driver who has the fastest lap of the race. He's just got another one. First driver down into the 43s as we've got a spinner on the exit of Climate. That's the 77 of Sebastian Mattel. He's gone for a spin on the exit of Climate. Hopefully he can get himself restarted. But he's effectively out of this race as the number 77. Hopefully he can clear his kart out of the way before the leaders come through to end this lap. He's right on the exit of the corner. He does get it restarted. The 77 will rejoin the race, but Mattel almost a lap behind his fellow competitors now. Here come those leaders though, through into the final corner. Roach is closer than ever as they come through, Tollies. 15 seconds on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Here goes the SC plate. Late move down the inside, possibly a little bit too late as Tyler Banks chops back across. Ethan Cousins now has the fastest lap of the race, a 43.83. A little bit faster than Nathan Rond's fastest lap. And those two, the only drivers, the two Sodi drivers, getting the fastest laps of this race. Cousins trying it down the inside on Tyler Banks, unable to make it work into the first couple of corners. But we keep an eye on those leaders. Still Stoneman ahead of Roach, ahead of Lilly. But those three now line astern. Will we see any changes over this last lap of the race? The SC plate has now made it work. Ethan Cousins is through on Tyler Banks as they head into the last 1.1 kilometres of this race. But I think Cousins a bit too far back. He's going to need calamities ahead here on this last lap to make up any further positions. Through Johnny's they go. And down towards Winger's Dip. And Stoneman seems to have this one pretty much signed, sealed and delivered if he can hold his bottle here through the last part of the race. Through the bus stop chicane they go then, and now fourth place of Nathan Rond is all over the back of the top 3. They're all chopping and changing as they're trying to find a bit of track position here into the final part of the lap, but I don't think there's going to be any changes. Fenton Stoneman, your winner in heat number 1, is going to come round the final corner, and he's going to take the win here in heat number 2. Changes to third place as they come to the line, but Matthew Lilly just about holds on to it with the up and under. Great bit of racing at the front of the order, and once again, just like in Heat 1, great battles at the sharp end, but this time even more drivers involved, not just our championship contenders. Lots of drivers finding some great pace in that race, and meaning that we had pretty much a 5-6 kart squabble for the entire of the race there for the lead. But Fenton Stoneman once again holds on to it. And that's all the championship standings are going to remember. 2 race wins so far in round number 8 for the number 48 of Fenton Stoneman. Oscar Roach and Matthew Lilly were your top 3, with Nathan Rond and Ethan Cousins your top 5. Then Tyler Banks, Zach Jennings, Oliver Dan and Jack Blackman. Then Sebastian Mittel, there he comes across the line to finish your 10 finishes in that race. Of course, we lost Warwick Milam back on lap number 5 of the race. We do think just because of a mechanical failure, sadly for Warwick, but that's not going to help him in terms of a championship charge. He'll be happy that championship leader Ethan Cousins only finished in 5th place, but once again, Fenton Stoneman, another win under his belt and more points to add to that championship tally. Well, Rotax Sinters will see them out for their heat number 3 later on after the lunch break, but on to yet another heat number 2. This time it'll be the senior Rotaxes that we see out next.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you.
Senior Rotaxes heading out of the pit lane then. The second time we've seen them out on circuit so far today. Let's run you through the grid for this race. We're about to get it underway. Let's get the grid up for this one then. Struggling with a bit of signal here today. Right, William Ray and Kieran Ives. That's your front row for this one. Bradley Howes and Luke Oliver are on row 2. Jack West and Michael Pugh on row 3, with Matt Jones and Paolo Nunes-Aranda on row 4. Then it's Ben Hicks and Ellie Davidson on the top 10. Dominic Cousins, Ben Ballou, Sam Harrison, Ethan Lomax, Elliot Rice, Liam Natey, David Simpson, Rachel Robertson, George Hulme and Aidan Blair. That's the 20 karts on the grid for this one. It looks like we should get it underway. First time of asking. Senior Rotax Heat 2, and a bit of contact over the line. How did none of them reach the grass there on the outside? There was a lot of sidepod to sidepod contact there, and somehow Kieran Ives slots through into the lead of the race. They head through Johnny's, and again, all of them somehow made it through. Nice and aggressive on this Senior Rotax Heat number 2 race start. I think for some of them, maybe a little bit too aggressive, but Kieran Ives isn't going to care about that. He takes the race lead early on in this one. Through into sector number 3 they come already then. Still Kieran Ives in the lead of the race. In behind is the 97 of Luke Oliver. He's gone from 4th to 2nd on this race start. And it's Michael Pugh up 3 into 3rd place then. Side by side down into the Haynes Loop. That's in the middle of the pack. That's for about 10th or 11th position, I would say. 84 making the move on the 32. Yeah, that's Ben Hicks through into 11th place past Ethan Lomax. Ben Ballou up 3 places on that first lap as well, up into P10. Emily Davison having a bit of an issue on that first lap, though. That must have been out of my eye line. She's lost a lot of time on that first lap, and 8 positions for her troubles as well, sadly, for Emily Davison. As there's a change for the lead, is there? Yes, Luke Oliver's through on Kieran Ives then on lap number 2. As all side by side across the curb. That's gutsy for the 52 of Sam Harrison, trying to keep his foot in on the accelerator there, but still just getting shuffled back in that huge squabble from about 9th place backwards. We've got 9th to 18th, all in about one singular queue, heading through now into the bus stop chicane. Headed up by Ben Ballou. And he's a bit of a cork in the bottle, it seems, at the moment. Move down the inside, up there at midgets. Over the curb, though. Bit of side pod to side pod squabbling, I think, between a few of them there. As I do think that is that Ballou getting forced backwards? No, it's Paolo Nunes-Aranda, sorry, of course. Part of the same team. And even more confusingly, I'm pretty sure Paolo has one of Ben Ballou's suits on. We'll see as they come around once again, but it's definitely the 14 of Paolo Nunes-Aranda who's getting shuffled back there. He was the one that was the cork in the bottle there in that squabble. That's all. I've just seen that the results for Heat 1 have changed massively. Let's run through how it's all finishing at the end of this lap before we get to that. Jack West has made some moves on the last lap. He's through on Kieran Ives up into 2nd place, and he's now got the fastest lap of the race, a 40.14. He's closed down Luke Oliver, and he's right on the tail of Luke Oliver, the KR Sport driver, pressing on nicely here on lap number 5. Fastest driver by a good 10th or 2 ahead of anyone else out there on circuit for the moment. Now, I've seen Emily Davison, who had that issue at the first lap of this race, was disqualified for a scrutineer non-compliance in Heat number 1. And your 2 leaders on track, I think in the last race, I want to say if I'm correctly, plus 10 seconds for Jack West. He now takes the lead of the race here in Heat number 2 as he gets past Luke Oliver on lap number 5. But he had a plus 10 second penalty in the first race that dropped him down from 1st to 14th place, and Ben Ballou from 2nd to 15th place again for a plus 10 second penalty for causing a collision. So less than ideal for Jack West and Ben Ballou, and that gifted Rachel Robertson the race win. She was up 10 places then by the end of everything, once everything was said and done in Heat number 1. Rachel Robertson currently in P14 in this race, but starting off with a win in Heat 1. That's going to set her up nicely for the grid for the finals later on today. But Jack West trying to right the wrongs of Heat number 1 then, and try and take the race win that he got on circuit in Heat number 1, but won't get the points for in the championship standings. But this one, he'll be hoping he's done it all a little bit cleaner. No causing a collision for Jack West. And he's leading now by over 0.6 of a second as they head through onto lap number 7. Battles still going on from about third place backwards. William Ray and Michael Pugh both got through on Kieran Ives from the last lap, and now it's Mac Jones who's managed to get through here on this lap. He gets up into P5, relegates Kieran Ives to 6th place. In behind, Ben Ballou's through on Bradley Howes as well. That's a change for P8. As then the 32 of Ethan Lomax is right in behind them as well. He caps off the top 10. As those drivers are sort of breaking away from the squabble in behind, and that squabble in behind is sort of the teen positions has subsided somewhat, and they've all created a bit of a gap. I will say it does seem as though the cloud is starting to drop here again at Forest Edge. Potential for some more rainfall. It's been here and there just waiting around here at the Forest Edge circuit, threatening some precipitation, but we've only seen a little bit here and there. No need for wet tyres at any point throughout today's running, but weather a lot more what we would expect in October than what we had yesterday for the testing. Sunny blue skies, at least it was down at Rye House yesterday. I imagine it was down here at Forest Edge as well, but that hasn't continued here into Sunday's action. Is off! Second place is off. That's Luke Oliver, wide at midgets. He rejoins the circuit, and drivers managing to get past and through without making contact as he rejoins. But that was, I think, just a mistake there for the 97 of Luke Oliver. Where is he going to slip down to? He's looking down at the rear left of his car. Does he feel he's got an issue with the car? Is he going to carry on or come into the pits? He does carry on. He's dropped down to P10 with that issue. But either way, he was wide and jumping over the mud and the dirt on the outside of midgets there. And Luke Oliver down to P10 then. And that was just as Michael Pugh made the move on William Ray. So Michael Pugh effectively up from P4 to P2 in that one. And now Jack West will have a lead of about 2.5 seconds as he comes through here. He's going to start the penultimate lap of the race with 15 seconds left to go on the clock. And now we're line astern from about 2nd place backwards. There is the 97 of Luke Oliver trying to regain some places that he just lost. He gets past Bradley Howes for P10 down at Tolly's. He's trying to rejoin this train of basically, as I say, 2nd down to about 11th place. All in a train now as we head through the penultimate lap of this Heat 2 of the senior Rotaxes. And they're all so close heading up into midgets. There is a late move down the inside and 2 late. Off the track go 3 of our drivers. That was a move from Luke Oliver that caused all of that. He went 2 late down the inside, forced off Ethan Lomax, and they took another driver with them as well. I couldn't quite see who that was. So as they come through to end the lap, it was Dominic Cousins, Ethan Lomax and Luke Oliver who all went off there up at midgets. So as we go on to the last lap then, Dominic Cousins, the biggest loser of that one, he drops down into P17. Luke Oliver and Ethan Lomax rejoin in 12th and 13th respectively, but I can only imagine that Luke Oliver's going to get some sort of penalty for that move, just too late on the brakes there, as there's definitely rain starting to fall outside. I said it was threatening as the cloud cover drops here at Forest Edge, but I can see some more rainfall on the glass of the commentary box window, and you can see how the drivers are just tiptoeing a little bit more as they come down into sector number 3. Jack West is going to get the win on track once again in the number 92, but over the line come the rest of the drivers, all line astern all the way down to Ben Hicks in 9th place. What a race then once again in the senior Rotaxes, but chaos over those last couple of laps and some big changes in the top 10. Jack West, Michael Pugh and William Ray then your top 3, with Matt Jones and Kieran Ives then the top 5. Ben Ballou, George Hulme, Bradley Howes, Ben Hicks and Rachel Robertson the top 10. Luke Oliver managing to hold on to P11 ahead of Elliot Rice, Ethan Lomax, Paulo Nunes-Aranda, Sam Harrison, Liam Nate, Dominic Cousins, Aidan Blair and Emily Davidson. Despite a lot of squabbles in that one, all 19 drivers still making it to the checkered flag. But I think, similarly to Heat 1, potentially some more things to be sorted out in the stewards' room after that one before the result is finalised. So to remind you all the results that I read out on this live stream, all very provisional. But either way, provisionally, Jack West once again wins on circuit. He lost out on the race win in Heat number 1 due to a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. It looked a bit more clean in that one. I think he might have just secured himself full points there from Heat number 2. But we'll wait and see. We'll see them out for Heat number 3 after the lunch break, where we got 4 more races yet to come before said lunch break. Out next, the 177s and the 177 Masters.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like ooh.
177s and 177 Masters heading out on circuit then for their second heat of the day. Getting 2 rolling up laps here as the rain does start to fall ever so slightly more than it did in the last couple of laps there of the senior Rotax racing. You can see how much the drivers are sliding, trying to get some heat into those tyres before they get racing here on those slicks. And let's run you through the grid. Colin Davis in the Masters is on pole position with Oliver Hutchings. He conked out during race number 1 from second place. He'll be hoping for a bit of a better finish at the end of this one. He starts in P2. Daniel Hammett and Archie Elliott are on the second row of the grid with Sophie Jeffrey and Neil Hemming on row 3. William Davies, Gary Cox and Scott Collins round out the 9 drivers on the grid for this race. Now, what a commanding win it was for your Southern Champs Plate winner and your current championship leader in the 177s, Archie Elliott. Won the race by over 9 seconds ahead of Gary Cox, who won it in the Masters. We'll see if they can both repeat that here in heat number 2, though. Lights go out and we are underway and racing. It's all a bit close to the first corner and already off goes the number 90 of Sophie Jeffrey. She manages to rejoin pretty quickly, but there was also a lot of bumping and barging between the top 3. Archie Elliott nearly spinning it round as he got very close to 2 other drivers. 86 all over the curb there through Johnny's as Daniel Hammett tries to find a bit of extra grip. But through they go then down into Winger's Dip. There's definitely less grip than they would have had in their earlier heat, and you can see as they go through the bus stop chicane how much more they're having to slow down to get the car around this Forest Edge kart circuit. But pulling away in the lead of the race, I think that's Oliver Hutchings, is it? Is he in P2? Sorry, no, he is in P2. It's the 83 it is who comes across the line in the lead of the race. So that's Neil Hemming. What a first lap from Neil Hemming. What has happened there? Neil Hemming's had a quality start. He's up 7 places on the first lap of this race. Well, to my reckoning, he was supposed to start in P6, not in P8, but the live timing seems to think he was starting in P8. Oh no, the live timing just can't do any maths, because on the right hand side it says grid position 6 up 5, and then on the left hand side it says he's up 7, so not quite sure what happened there. Either way, Neil Hemming's in the lead of the race with a storming first lap, and that rain definitely getting a little bit heavier, but it's sort of in that midpoint where the driver's going out next. You're not really sure whether you want to, whether you do want to change to wet, so whether you want to stay on slicks or wait and see how that all happens. But Neil Hemming just popping up the visor a little, making sure it's not steaming up. But he's dealing with these conditions very well. Now I want to see whether he's gambled on wet tyres or not. He's flying around the circuit. Second place is Oliver Hutchings. He's dealing with this well, but given that Neil is 3 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the drivers, that leads me to believe that maybe he's on those wet tyres as the drivers tiptoe around the circuit on those slicks. So Neil up 5 spots on that first lap, now pulled out a gap of 6 seconds over the rest of the drivers. As to be fair, Oliver Hutchings has gapped the rest of the field by 6 seconds as well himself, so he's just doing a great job finding the grip where no one else can seem to find it. But as Neil Hemming comes around the final corner once again, yeah, those are definitely wet tyres on Neil Hemming's car, and that's why he has been able to press ahead. So that will be the headline that the rest of the drivers in the following heats need to see, that yeah, the wet tyres are what you need on the kart to be getting a good result on the current circuit conditions. So after this, it'll be the Junior Max heat number 4. So a lot of the junior drivers, I think, will be quickly, as I can actually see now looking out to the paddock, a lot of drivers and mechanics quickly trying to change over from those from the dry tyres to the wet tyres, as it's very much working for Neil Hemming out there on circuit. Over 8 seconds now the gap is. We've got one driver spun as they go through into Johnny's. That's a 22 of Scott Collins, our only novice driver in the Masters class. He managed to get it spun back around and rejoins the circuit though, just before your race leader of Neil Hemming sides through. Now I will say, the rain is definitely subsiding as all drivers are still getting faster out there on circuit. A 48.8 new fastest lap from Neil Hemming, a 50.3 from Oliver Hutchings. So he's only a couple of seconds slower as Oliver Hutchings on terms of lap, and I'm pretty sure that Oliver has slick tyres on. So it could still be a bit here or there as to whether the wets or the dries are good. It really depends on if there's more precipitation falling or if it starts to dry up now. It's only a light smattering across the top section of the circuit, but I mean, to be fair, Neil Hemming's definitely on wets and he's still sliding through the first couple of corners. So clearly not a huge amount of grip to be found out there. Yeah, those are definitely slicks on the 29 of Oliver Hutchings. So there's 2.5 minutes still left to go on the clock here. So Neil Hemming currently leading the Masters. Hutchings ahead of Elliott in terms of the 177s. And then there is the battle for second in the Masters. Daniel Hammett and Colin Davis line astern as they go through into the Haynes Loop. Battle in the background as well. That's Sophie Jeffrey trying to find a way through on William Davies. She can't quite get the inside line there through the Haynes Loop and has to slot back into 8th place overall once again. So currently in the 177s, it's Hutchings from Elliott, then Davies and Jeffrey. In the Masters, it's Hemming from Hammett, then Davis and Cox. And of course Collins as well, bringing up the rear there in the Masters category as well. So 4 drivers in the 177s, 5 in the Masters. It does look as though the 2 Masters drivers of Hammett and Davis might have closed up on this last lap on Archie Elliott. All using those very wide lines, trying to find that bit of grip where maybe the others can't seem to find it. All now clattering that curb on the inside of the track. They get a bit of purchase as Gary Cox has lost out on that last lap. William Davies and Sophie Jeffrey have both snuck through. And the number 14 of Gary Cox slips down to P8. Gary was your victor in the Masters class in heat number 1 earlier on today. So a bit of a fall from grace here in heat number 2 for Gary Cox as he drops down to P8 and P4 in that Masters class. And I will say, look at that. So, has the tide turned out there in terms of the tyres? Oliver Hutchings sets the fastest lap of the race on slick tyres. So all the drivers, they're not going to have time now. There's only 45 seconds left to go of this race. So potentially, the drivers who were bold and staying in the pit lane and not changing over from dry tyres to wet tyres, could they now have the advantage going into the race in the 4th heat for Junior Rotax? This could blow things wide open, not only in terms of setting the grid for the final later on today, but maybe even the championship as well, depending on what our championship contenders decide to do. But either way, 15 seconds left of this race now. Neil Hemming on the penultimate lap of this race. When he comes around next time, he'll see that final lap board. And he's now coming into the bus stop chicane. I think he should be in a second or so. And 3rd place backwards, still haven't even finished the previous lap. As Oliver Hutchings still going even faster, 47.7. He was a whole second quicker than Neil Hemming on that last lap. Now Hemming's done more than enough to extend that gap on the previous laps. That gap's still 8.5 seconds as he comes through now to start the last lap of the race. But has the tide shifted, both metaphorically and literally, in terms of the precipitation out there on circuit? I have to just keep double checking that Hutchings is definitely on slick tyres because he's so much faster than all of the rest of the slick tyre runners out there. Clearly Hutchings a bit of a rainmeister on those slick tyres. able to deal with the slippery and slidiness out there on circuit a little bit better than others, and one of those being Archie Elliott, and round goes the driver in behind. Attempt at the move that was from Daniel Hammett. Archie Elliott closed the door on the exit. There was a tiny bump from rear tyre to front tyre, and round spun Daniel Hammett. He's going to drop all the way down to 8th place because of that one. But here comes your leader. Neil Hemming will come round the final corner and take the overall win in heat number 2. Good choice of tyres from Neil Hemming there on the wets to take the overall win. And it's a win in the 177. So Oliver Hutchings, he comes across the line P2 overall. But as I say, bit of a rain meister Oliver Hutchings is. Great bit of driving from Hutchings there to take the fastest lap of 46.29 in the end from Oliver Hutchings. Here comes Archie Elliott round the final corner to finish in 3rd place overall and 2nd in class. But then Colin Davis, 4th place overall, 2nd in the Masters class. And then nearly side by side across the line there between William Davies and Sophie Jeffrey. Davies just pipping Jeffrey to the flag ahead of Gary Cox and Daniel Hammett, and then Scott Collings. Gutting for Daniel Hammett there. He was battling him well, was keeping Colin Davis at bay, didn't crack under the pressure throughout the race, but just making that move on Archie Elliott there on the penultimate lap of the race. That bit of contact sent him spinning off, and lucky for him, he managed to keep the kart going and rejoin, but sadly has to settle for 8th place overall in that one. Right then, Junior Rotax are out next for their heat number 4, and this is where it's going to get exciting. Slippery surface flag is out on the circuit. Who's going to be on wets? Who's going to be on dries? And which will be the favourable tyre? You've not got long to wait and see. Junior Rotax is up next.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like.
Junior Rotax heading out already, and a couple of drivers already testing the limits of grip out there on circuit. No spinners just yet, but a couple just toying with the grass on the outside of turn number 1. I mean, this is the right time to do that before the race gets underway, I guess. Let's go then. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Leo Basterfield and Danny May Reid are on the front row, with Milo Manderson and Jack Price on row 2. Travis Rose and Maxim Smith on row 3, with Luca Cook and Nikolaos Gorzolidis on row 4. Aidan Clark and Alexander Stefanov are on row 5, with Spencer Trehorn and Finley Hans on row 6. Noah McNicholas and Alfie Clark are on row 7, with Jensen Collins and Karthik Kameta on row 8. Then Harvey Lee Wincheridge and Teddy Cooper, then James Finley and Charles Green, Jacob Felton, Elijah Duss, Lewis Joyner and Theo Jones. Lights are out, we're underway and racing. Good start from the front row of the grid. Leo Basterfield already chopping across and taking the lead. Attempting the up and under on the exit though. Is that Milo Manderson trying to find a way through, or is it Danny May Reid getting involved? It's the number 71 of Jack Price from 4th place. The 24 just decided, Nikolaos just decided he didn't want to do Johnny's there and completely cut across the inside as they almost went 3 wide, as a couple of stragglers now take to the race start a little bit late. That's the number 70 of Theo Jones only just joining the action, as now the marshals have to get the track ready, as he's already gone through now, as the rest of the drivers try and get past the bus stop chicane. One driver flirting with the inside line as there's movements going on down the front of the field. That's the 91 Leo Basterfield fighting his way back to the front of the order. And the top 4, Lau Lila Stern once again. It's Basterfield from Rose, from Price and Smith. That's your top 4. As now Maxim Smith trying to get involved as well. Sorry, Noah McNicholas, it is in 5th place, who's trying to get involved with that top 4 squabble. Luca Cook has had a great first lap of the race. Number 72 up 6 places, also doing a 48.12 lap time. Elijah Dush has had a big move there. Your best novice is up 8 places. Impressive stuff. We've got some big movers, but some big losers as well, sadly, on that first lap. We've got Spencer Trahorn down 10 spots, Alexander Stefanov down 8, and Milo Manderson down 16 places as they drop to the back of the order. But we look forward to our top 4 and off! Big off from the front of the field, almost rejoins the first part of the corner, the number 16. That was a big off for Travis Rose, parks it up. He's looking down at the kart now. Was that just a big mistake or was that a failure of some sort on the kart? I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate, but either way, Travis Rose is out of the race in a big way there down at Climate. It just looked like his kart didn't want to come to a stop there. That was a really weird one for the number 16. And Travis out of this race then. Well, that relinquishes a position up near the sharp end of the order. And that's given Leo Barsterfield the ability to try and pull away here in the lead of the race as they continue to squabble over second place. Maxime Smith, Noah Nicholas and Jack Price still going at it as they head through into the final corner. Smith still in second place from McNicholas, but McNicholas gets the up and under just about as down the inside immediately into Haynes Loop. Back through goes Maxime Smith. That forces McNicholas wide. Price tries the up and under, but he's going to be on the outside line for Johnny's. And he has to stick back once again. Karthik Kometa has had a good start to this race. Karthik has gone from 17th place to 5th so far in this one. And Charles Green has gone from 21st to 6th. Kometa and Green battling over that top 5 place. As we've got a yellow flag off at the top of the hill. Who's that spun round at the top of the circuit? A sort of pinky orangey helmeted driver. I can't quite tell who it is. Oh, I think it might be T.O. Jones. From 19th place, the novice driver who's gone for a bit of a spin. Maxime Smith has made the move work though on Noah Nicholas on that last lap. That's a change to second place as Karthik Kometa has lost out to Charles Green. Green's through up into the top 5 then. Teddy Cooper and Elijah Dush through on Harvey Lee Winteridge. So Harvey Lee, we saw him win the last race, heat number 3 in Junior Rotax. He slipped down to P9 though here in these challenging conditions in heat number 4. Aidan Clark, 2 spots lost on that last lap as well. Jacob Felton and Luca Cook making good movements as well through the pack up into the top 10. But Elijah Dush, great movements from your top novice now up into P8. That's 15 places gained so far in this race for Elijah Dush. And he's continuing to press on. New fastest lap from Leo Barsterfield. It looks like the race is his really, even though we're only just over half race distance in this one. 43.88 extends his gap at the front of the field to 2.5 seconds. Movement still going on in the middle of the order. That was a good move down the inside at the Haynes Loop. The 41 making a move through. That was Spencer Trahorn getting it done on Luca Cook. Spencer moves up into 11th place now as he fights back towards the top 10 after a difficult first lap of the race. A few more drivers as well that were struggling down at the bottom. Aidan Clark moving through as well. James Finley there just behind them as well in 13th as well. Right then, onto a new lap goes Leo Barsterfield. That's the back marker of Jensen Collins who's just behind him. That number 30 is actually a second place driver of Maxime Smith. And Charles Green gaining yet another position. Through on Jack Price. Up into 4th place goes Charles Green. So again, your championship leader. This is his rearward start, basically last of the positions he could be in because he's not a novice, down in 21st place, and that doesn't bother Charles Green. He's already up to 4th, and there's still a good 2 minutes left in this race for him to try and close in on the leaders. So Charles Green nullifying this rearward start and showing why he's in the lead of the championship going into today's action here for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Onto lap 8, then goes Leo Barsterfield. How's that gap looking to P2 and Maxime Smith? He's extended it by another second on that last lap. 3.4 seconds now the gap as Charles Green is up into the top 3. He goes through now on Noah McNicholas and he's only a second now behind Maxime Smith. He's the only driver challenging the lap times of Leo Barsterfield in the lead of the race on the last lap. A personal best from both of them. A 43.62 for Barsterfield, a 43.66 for Green. But fastest lap of the race goes to Milo Manderson. He started in P3 in this one, had some challenges in this race, but is pressing back on nicely. 42.87, nearly a second faster than the 2 next fastest drivers of Barsterfield and Green. That's a ridiculous lap time from Milo Manderson. as he's trying to nullify the mistakes made and the issues had early on in this race. Less than 1 minute now left to go, as side by side through the first couple of corners. That was close between those two drivers. That's Teddy Cooper and Harvey Lee Winteridge battling over 7th place. They're still side by side as they come through into Johnny's Bend. The up and under attempt from Harvey Lee Winteridge, that's getting Spencer Trahorn involved in that battle as well for 7th place. Those three head down towards Winger's Dip for probably the penultimate or maybe the third last time of the race. As here comes the lead around the final corner with 20 seconds left to go. This will be Leo Basterfield starting the penultimate lap. Charles Green has got past Maxime Smith though on the last lap. Has he? No, he hasn't, sorry. I'm getting confused with the back markers. Maxime Smith still just ahead by about 6 or 7 tenths of a second over Charles Green at the front of the order. Timer is going to tick to 0 then as we close in towards the end of this race. More changes. Spencer Trahorn's through on Harvey Lee Winteridge for 8th place then. Teddy Cooper still ahead of them though, and they're closing in on Karthik Kameta, who's just set his personal best of the race. So Karthik having a bit of a better race in this one than he had in heat number 3. Clearly enjoying the slightly treacherous conditions out there. Here comes the leader though of Leo Basterfield. Now with a 5-second gap over Maxime Smith and Charles Green. Basterfield leads us on to the last 1.1 kilometres of this race. Charles Green not with much longer to try and make a move for 2nd place, but Smith is slow off of the final corner. Smith feeling the need to defend here as the up and under attempt from Charles Green is going to get closed off by the time they get to Johnny's. Down to Winger's Dip they go as they battle over 2nd place. Here is the battle coming through your shot for 6th place as Kameta under pressure. Up and under is that Spencer Trahorn getting Teddy Cooper on the exit. And has he got Karthik Kameta as well? Great move from Spencer Trahorn as he gets up and under Karthik Kameta and puts himself up into 6th place. What a battle back through for the number 41 after that really tough first lap for Spencer Trahorn. He's up into the top 6. But here comes your winner, Leo Basterfield, across the line to take the race win. And Charles Green has got through on Maxime Smith on the last lap. The two Guy Cullington karts finishing 1 and 2 in heat number 4 for Junior Rotax. Maxime Smith rounds off that podium with Jack Price, Noah McNicholas, and Jack Price ending out the top 5. Spencer Trahorn battling back through to P6 with Harvey Lee Winteridge, Teddy Cooper, Karthik Kameta and Elijah Dush your top 10. They are followed across the line by Jacob Felton, Lewis Joyner, Luca Cook, Milo Madison battling back to P14 with Alexander Stefanov, James Finley, Aidan Clark, Alfie Clark, Jensen Collins and Theo Jones, the last of your finishes in that one. Sadly, Travis Rose not making it to the end of lap number 2 and Nikolaos Gozolidis not making it to the end of lap number 1. We saw him cutting the inside of Johnny's on the first lap. Maybe not just choosing to do so like I thought at the time. Maybe because he had an issue already and parked it up before even the end of lap number 1. Well, some challenging conditions there for the second to last heat of the day for Junior Rotaxes, but a great battle through the field from Charles Green, your championship leader, from 21st to 2nd in that one, up almost 20 places in that race. We had huge movers though. Green was up 20, McNicholas was up 10, Trahorn was up 12, Trahorn was up 6, Winteridge was up 12, Cooper was up 12, Kameta was up 14, Dush was up 12, Felton was up 13. Big winners and big losers there in that Heat 4 for Junior Rotax. We knew it could throw the cat amongst the pigeons, and it certainly did there in Junior Rotax. We'll see them again for their last heat of the day after the lunch break, and we've only got 2 more to go until that all-important lunch break. Firstly, of course, only 5 minutes plus 1 lap for the Superkarts, and then a 7-minute plus 1 lap race for the Formula Blues, and then it'll be around a 30 or 40 minute lunch break where we go to a little break and prepare for the last heats of the day, and then the all-important finals later on. But as I mentioned, up next, the second heat of the day for our Superkarts.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further. Ooh, look no further. It goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further. Ooh, look no further. It goes like, I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further. Ooh, look no further. It goes like. Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further. Ooh, look no further. It goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further. Ooh, look no further. It goes like, I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is love.
Superkarts then out on circuit. Second heat of the day for the Superkarts. And of course, to remind you, we go back to the standing starts for these geared karts. And let's try and get the grid up then for this second to last race before we go to the lunch break. All right then, Mark Smith and Fraser Everett are the two drivers on the front row of the grid. Matthew Duncan and Callum Smith are on row number 2. Then Aaron Powell and Graham Payne are on row number 3, with Harry Morris and Ross Cornick on row 4. Joel Hearsey and Daniel Butland are on row 5, with Spencer Chappell, the SC plate holder, starting all on his own down on the 6th row of the grid in P11. All drivers trying to get as much temperature in their tyres as possible. There's still a smattering of rain on the comms box window, but I can't see any more spots getting added to it, so I think the rain has subsided. I think most, if not all, of the drivers are on wet tyres for this race start. They were still slipping and sliding a little bit. I think the drivers are saying that someone has conked out during this roll-up lap, potentially. So who should be on third place? It should be Matthew Duncan, and I can't see the number 70. Oh no, sorry, the 73 is there. On second place, is it Mark Smith then, the 96? who I don't think we have. Anyway, we're going to go to a race start nonetheless, I think. 5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. Lights go out. It's a poor start from the 77. That nearly catches out the 85 there. Callum Smith having a poor start now, and Powell nearly going straight in the back of him as drivers trying to go up and under there at Haynes Loop, and actually does manage to get it done there on the exit. The 73 of Matthew Duncan getting a good start and taking first place as they head through into Johnny's. Good start from Matthew Duncan. as he gets up and under and takes it away from Fraser Everett. The championship challenger Aaron Powell, I thought he might have an issue there. Wow, what a send. 2 places in one. They're up at midgets and they're all still squabbling up into 3rd place as well. Of those 2 drivers got caught together, I think potentially front and rear nose cones got a little bit caught there between the 85 and the 14. Is that Spencer Chappell who's in 2nd place, trying the up and under for the lead already for Spencer Chappell. He's gone from last to first on the first lap of the race as Spencer Chappell. 3 seconds faster on that first lap than any other driver. Aaron Powell did a great job as well to send a couple of moves up at midgets, but it was Spencer Chappell who we saw diving from about 15 foot back there on the rest of his competitors, taking 2 spots for 1 up to 2nd place up at midgets and then getting the switch back out of Tollies to take the race lead already. The SC plate holder trying to prove his dominance returns here at Forest Edge. Of course, he had that spin on the first lap of the race in Heat 1, was able to fight back to 2nd place, but Aaron Powell took the win in that first race of the day. We'll just double check actually on the results that it did stay like that. It did indeed. Aaron Powell took the win in the first race. Spencer Chappell in 2nd, Ross Cornick finishing in P3, and Ross Cornick involved in a bit of a battle at the moment, trying to find a way through, as he is in behind Aaron Powell and Matthew Duncan, as Aaron Powell chopping and changing his lines, trying to see if Matthew Duncan will make a mistake, and whether Aaron can slip through. They fly through up towards midgets once again. There might be a move for 3rd place though, attempting to move down the inside, so I think Aaron Powell's already managed to get through for 2nd. Yes, he has, and that was then Matthew Duncan under a bit of pressure now from Ross Cornick. Your 3rd place finisher in heat number 1, now in 4th, looking to take that P3 away from the 73 of Matthew Duncan. Matthew finishing in P6 in the first race today, so looking for a little bit of a better result in this one. Seems to be coming to him for the moment, but doing his best defensively to try and fend off the rest of the pack. Now Spencer Chappell, only driver down in the 44s at the moment. Then Aaron Powell, the only driver in the 45. The rest of the drivers in the 46 and 47s out there. So incredible pace that Spencer Chappell is finding out there in his supercar. 44.76, that fastest lap of the race. And we've already only got 2 more minutes left to go in this one. So maybe 3 or 4 laps still left to cover. Then a side by side through Climber. That was definitely a bit of rubbing his racing there between the 73 and the 96. Matthew Duncan and Mark Smith there coming together as Ross Cornick got through earlier on in that lap to take 3rd place. And given that bit of time lost then at the final corner for Matthew Duncan and Mark Smith, Callum Smith says, "Thank you very much, I'll take 4th place away from you both." He slips through, and the 77 gets into the top 4. Duncan slips to P5, Smith down into P6. And then we've got about 6 or 7 seconds back to Fraser Everett and Daniel Buckland in 7th and 8th respectively. There's Harry Morris just coming through your screen there in P9, and soon you'll see Graham Payne as well. He's just coming around the final corner, but he's about to be lapped by the SC plate of Spencer Chappell, as Chappell got a 44.68 on the last lap. Once again, even faster on this lap, 44.61 for Spencer Chappell. But Aaron Powell, the tide has turned, but it's probably a little bit too late. 44.06 for Aaron Powell. 3.5 seconds behind Spencer Chappell though. As I say, probably a little bit too late there in terms of the win for Superkart Heat 2. But this will make it all to play for in Heat 3 after the lunch break. If it ends like this, both Chappell and Powell will each have a win and a 2nd place to their name. And then it will come down to that all-important Heat 3. Who can pit the other one and secure pole position for themselves for the final later on this afternoon. Blue flags are out down towards Climber. Needing to be a little bit careful. Pulls to the outside of the circuit. Does the 32 of Graham Payne to make sure he's out of the way of the drivers scything through. That could often be a little bit dangerous if you try to make yourself scarce. You can become a little bit unpredictable, but I think Graham did that in a good way there and moved out of the way. Matthew Duncan is out of this race. Where is Matthew Duncan? He's not come through to finish the last lap or two. The 73 has parked up somewhere out on circuit. I can't quite see him from my comms box window. But either way, the number 73 of Matthew Duncan is out of this race. He was battling in about 5th or 6th place, wasn't he? Around with Callum Smith and Mark Smith, that kind of area of the race. But he seems to be out, as now Spencer Chappell leads us on to the last lap of the race. Spencer and Aaron have been getting faster and faster. But Aaron Powell now 0.6 of a second a lap quicker. He's closed down that 3.5 second gap to now just 2 seconds as they head onto the last lap. But as I say, it is going to be a little bit too little too late. As I thought I heard another driver conking out there, but I can't see anything out of my window, so I'll keep an eye out as to who's coming past me. But Spencer Chappell looking set to take race win in heat number 2. Powell had to settle for second place this time, but what a battle these two could have later on in heat 3 and the finals. Chappell round the final corner to take the win in heat number 2. 85 of Aaron Powell closes that gap to 1.15 seconds on that last lap. Great pace from Powell. He's bringing the heat to Spencer Chappell in the Superkarts. As those two, the championship contenders, doing battle out on circuit. Ross Cornick finalises the top 3, only a couple of tenths a second ahead of Callum Smith. They're followed across the line by Mark Smith and Fraser Everett. There is the 32 of Graham Payne coming across the line to finish in P9. Here we've got the 42 of Daniel Buckland to finish in P7. And then the 41 of Harry Morris finishing in P8. And of course, sadly, we lost Matthew Duncan earlier on in that race. Not 100% sure why. Not sure if it was an incident or a mechanical failure or what ended up happening to Matthew. But sadly, didn't make it to the checkered flag. Hopefully we see him out for their last heat after the lunch break. Well, we only have one more heat left to go before the 30 or so minute lunch break. And out next to cap off the morning's action, I know it's 1 o'clock, but I'm still going to call it the morning's action, is the Invitational Series, the Formula Blues. They'll be out on circuit in only a moment's time.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more.
8 drivers then heading out the pits for the Formula Blue heat number 2. It'll be Mike Bell who starts on pole position, with Nigel Vickery alongside him on that front row. Stuart Gray and Stephen Groves on row 2, with David Watts and Anthony Cleal on row number 3. David Good and Harry Smithson then round out the 8 karts on the grid as we get ready to go for the last heat before the lunch break. Let's have a look back to that heat number 1 as well. It was won by Stuart Gray on track. And he, of course, starts on the second row for this one, P3. So on that inside line, ready to head down towards the Haynes Loop. David Watts in second place in the first race. He starts down in P5 for this one. And Harry Smithson, the number 2, up 6 spots in the first race. He's starting down at the back of the grid again for this one. Let's see how he can do this time. Can he gain just as many positions? We're underway in racing already. And already round the outside goes Stuart Gray to take away second place as they head down towards the Haynes Loop. But it is Mike Bell leading us from pole position as they come through towards Johnny's late move down the inside from the 4, just about doesn't make any contact. And the 19 of Mike Bell holds on to the lead, just about. That would have been a bit of a scary one. They're suddenly turning in and seeing another kart appear on the apex. Just about give each other enough room. Onto the exit they go, and through onto the rest of the opening lap of the race. But you can see them tiptoeing through the bus stop chicane as they head through into sector number 3 of this first lap of the race. Can Stuart Gray replicate his good performance from the first race of the day? Only one we were saying it, less than half a second separated the top three at the end of the race in heat number 1. Let's hope for more of that in this one. It looks like it has changed at the front though. Through goes Stuart Gray into the lead of the race. And Stuart Gray takes it on the first lap, then relegates Mike Bell to second place. And they're still battling in behind. We saw the 11 of David Watts at the sharp end of the order all race last race. He ended up finishing P2 in heat number 1. Already made it up into P3. He's got Anthony Cleal for company on the number 6, who finished P4 in that first race of the day earlier on. So drivers who we kind of expect to go through up into the sharp end of the order, starting to do that already. And Harry Smithson's up 2 from the race start. Biggest loser on that first lap or so of the race was Nigel Vickery, down 6 places sadly from P2 on the grid all the way down to the back of the field in P8 sadly for Nigel. As all that's a wide moment for the leader, and it's changed to the front of the field once again. Mike Bell able to swoop around the outside down at Climate, and Mike Bell retakes the lead of the race. I'm trying to tell. It looks as though I think all these drivers are still on slick tyres, and I think that's why we're seeing them tiptoe so much around this circuit, having over 1 minute lap times now. Let me double check in the first race. What sort of lap times were they doing? Yeah, 43.2 was the fastest lap in the first race, courtesy of the number 11 of David Watts. Fastest lap so far in this race, a 1 minute 0.5 from the leader of Mike Bell. So definitely all still on slick tyres here in the Formula Blue grid, and all struggling. Well, they're doing a good job to keep it on the black stuff is one thing. And an even better job from Mike Bell and Stuart Gray to be pulling away with a nice little race lead now. They've got 2.5 seconds over Anthony Cleal, who's now got through on David Watts for third place. As I say that, no, that has all indeed happened. It's the 2 of Harry Smithson, who's now all over the back of the 11 of David Watts. Change at the front once again though. Stuart Gray has overtook Mike Bell yet again on that past lap. So lap on lap they're chopping and changing for the lead out here, but the number 4 Stuart Gray retakes it on lap number 3. All trying all sorts of different lines, trying to see whether they can find a bit of grip that their competitors can't seem to find. Stephen Groves and David Good having a little battle over 6th place as well. Just over half race distance then in this Formula Blue heat number 2. Potentially a move for the lead once again up at midgets, and yes, down the inside goes Mike Bell. Retakes it away from Stuart Gray. They seem to be just trading this first position. Neither of them want to seem to keep it here at Forest Edge Kart Club. And it goes back the way of Mike Bell. But this bit of battling between the front 2 has now allowed for 3rd, 4th and 5th to close that gap. And we've got a 5-kart battle here for the lead now. Bell ahead of Gray, then Cleal, Watts and Smithson as Smithson gets the fastest lap of the race. 4 of the 5 leaders all dropping below the 1 minute mark now. A 59.2 for Smithson, a 59.3 for Watts, and a 59.7 for both Bell and Cleal. Only Stuart Gray, who was just relegated out of the leading position on that last lap, still just above a minute in terms of his previous lap time on lap number 4. As they come through to the exit once again, even though he's a bit slow on that last lap, I think he's going to retake the lead again. He's trying to repay the favour up at midgets, but door closed heavily there as all. That's a big slide out of midgets for the 3rd place driver. I think that's Anthony Cleal, who's going to drop back to 5th place. He's going to go off. He's going to go off. That's not this number 11 of David Watts who's off. It was Watts who got shoved off sideways on the exit of midgets, and then it happened again down at Climate. I think it was just they were struggling for grip. I don't think there was any malice from any driver on the inside there. They were struggling for grip, washed out wide, and the 11 of David Watts happened to be the one there on the outside, and was the one forced off onto the grass there. He's done well to slide back onto the track, but that's lost him. What's that? 7-8 seconds to the leaders now for David Watts. So that is really the nail in the coffin there for a 5th place finisher, David Watts, barring any calamities ahead over this last minute and a half of the race. But still Mike Bell leading Stuart Gray then out there. Anthony Cleal and Harry Smithson now your top 4, with Smithson gaining that place from Watts. And Smithson with the fastest lap of the race. The first driver into the 58s on the last lap, 58.98. A little bit deep there for the number 2. Thought that was going to open up the move to re-overtake there from Anthony Cleal, but Harry Smithson holds on to the overtake. And Harry Smithson has third place as Round. Round goes the leader. Stuart Gray is Round. He just made the overtake at the first corner on Mike Bell, but that little bit of sideways action over the curb sends him into a spin. And Stuart Gray drops down the order. He's only going to drop down to, I think, P4 or maybe P5. No, he's still ahead of David Watts, so down to P4 goes Stuart Gray. Not all lost, but one little mistake such as that, and that's going to lose him so much time as he rejoins, and also now tries to get his tyres up to a little bit of temperature. I mean, to be honest, over this course of this race, not really going to get much temperature in the tyres at all, so I don't think it's going to be a huge hindrance, to be honest, for Stuart Gray. But either way, he'd been trading that lead with Mike Bell throughout this race, but now it all goes wrong for Stuart Gray. 5 seconds left on the clock. I think it will be the last lap board shown this time around to Mike Bell, as they're sliding even more now. There's definitely more rainfall going on out on the circuit, so now it's just a case of, over this last 1.1 kilometers of this race, just try and keep it on the black stuff and secure a good result. Mike Bell finished in P5 in the first race of the day, but he's looking to take the victory here in heat number 2. Harry Smithson with a third place in the first race. Looks to be on for an even better result here, running in P2 as they head on to the first lap, with Anthony Cleal finishing P4 in race 1, P3 in this one. Stuart Gray, your winner in the first heat, having that mistake there at the first corner on the penultimate lap, dropping down to P4, but he probably isn't going to be too worried about that. Still a good result, and with the drivers being so topsy-turvy in terms of results across heat 1 and heat 2, I really have no idea how to call it in terms of the grid for the final later on. Of course, they'll still have one more heat 3 after the lunch break, to sort out those grid positions, but first of all, let's keep it on the black stuff. Round the final couple of corners comes Mike Bell. Round Tollies he comes, and he's going to take the win on the track, and he pumps his fist in the air. That would have been a grueling few laps there to try and keep the kart going and not spin off like his fellow competitor did as Stuart Gray. But overall, Mike Bell keeps it on the black stuff, and Mike Bell takes the win in heat number 2. Harry Smithson and Anthony Cleal, your top 3 in that one then, with Stuart Gray and David Watts, the top 5. There goes the number 8 of Steve Groves over the line to finish in 6th place. He'll be followed by David Good on the number 48, and then Nigel Vickery on the number 51. Well then, what a great little race there. Drivers all on slick tyres in very treacherous conditions here at Forest Edge Kart Club. The cloud cover still sitting very low, and I think we could see some more precipitation throughout the lunch break and probably into the last of the heats and the finals later on this afternoon. What an exciting day of racing it has been so far. We've already had 18 races here for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club, and it's been thoroughly enjoyable across all of the classes. There have been standout performances, some brilliant battles throughout the field in loads of different classes. I can't wait for those last heats and finals to kick off later this afternoon. Of course, this stream will be left running over the lunch break, so just keep it open, ready to go for the finals to kick off. The last of the heats and the finals to kick off in about 35 minutes or so time. Scheduled to restart at 10 to 2, I believe. That'll be heat 5 for Junior Rotax. That'll kick us off after the lunch break. But if you enjoyed today's racing, whether you're watching here at the circuit or wherever you're watching out in the world, thank you for joining us for round 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club so far. Plenty more to come this afternoon, so don't go anywhere. If you've enjoyed my commentary, if you might fancy going and dropping me a follow, that's at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok, at Ratters Media. I would really appreciate it. If you need to know how to spell it, it's in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, my little logo at the moment. But what a day of racing it's been, as I say. Big thank you to everyone here at Forest Edge for having me down once again. It's been great to be back involved, and hopefully we can get a little bit of tissue paper on that start finish camera as well, because it's struggling to see through the slight bit of moisture we've now got down here in Winchester on the south coast of England. But as I say, about 30 or 40 minutes, and then we'll be back racing once again, the last of the heats and the finals. We'll see you all then.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. I never thought I'd find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more, all the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. I believe that we are more, all the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. I never thought I'd find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. But when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. But when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all through the night and morning. When the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like. Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, or the one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like, I never thought I'd find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more, all the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like, I believe that we are more, all the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. Who just completed the lunch break. The drivers had a bit of time to get a bit of rest and recuperation, and also refuel themselves and their karts ready for this afternoon's action. Of course, we've got the last of the heats to get through, and then we'll be moving on to the all-important finals later on this afternoon. Up first this afternoon is heat number 5 for our junior Rotax drivers. Of course, the last heat for them so far today, with so many drivers on the grid. Today we've had to split it into 5 heats, and of course, after all the heats are sorted, we'll have a B final and then an A final to crown the winner for round number 8. Let's run you through the grid though here for heat number 5. Michael Gurney and Dylan Morton are on the front row, with Alfred Matthews and Matthew Whitmarsh on row 2. Then it's Jonas Janazauskas and Jensen Collins, and I might not be able to get through the grid here as they're already coming around the final corner to get this race underway, and they're going to get it underway. First time of asking. Fair play to the juniors as 2 already shuffled out wide onto the grass. They managed to get it rejoined and managed to slot back into the pack. No drivers finding themselves facing the wrong way, which is good to see. But we're 3, 4, sometimes even 5 wide as they come through into Johnny's. Somehow, they've all sorted themselves out, though, as they head down to sector number 2. Well, none of them have calmed down over the lunch break, have they? They're all trying to make up as many positions as possible in this early part of the race. Quickly talk you through the rest of the grid. It was Eva Morris, Charlie Hume, Harvey Lee Winteridge, your top 10. And Joshua Withkin and Madison Chappell. As I say that, one driver is off on the exit of the bus stop chicane as more drivers get held up on the exit. Karthik Kameta involved in this one, then Maxine Smith, Noel McNicholas, Travis Rose, Danny May Reid, Max Carlton, Matthew Grove, Nathan Traverse, Jaden Shearing, Tyler Rackham, Elisha Dush and Jacob Sinfield. So 25 drivers on the grid for this race. Out of the final corner, move for second place as one driver shuffled out wide. The 56 losing out from that one. That's Jonas Janazauskas. He made up a place to second on the first lap of the race. Noah Nicholas forced his way through and Eva Morris said thank you very much and picked up the scraps there up into third place. Side by side, big movement there from the 29. That was a big slide from Joshua Whitcomb. He tried to hold on to his sliding kart through these treacherous conditions. We did have a little bit more precipitation. It was more like a mist in the air over the lunch break. That seems to have subsided now. So although it is very slippery on the circuit for the moment, that may dry up throughout the afternoon of racing. Noah McNicholas has gone for the lead though, and I think he's got it done. Down the inside at midgets, but he could go straight on at Climate, goes super deep, and Karthik Kometa goes up and under and retakes the lead of the race. Great battling between the two leaders, and once again, up the inside goes the 18 and Noah McNicholas on the exit. I feel like Kometa might be feeling that Karthik was helped a little bit wide there at the final corner, but we'll leave that one to someone much more qualified than myself. Either way, McNicholas is into the lead of the race. Kometa in second. Eva Morris again trying to pick up some scraps there in third, but Kometa shuts the door at Johnny's. Contact warning for McNicholas for that overtake into the final corner then, and some big movers already in this race. McNicholas up 15 places, Kometa up 12, Jonas Janazauskas, sorry no, it's the driver behind, Nathan Traverse, who's up 16 places. Big movers in this one. A couple of big losers sadly in this one as well. Is that Elijah Dush? No, it's Jensen Collins, who's lost 12 places in the opening part of this race. He'll be fighting through the second part of this race to try and retake some of those positions. Incredible to see all the different lines of drivers as they're coming through Climber. Some drivers diving out wide to cut back to the inside, some going in early to try and cut off that line on the exit. Great bit of racing here in the juniors, as it's still 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this junior heat, as that was a huge bit of curb from the leader, and he's lost the lead because of it. McNicholas took so much curb at Johnny's, he nearly flipped the kart over. Kometa gets a much better exit and takes the lead as they head up into the bus stop chicane. I think it's gone back the other way though. I think McNicholas has got Kometa on the exit once again. So we've got the top 6 all line astern now as they head back through into sector number 3. I can see Dylan Morton stood by the side of the last marshal post on the circuit. Dylan not making it to the race start, sadly, for this one. The number 19 out before he could even get going. There's a move down the inside of the final corner for P4. The number 30, that is Maxime Smith making a position. He made up 2 on that last lap alone. Through on Nathan Traverse and through on Eva Morris. So they've shuffled down. It's Joshua Whitcomb who's followed through. Karthik Kometa down to P3 now, as Maxime Smith is up to 4th. As I mentioned, he's just got the fastest lap of the race. 500ths quicker than Joshua Whitcomb in second place, but they seem to be the two drivers setting the pace out here in heat number 5 of Junior Rotax here for round 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. The top 2, McNicholas and Whitcomb, just starting to pull away now at the front of the order as there's battles going on behind. Kometa forced out wide on the exit of midgets, and he's going to slot back into 4th at Climber, diving down the inside and forced off the track though for Kometa. He just about manages to rejoin, but he does lose the place. Down to 5th goes Kometa, through slips Traverse, and Smith had already got the move done earlier on in that lap, and now Karthik Kometa under pressure once again from Eva Morris. Joshua Whitcomb getting another contact warning though. Sorry, no, it was McNicholas who got it earlier. So the two leaders now with 1 each. Whitcomb and McNicholas both with a contact warning for their troubles from this race. But only just over 2 minutes left to go now in this final heat for Junior Rotax here today. And Whitcomb, after taking away the lead from McNicholas, is starting to drive away at the front of the order now. Now McNicholas under pressure. McNicholas almost onto the grass on the outside there on the exit of midgets. And again, super deep into Climber as the up and under attempt. And nose cones collide there as they head into the final corner. That'll be 2 places lost from the driver from second place. And the 18 of McNicholas drops into P4. He was lucky that it was only a loss of 2 places there, and he didn't go further onto the grass and end up spinning the kart. Even on these wet tyres, that grass on the outside, very, very slippery stuff. You don't want to be ending up out there. But McNicholas holds on to P4 then. Smith up to 2nd, Traverse up to 3rd, and that's again allowing for Joshua Whitcomb to extend that gap out of the front of the order. He's got a visible 2 or 3 kart length gap now at the front, and he can be relatively relaxed throughout this race. I tell a lie, actually, Dylan Morton did make it to start the race. My apologies. I can see his cart's parked up on the exit of the bus stop chicane, which must mean he was one of the drivers that was off on the grass on that first lap. Clearly came to a halt and couldn't keep it going. 1 minute still on the clock, though. We're doing 47.48 second lap time, so there will be 3 more laps, including this one that we've just got onto. New fastest lap from Nathan Traverse, 47.67. As he nearly takes off over the Johnny's curb as well. The drivers wanting to use the curb as much as possible, obviously to try and get that grip and drag them around the corner. But some drivers, there's sort of a lip on the inside of the curb that basically is acting as a ramp. When drivers are taking just a little bit too much curb, you see them go 4 wheels off of the kart track. They're in full flight mode. Luckily, all landing back down on all 4 wheels and all continuing. But you've got to be careful then about cracked chassis and issues like that. But drivers trying to get as much lap time out of those karts as possible. 20 seconds as they cross the line. This will be on to the penultimate lap now. Whitcomb leads us onto it. The 67 of Traverse, looking feisty, trying to find a way through on Maxime Smith. He's been unable to do it so far in this race. Can he do it over these last 2 laps? So you look back to the gaggle in behind. Eva Morris heads up that one ahead of Karthik Kameta. He's being hounded by Alfred Matthews, though, for his 6th position. And in behind, Travis Rose has made up a place on Max Carlton. That's a change for 8th there on lap number 8 of this race. And Charlie Hulme in behind them rounds out the top 10. They're in a little 3-way squabble now over 8th place. And Jonas Janosowskis in a battle with Matthew Whitmarsh for 11th. And then there's Harvey Lee Winteridge behind them as well. Sorry, it's Winteridge and Whitmarsh who are battling. Janosowskis in that battle ahead. Around the final corner come our leaders then onto the final lap of this race, side by side for 2nd place across the line, and Traverse finally gets the move done, and that opens up the inside line as well for a pass to 3rd. McNicholas elbows his way through. The old Spanish archer gets his elbows out and moves his way through into 3rd place. So Maxime Smith, after holding on to 2nd for so long in this race, slipping down to 4th on the last 1.1 kilometres of this last heat for Junior Rotax. Joshua Whitcomb has battled through so well. The top 4 up 11 places, 13 places, 18 places and 12 places in this race. Clearly the cream of the crop coming to the fore here in heat number 5 in these tricky conditions, but it will be the 29 of Joshua Whitcomb who takes the win on the road, followed by Nathan Traverse, Noah McNicholas and Maxime Smith. In that secondary pack, it's then all Ava Morris side by side with a 16 of Travis Rose, but Travis Rose nicks it on the line. He gets 5th place ahead of Ava Rose. Then Alfred Matthews, Karthik Kameta, Charlie Hulme, Max Carlton, the top 10. Followed by Jonas Janosowskis, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Elijah Dush, Aidan Clark, Jaden Shearing, Jacob Simfield, Matthew Grove, then Tyler Rackham, Jensen Collins, Madison Chappell, and Matthew Whitmarsh, the last of your 21 finishers there in the last heat of the day for Junior Rotax. And of course, sadly, Dylan Morton was out on only the 1st lap of the race. Well, that was super exciting. Of course, we'll see Junior Max out 2 more times this afternoon. Firstly, for their B final, which will be straight after we complete all of the heats. And then later on, I do believe, let me double check the schedule before I say anything that's incorrect. I do believe it'll be the last race of the day. It will be race 35, the Junior Rotax A final. With this amount of drivers on the bill for today's racing, it's going to be super exciting. We close that down to only 28 for the A final later on this afternoon. You don't want to go anywhere, folks. You don't want to miss that race right at the end of the day. But all the heats done and dusted then for Junior Rotax. Up next, it's going to be the final heat of the day for our Honda Cadets.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like ooh.
Honda Cadets out on circuit then. Their last heat of the day. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Henry Duncan and Oakley Poulter are on the front row of the grid with Seth Jones and James Devereaux on row 2. And it's Oliver Ratton and Alex Gaskin on row 3. With Stanley Keeley and Alex Roach on row 4. Then Arthur Way and Connor Yu on row 5. With Oliver Spence, Daniel Barton and Max Smith rounding out the 13 karts on the grid for this race. Now, it's been a great squabble all day between Daniel Barton and Arthur Way. Arthur Way starting in P9. Daniel Barton starting in P12. Now, we've seen Arthur Way, as we know from previous rounds, can just switch it on. He is so quick, straight out the gates. Daniel Barton, we've seen overall today, has been overall the faster driver when it gets down to it, but just finding it a little bit harder to get it switched on and get up to speed, and that gives Arthur Way just that little bit of time to break away, and we know how good Arthur Way is at picking through the pack. Coming in to this race then, it's 1 win and a 2nd place apiece for Daniel Barton and Arthur Way. Daniel Barton taking the win in the first race of the day for the Honda Cadets, and then Arthur Way winning in the second one. But both of them super close when we got down to it. When we got to the checkered flag, it's been difficult to call throughout the day between those two. But realistically, if they can both get to the front of the field, it's going to be which one finishes ahead of the other one to see who takes pole position in the final. Well then, they're about ready to go. They're just getting everyone into their correct grid orders. Just double checking the results. I had to stupidly open the Rotax Cadet results. Yeah, Honda Cadets. So Seth Jones has got a P3 in the second race. Sadly, it was a P8 in the first race. Trying to work out who might be close to them. Stanley Keeley with a P4 and a P4. He's having a good, consistent day out there, is Stanley Keeley. See what he can do. He's starting 7th place on the grid for this one, but the lights have gone out. We're underway and racing. The 73 and the 78. Henry Duncan and Oakley Poulter side by side down into the first corner. It looks like potentially round the outside. The all-black kart of Oakley Poulter might have got it done round the outside. Is that? Yes. The 73 sized through into the lead of the race as they get through into Johnny's, and they head down into sector number 2. How will our key championship contenders be moving through the order in this one? Of course, Arthur Way running away with this championship, but late on, Daniel Barton and the two Olivers getting involved. That's a late move to the inside from Arthur Way in the mid-pack there, and he makes it work. Up to 5th place goes Arthur Way already, so he's 4 places gained, and we're not even at the end of lap number 1 at the moment. And they're battling in over 2nd place. It's been a change at the front of the field. That's James Devereaux to the front of the field, is it not? Yes, the 46 has had a great first lap. James Devereaux through to the lead of the race. Seth Jones is that to P2 now. So Seth Jones is in P2. Then it's Oakley Poulter. Arthur Way's to 4th. Then Oliver Ratton in 5th, Alex Roach in 6th, and Stanley Keeley in 7th. Henry Duncan has sadly fallen all the way to the back of the pack there, so something's happened. I want to say down at Winger's Dip. I didn't see anything happen up in sector number 3, so it must have been just out of my eye shot that all happened to Henry Duncan. Sadly for him, starting on pole position, and after only 1 lap at this race, finds himself right at the back of the order. But Arthur Way sets the pace on that first lap, and he's already up to 2nd place here on lap number 2. He's passed Oakley Poulter, he's past Seth Jones, and now he's all over the back of James Devereaux. He's going to go round the outside at midgets, and Arthur Way, the Southern Champs Plate winner from earlier this year, is into the lead of the race. Now, where is Alex Gaskin? Sorry, Alex Gaskin in 8th place. I do mean Daniel Barton. Sorry, Alex. Daniel Barton's up 3 places, so he's had a good start to this race, but he's still there in P9. Just doesn't quite have the experience of picking through the pack quite as well as Arthur Way does. And now Arthur Way has been given some free air. I feel as though he might start to try and drive away with this one. Ratton and Roach side by side through Johnny's. They're battling over 4th place as we head through lap number 3 of this race. We're all very close in that mid-pack, but what a great start from James Devereaux. Been a great last heat of the day for him so far. He's holding on well to that 2nd place, sorry. Only Seth Jones in 3rd, close in behind as they're battling over 4th. Speaking of which, down the inside, was that Alex Roach or was that Oliver Ratton retaking the place up at Midget's corner? Either way, there was an overtake down the inside. We'll wait and see as they come down towards me. It was Oliver Ratton getting the re-overtake done. Back through on Alex Roach, and they stay as they were on the last lap, but there was movement in that middle pack. Stanley Keeley and Daniel Barton have made up a few places, though, as Oakley Poulter and Max Smith have come together at some point on that lap. They both dropped down the order. 6 places lost for Poulter. 2 places lost for Smith on that last lap, so something's happened to both of those two drivers. And they've dropped down to the back of this long train, but still only about 5 seconds separating the whole pack. Only about 4 seconds separating 4th to 13th. So still so close in and amongst this Honda Cadet field. Movements in the middle though. Devereaux trying to hold on from Jones, and we're side by side for 5th place. That'll be Keeley and Roach going side by side. I think Keeley has got it done as they head down into Clymer. Yeah, the 41 down the inside. He takes 5th place away, and through follows, crucially, Daniel Barton. So Barton through, follows Keeley through. They're 3 wide on the exit down towards Haynes Loop. Somehow they managed to sort each other out. That's just a little bit further back. That's Oliver Spence, Henry Duncan and Connor Yu, who are battling at it well. The 78 of Henry Duncan fighting back through after that difficult first lap of the race earlier on. So he's now taken away a position from Oliver Spence. I think Connor Yu might have even followed him through as well, so we might see Oliver Spence just shuffled back down to P11 then on lap number 5. The battles galore over 2nd place. It's so close. We're 3 wide on the exit. Surely someone's got to go off there on the exit. No, they all managed to keep it on the black stuff. That was Daniel Barton going round the outside of Stanley Keeley, and now down the inside of James Devereaux. Sorry to the 58 of Daniel Barton. Let me just eat my words. He's picking through the pack beautifully as Daniel Barton. The 78 there was just forced off wide. That was Henry Duncan. A little bit slow outside the comms box, I think, forced out wide on the exit of the final corner. And yeah, Connor Yu gets a contact warning. So I think Connor Yu forced Henry Duncan out wide there on the exit of the final corner. I think Duncan has held on to 10th place, but there was a lot of momentum lost there down to the first corner as he drops back into the clutches of Spence, Poulter and Smith. Less than a minute left to go on the gantry now. Not much time left in this race. New fastest lap from Arthur Way on the last lap as well. A 52.58 setting the pace out there. But all Arthur Way, Oliver Ratton, Seth Jones and Daniel Barton all down in the 52s, which is great to see. Penultimate lap is started. Arthur Way kicks it off now. As there's the 11 and the 23 close together. That's Seth Jones and Alex Gaskin. As Jones lost out on that last lap. Barton's through into 2nd place. And Barton does a 50.5. 1.5 seconds quicker than the rest of the drivers involved. And there's a spin in the middle of the pack. Who is that that's gone round for a rotation? The number starting with a 6, that must be Connor Yu. Yeah, Connor Yu has gone for a spin down at the Haynes Loop. Whether he was helped round or whether that was a spin on his own, I didn't quite catch it. But Connor Yu has dropped down to the back of the pack because of that one, sadly for him. And it looks as though Henry Duncan might be out of this race. I haven't seen him pull into the pit, so maybe he's pulled over at the side of the circuit somewhere I can't quite see. But timer has hit 0. The 58 of Daniel Barton is closing the gap. He just gained 1.2 seconds on the last lap, and he's only 7/10 behind going on to the last lap. This isn't done and dusted here. I thought Arthur Way had it sealed when he got the race lead earlier on, but look at this. Daniel Barton is closing in so quickly. He could still steal away this race win, and if he does, that's going to give him pole position for the final later on this afternoon. So as they come up into the bus stop chicane, they're going to go side by side. Way has the inside line though, and Way holds on to the lead. Great bit of defence there from Arthur Way. He's been in this position before, not usually having to defend it, to be honest, but finally someone's bringing the challenge to Arthur Way. Barton trying everything he can to get through. He tries the inside line down at Clymer. That forced him to the outside of the final corner, but he's going to try the up and under. Arthur Way's going to try and block it, but it's going to be a run to the line. It's going to be Arthur Way by, what is that, 0.1 seconds across the line. What incredible pace through that second part of the race from Daniel Barton after getting through the pack. He chased down Arthur Way but couldn't quite grab it away at the line. Brilliant racing between those two. But that will mean, barring any penalties, Arthur Way will be on pole position for the final, and alongside him will be Daniel Barton on that front row. That's going to be a very exciting race. You don't want to miss that later on this afternoon. Stanley Keeley finishes behind in 3rd place with Oliver Ratton, Alex Gaskin. That's your top 5. Then Seth Jones, James Devereaux, Alex Roach, Max Smith and Oliver Spence, your top 10, followed by Oakley Poulter and Connor Yu. Fair play to Connor Yu. After rejoining after that spin, he set the fastest lap of the race when he's all by himself. So clearly some more pace to be shown there from the number 66. And of course we lost Henry Duncan earlier on in that race. Wow, I'm really looking forward to the Honda Cadet Final later on this afternoon. Don't go anywhere, folks. That's going to be a great race. Well, on to race number 21 of the day then. It will be heat number 3 for our Rotax Cadets.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like.
We've had some fantastic racing in Rotax Cadets so far today, and hopefully that continues into this last heat of the day. Now, Oakley Riggs are looking to be the driver to challenge as we head into this one, but he's got a tough ask starting from near the back of the grid in this one. Let's run you through that grid. Ethan Coupland and Rio Pocock are on the front row, with Travis Giddings and Oscar Churches on row number 2. Kieran Ranger and Arthur Kaiser on row 3, with Freya Bond, Oakley Riggs and Tommy Morris rounding out the 9 karts on the grid for this one. It was a great race from Tommy Morris in the last time out in heat number 2 before the lunch break. He'll be hoping to replicate that good result in this one. Right, 6 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock, side by side across the line, and nearly off the circuit there for Travis Giddings on the 44. He's going to get shuffled to the back of the pack there as he just puts his 2 right-hand side wheels on the grass, which is very slippery. You don't want to be out there. There's not a huge amount of grip, and that is exactly what Travis Giddings has found out there as he gets shuffled out wide. That is the problem of being on the pole side of the grid here at Forest Edge. When you're in slippery conditions, you can get forced out onto that grass on the outside, and the race can be over before you know it. But it's Ethan Coupland who holds on to the lead still. He's already under some pressure from 2 drivers in behind, though, one of those being Rio Pocock. I'm trying to work out exactly who the other driver is that's getting involved in that squabble already. There's Oakley Riggs already making it through to 4th place down at Climate. It's the number 18 of Oscar Churches who's in that top 3 battle as well. But Oakley Riggs already up into 4th place. Up from 8th on the grid, 4 places gained on lap number 1. But on that first lap, Coupland had the fastest first sector, Pocock had the fastest second sector, and Riggs had the fastest third sector. So all still to play for amongst the drivers in this group. The Rotax Cadets, both heats have been won by Oakley Riggs so far today. He'll be wanting to continue that in this heat number 3, but he's got a few drivers to overtake before he's able to do that. He's trying his best, thinking about it down the inside already up at Climate, but I don't think that's quite going to work just yet. I say that though, he was actually the driver on the outside line. It was actually an attempt at a re-overtake there from Oscar Churches. Riggs had already got that move done a couple of corners earlier, so Riggs is already into 3rd place. Here's the battle for the lead though, and corner exit. Great exit from Oscar Churches. He takes the lead, sorry. It was Rio Pocock who'd already lost 2 places to Churches and Riggs, and now Oscar Churches leads the race out there. I think that's for the first time today, as Riggs has just followed him through down at the Haynes Loop. So Coupland losing out there at the Haynes Loop. He drops down to 3rd place. So now the running order looking like Churches from Riggs, then Coupland and Pocock. That is your top 4, the group that has sort of broken away. And actually now 3rd and 4th place have been caught by 5th and 6th. That I believe is Kieran Ranger and Arthur Kaiser. 2 drivers showing some good pace in earlier races as well. To be fair, not really any driver falling by the wayside in any of the earlier heats, all showing some really good pace, including Tommy Morris, Travis Giddings and Freya Bond as well. All wanting to get involved with the action. That's why this entire field is still separated by less than 4 seconds. And through they go once more. You can see that update on your timing screen. Oakley Riggs up to 2nd place past Ethan Coupland. Coupland still has that fastest lap of the race, but only by 0.02 of a second over Oakley Riggs. So through they go into Sector 2. Down through Winger's Dip once again. Of course, these races, apart from the Junior Rotax Heat that we saw earlier, all slightly reduced from 7 minutes plus 1 lap to 6 minutes plus 1 lap for these last heats of the day. I will say as well, Oscar Churches' pace is looking fantastic. He seems to be gapping Oakley Riggs at the moment. Riggs can't seem to hold on to his rear bumper, and Oscar Churches is pulling away at the front of the order. It's still Coupland from Pocock, then Kaiser now, so Kaiser's got past Ranger for 5th place. Ranger's still... No, he's not. Ranger's gone off. Where is Ranger? He has gone off the circuit. He's all the way back still at Climate. So Ranger from 5th place has lost out to Kaiser, Bond, Giddings and Morris on that last lap. Something has happened to him. Whether he's fallen or been pushed off of the circuit, I'm not 100% sure. But either way, he finds himself 20 seconds off of the pack now. It's going to be a drive to the finish, sadly, for Kieran Ranger. But yeah, Oscar Churches is driving away from the rest of the field here. 0.7 of a second quicker than Oakley Riggs on the last lap, and 1.2 seconds quicker than anyone else out on circuit. That's amazing from Oscar Churches. What a race he's having here in heat number 3. The number 18 really showing what he's about here in the last heat of the day for our Rotax Cadets. So in heat number 1, Oscar finished in 6th position. And in heat number 2, he finished in 4th position. But could it be a 6th, a 4th and a 1st from Oscar Churches here at round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in our Rotax Cadet class? Of course, Oakley Riggs was pretty much looking pretty set to be able to continue a perfect day out there on circuit, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen as Oscar Churches continues to extend that gap at the front of the order. It was only 2.2 seconds when they came across the line last time of asking. I think it visibly looks even more than that now as he continues. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than Oakley Riggs on the last lap alone. And now again, 9/10 quicker on that last lap. It's over 3 seconds now the gap in the lead of the race. But they're battling him behind. That battle for 3rd place, Pocock has got through on Coupland on that last lap. And Bond is all over the back of Kaiser as they come through, as there's a spin down at the Haynes Loop. Is that Pocock potentially who's gone round? No, it is the 66 of Rio Pocock. Him and Ethan Coupland were going side by side through the Haynes Loop, and something's happened that caused Pocock to have a little rotation, and he's dropped down to the back of that pack, I think behind, definitely behind Travis Giddings. I think he might have rejoined just behind Travis Giddings, so that will be 7th place for Rio Pocock, when a 3rd place looked properly in his grasp. Well, the time has hit 0. Only one more lap of this Forest Edge Kart circuit for Oscar Churches to potentially take its first ever race win here. I actually want to say, if I'm looking at the standings, I think this might be the first time that Oscar Churches has been with us. It is the first time that Oscar Churches has visited us here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. He started off with a P6, as I mentioned. He got a P4 then in heat number 2, and it could be a win here in heat number 3. Impressive showing in difficult conditions so far for the number 18, and he's leading now by almost 5 seconds ahead of championship leader Oakley Riggs. Look at that huge gap as he comes around the final corner. Oscar Churches is going to take an unlikely win here in heat number 3. Great race from number 18, and that's going to help him with his grid position going into the final. The WC plate of Oakley Riggs can't quite continue that perfect day today. 2 wins and a 2nd place. I think he'll probably take that. The WC plate holder with Ethan Coupland, his championship protagonist, finishing just behind him in 3rd place. Arthur Kaiser finishes in 4th with Travis Giddings in 5th and Rio Pocock in 6th. Freya Bond just behind in 7th with Tommy Morris and Kieran Ranger, your 9 drivers, all making it to the checkered flag in that race. Well, all heats done and dusted then for the Rotax Cadets. That was definitely a surprise. I really thought Oakley Riggs would continue his domination here today in the Rotax Cadets, but Oscar Churches had other ideas. Let's see what he can do in the final later on today. Well, up next, it's the Rotax Inters for their third and final heat.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further.
Rotax Inters already out onto the circuit then. Let's run you through the grid for their last heat of the day. Matthew Lilly on the number 20 lines up on pole position for this one with Oliver Dan alongside him. Then it's Jack Blackman and Fenton Stoneman, Nathan Rond and Oscar Roach on the third row of the grid. Then Harrison Stacey and Tyler Banks on row 4. With Zach Jennings and Ethan Cousins on row number 5. Then Sebastian Mattel and Warwick Milam, they finished the 12 drivers on the grid for heat number 3 of Rotax Inter. So then, the first two heats of Rotax Inters were ridiculously exciting. Let's see more of that here in heat number 3. They come around the final corner, but it's not going to be a race start. A little bit too quick around the final corner. I thought that might have been there for Matthew Lilly. A little bit too much of a lead foot there from Mr. Lilly, and he'll need to slow that down a little bit around the final corner next time for us to get it underway and racing. Second time of asking. But like we've said, the 3 drivers to watch out for. Fenton Stoneman starting in P4 in this one. Then we've got Ethan Cousins starting down in 10th, and then Warwick Milam starting down in 12th. So a difficult run through the field for Cousins and Milam. Fenton Stoneman a little bit of an easier one. He'll be hoping he can get to the front early on and start to pull away before those championship protagonists close up to him. Now as they come round to try and get it underway, third time of asking. Let's see if we can quickly double check if my internet will allow me to double check the championship standings. I think the answer to that is probably no. The internet not wanting to let me see the Rotax Inter standings. Well, hey, anyway, during the race we'll try and let you know how that's all sort of settling out, because they were super close as we came into today's action. I'm sure they're still super close after it. Well, I might be able to tell you now then as we go round once again. Again, Matthew Lilly just a little bit too excited from that pole position to get us underway. Just needing to slow it down around that final corner, and he'll have one more opportunity to do this, I think, before they're brought to a halt and told to slow down by the wonderful staff here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. So looking at the moment, so yeah, coming into today, it's Cousins on 1,224 points, then Milam on 1,204, and Stoneman on 1,198. But so far today, Fenton Stoneman has won both of the heats. So that is going to be 40 points going his way for both of those. And in heat number 1, very close behind. Cousins in second, Milam in third. But heat 2, it went wrong for both of them. A P5 for Cousins and a P11 for Milam. Of course, his car conking out about halfway through the race. That is far less than ideal. And we could see a total swap today if Fenton Stoneman can keep this form up. He could go straight from third to first as they then go into the final round of the season next month in November. Right then, heat number 3. The lights are out. We're underway and racing, and immediately battling through to the lead and attempting to is the 29 of Jack Blackman from the second row of the grid. It all gets a little bit close down through the Haynes loop, but the up and under attempt might just be completed there from Blackman, and he does not quite get it. Sorry, it's the 20 of Matthew Lilly who does hold on as they get through into Johnny's. So down towards sector number 2 they go then. Down through into Winger's Dip. Fenton Stoneman's already got himself a contact warning there on the opening part of the race. One driver going straight on through the bus stop chicane. And they've gone straight into the barrier. Straight into the barrier at the bus stop chicane. Someone's not made it through, and it's Oliver Dan, the number 24, who's been forced out wide there on entry, lost it and gone straight into the barriers. But Fenton Stoneman, as predicted, is in the lead of the race by the end of lap number 1. You can see Warwick Milam trying to battle through as well there on the number 35. He squeezes the 29 of Jack Blackman to the outside. And on one lap of the race, Warwick Milam has gained 8 places out there from right the back of the grid, from 12th place all the way to 4th on that Sony Vitesse kart. The SC plate couldn't quite follow him as well. It looks as though we've lost Sebastian Mittel. I can just see him trying to get his kart back on track. But that slippery grass and racing boots that don't really have a lot of purchase, he can't get that kart back onto the black stuff, and that's going to be race over for the 77 of Sebastian Mittel as well. Sadly for him, he looks to be out on the first lap. Same as Oliver Dan. So we're down to 10 runners already in this one. Yellow flags as they head down into Climate. It's the 67 of Nathan Ron that's now got through on Matthew Lilly for second place, and Lilly being the cork in the bottle there from third place as he fends off the 35 of Warwick Milam. Behind them, Blackman leads Banks and Roach. An attempt at a wider line there from a couple of drivers, and that seems to have maybe worked there for Tyler Banks, holding it round the outside that then becomes the inside for the following left-hander. And Tyler Banks holding on there to 6th place, couldn't quite get through on Jack Blackman, but fends off from Oscar Roach, who attempted that move down the inside. Cousins has had a poor last lap though, he's lost 2 places. Harrison Stacey and Zach Jennings have slipped through into 8th and 9th respectively, and that's not good for Cousins' championship charge. Of course, in that last race, it was Cousins who finished in P5, Milam who's got the P11 in the last race, so not all said and done for Cousins, but he needs this final heat, I should say, to go a little bit better. Otherwise, he's continuing to let Fenton Stoneman run away with this championship as the tide turns in Rotax Inter here at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Stoneman still in the lead of the race, and the only driver close enough to challenge him is Nathan Rond. It seems as though the 35 of Warwick Milam has now cleared that secondary group, and as he presses on by himself, he's already set the fastest lap of the race at 52.09 for Warwick Milam as he tries to close that gap. But given it's already been 3 or 4 laps, that gap is already at just over 2 seconds between Stoneman and Milam. Cousins doing his best to try and get back involved with that battle, but he's still right at the back of it. We got yellow flags through sector number 3 as that kart of Sebastian Mittel is recovered. And here's that battle over 4th place. You've got drivers trying all sorts of different lines as Blackman goes side by side. That's with Oscar Roach, I think, on the exit. No, it's with Tyler Banks as Banks tries to stick the nose in as they come through the first corner. That's not going to work. And Jack Blackman retakes 6th place for himself. You've got Oscar Roach just ahead and Matthew Lilly. But I think Roach has got him now. Yes, Roach has got through on Matthew Lilly down through the Haynes Loop. So that's Oscar Roach up into 4th place now as once again Warwick Milam sets yet another fastest lap of this race. But is he closing in quite enough here? He really needs his teammate here, Nathan Ron, the 2 Sony drivers. They wants to get involved, and Ron's going to do it. Up at Midget's corner, Nathan Ron is going to go down the inside. And we've got a new race leader today, but immediately back down the inside goes Fenton Stoneman. We've seen him do that a few times so far today. As he's overtaken, he immediately repays the favour. Oh, a little bit of bump there onto the rear bumper from Nathan Ron on Fenton Stoneman, but not too much lost. But look how much time that has gained Warwick Milam. These 2 battling has got Milam back involved, and through up the inside at the Haynes Loop goes Nathan Rond. Nathan Rond finally gets the move signed, sealed and delivered, and the 67 gets to the front of the field. Stoneman slips to P2, and now Warwick Milam is all over his rear bumper. We've got a 3-way scrap for the lead as we head through into the last minute or so of this race. And this could really decide how the grid's shaping up here. I mean, if Stoneman stays within the top 3, he's going to be totally fine. If he somehow exits this race before the checkered flag, then maybe someone else could take the pole position into the final. But Stoneman just needs to keep it on the black stuff. Late move to the inside from Warwick Milam. A little bit too little too late there from Milam. Stoneman able to get the better exit and retake P2 as they head on to lap number 7 of this race. Oscar Roach has had impressive pace here. Now that he's cleared Matthew Lilly and the rest of that squabble, he's cleared off on his own. Lilly then just behind. Then it's the SC plate of Ethan Cousins. He's just got past Tyler Banks for P6 there in that squabble. So after that difficult first part of the race for Ethan Cousins, he's made the most of it after that, but still a P6 is not quite what he needs. They're getting so close to second place, and I think the move's finally been done there. It has been done. On the exit, through goes Warwick Milam. He gets the place from Fenton Stoneman up at midgets. And Fenton Stoneman basically Tokyo drifting through that final corner as he tries to get any sort of grip from those tyres to propel him forwards. But on to the last lap we go then. Heat number 3 of Rotax Inter almost done and dusted, and the two championship contenders battling tooth and nail out there for second place. But what a race it's been from Nathan Rond. He's side through into the lead, and he hasn't looked out of place at all there. Only 0.05 of a second slower than Warwick Milam's fastest lap of the race. Those Sodis working well in the damp and slippery conditions. And now Warwick Milam's trying to fend off from Fenton Stoneman over this last lap. Stoneman all over the back of his bumper, and Stoneman's down the inside. They make a little bit of contact as they come into the braking zone. Up and under goes Milam. They're going to be side by side into the final corner. It'll be Nathan Rond who takes the win on the road. Who's going to get second place? It's Fenton Stoneman. Warwick Milam slaps the steering wheel in frustration, but still a good finishing result there in third place. But that will mean a big amount for the championship, as Stoneman takes more points away from Warwick Milam. So a first, and a second so far today then from Fenton Stoneman. He's definitely, barring any post-race penalties, going to be on pole position later on in the final. Outside of those top 3 though, Oscar Roach and Matthew Lilly were your top 5, with Ethan Cousins battling to top 6. Not ideal for Ethan Cousins, but not the end of the world there going into the final later on today. Behind him, Tyler Banks, Jack Blackman, Zach Jennings and Harrison Stacey are top 10, and that is 10 of 10 finishers, as Oliver Dan and Sebastian Mattel, we lost both of those drivers, sadly, on the first lap of that race. Well, hopefully we see them back out later on for their final. That will be in only about an hour or 2 time that we'll see them back out and battling out on circuit, and I cannot wait for that one as well. There's so many finals I can't wait for today, honestly. Just don't go anywhere throughout this afternoon. Keep the live stream going on in the background with whatever you're doing, and keep an ear out for me shouting even louder than usual, because it's going to get really, really exciting. Rotax into Heat 3 done and dusted then. Up next is going to be the third and final heat, but this time it's going to be for our senior Rotax drivers.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like.
Last heat of the day then for our senior Rotax drivers. I can imagine this is going to be quite an exciting one. Slippery surface flags out on circuit leads me to believe that maybe there's a little bit more precipitation for us. Let's run you through the grid for this one as the drivers head round ready for the race start. Rachel Robertson and George Hulme are on the front row of the grid with Matt Jones, your championship leader, there on row 2 alongside Liam Natey. Then it's Ethan Lomax and Emily Davidson, Davis Simpson and Luke Oliver, then Elliot Rice, William Ray, Jack West, Kieran Ives, Bradley Howes, Dominic Cousins, Michael Pugh, Ben Ballou, Sam Harrison, Paolo Nunes-Aranda, Ben Hicks and Aidan Blair. We're underway in racing. Rachel Robertson chops across to take the lead already down towards the Haynes Loop. She holds on well from pole position. There's a bit of sliding in the mid-pack there, but they all managed to hold on. Jack West was trying to go as late on the brakes as possible and gain a few places. I think he might have done just that. But through they go out of my eye line and down towards sector number 2. Robertson already has a race win under her belt today. And she has a huge gap coming into the bus stop chicane. That's a massive gap. How has that happened? There must have been a lot of chopping and changing in the mid-pack for that to happen, as Robertson has a good 1 or 2 second lead here from the first lap alone. There's Jack West in the mid-pack trying to make up a few places. He's going to go round the outside and then down the inside of another Guy Cunnington racing driver. West up into P7 then off of that start. It's been a good start from Luke Oliver as well. We saw him have a difficult heat number 2. And I think I saw them in the steward's office for the incident at the end of heat number 2 as well. Not sure how that one ended up being sorted. But either way, he's back out in this race and he's having a good one so far, up to P3. George Hulme and Aidan Blair getting contact warnings on that first lap of the race. They need to be a little bit careful. But like I mentioned, Rachel Robertson already has a win in heat number 1, courtesy of the 10-second penalty for causing a collision for Jack West. He won on the road, but had that taken away from him. He's then won heat number 2, and he's charging through already here in heat 3. He's up to P4 early on in this one, but Robertson with a lovely lead. This is basically going to be the decider of who takes pole position here. Can Jack West chase down Rachel Robertson and steal away the pole position in the final? He's up to P4. He's just got the fastest lap of the race of a 45.56 as Jack West. Only 400ths quicker than Robertson on that last lap though. However, you have got to say, he overtook 3 people on that last lap to Jack West and still did a faster time. However, can Robertson build enough of a gap while she's out there by herself in the lead to nullify that issue? There goes Jack West down the inside of 1, maybe down the inside of 2, but he's wide on the exit. He might get overtaken as they head back down towards Climate, and he is. 1 driver goes through, 2 driver goes through, almost 3 drivers go through as Jack West nearly loses it under brakes going through into Climate. He rejoins and trots back across the nose of the 11 of George Hulme. He can't quite squeeze through, but Jack West, after an impressively aggressive start, now is getting aggressively attacked himself. As once again, Hulme was all over the back of him as they went through into Johnny's. And Elliot Rice now is the driver who takes the fastest lap of the race. He did get a contact warning for himself on the last lap, though, so Elliot needs to be a little bit careful. As Ethan Lomax snuck through on him. There is a move up at midgets. That is Jack West retaking 5th place. And there's a move for 2nd just ahead as well. Luke Oliver's lost out to 4th place. And that is the... Who is that that's just gone through into 2nd place? It's the 74. Elliot Rice, what a last lap. 44.03 whilst gaining 3 places. 5th to 2nd in 1 lap, and Elliot Rice now in the pole position to chase down Rachel Robertson. But don't forget, these heats now reduced by 1 minute, only 6 minutes plus 1 lap. So that's 1 less minute that Rachel Robertson needs to worry about someone chasing her down. I think she's going to be pretty happy about that, but hold on a second, there's someone right behind her. So there's someone right behind Rachel Robertson. Now, is that a back marker, or has she had an issue on this lap? Has she made a mistake? There's a move for the lead. Rachel Robertson has lost the lead, and it is the 74 of Elliot Rice. He gets through and takes the race lead. There was a 1.8 second gap when they went onto that lap. A 45 second lap on that lap from Rachel Robertson. Hold on a second, everyone else is doing 45s. It was a 43.1 from Elliot Rice. How has he done that? He closed in 1.8 seconds on that last lap alone. Elliot Rice, how has this man found that pace? And he's already driving away with this. So who's put a KZ2 engine in that car? Is it definitely still a senior Rotax engine still in that car? That's unbelievable. What pace from Elliot Rice. He's driving away with this race now. 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock then. And he's leaving the rest of the field in his dust. He's flying out there. Now, he has got I think he's got slicks on and everyone else has got wets. That is what it is. Elliot Rice has got slick tyres on. That's why he's flying through the pack. The precipitation stopped a little while ago now. Everyone else with wet tyres on, and Elliot Rice has made the choice of the weekend, changing over to dry tyres, not going with what the rest of the field thought, and Elliot Rice is up 8 spots in this heat number 3 so far, from 9th to 1st. Over the line last time he had a 2.5 second lead. It's going to be more than that when he comes round this time. 45 seconds left to go on the clock. They're squabbling over 3rd place in the background. That's Liam Nate, Luke Oliver and George Hulme. Luke Oliver's up to 3rd place then, and George Hulme's following through as well, so they've relegated Liam Nate down into 5th place on that last lap. The SC plate of Matt Jones in P11, not having a great race in this one. He was 3rd place on the grid here, the championship leader going into today's racing. It's not really gone to plan so far today, has it, for Matt Jones? Less than ideal, to say the least, for the Southern Champs plate winner from 2024. He came into this race on 1,222. Oh, I think that the leader there thought it was the last lap of the race. I think he saw the 0 and went to slow down across the line to Elliot Rice, and then realised, oh no, I still got a lap to go, and then put his pedal to the metal once again and started pressing on once more. That's why you can see he did a very similar lap time to Rachel Robertson on that past lap. But Elliot Rice seems to have this one in the bag. Rachel Robertson, though, this is a fantastic performance from her. Jack West, after that really good start to the race, just has fallen away ever so slightly, just hasn't quite been as aggressive as he was earlier on in this one. And with a P7 finish, this is going to give the pole position to Rachel Robertson for the final. But round the final corner comes Elliot Rice. What a race win in heat number 3. Great decision on tyres, pays off for Elliot Rice. Rachel Robertson finishes in 2nd. Michael Pugh gets past George Hulme on the last lap. A change for Jack West as well. He gets, oh sorry, it's the last lap now, my apologies. So I'm the one getting confused. I could have sworn the last lap board was up when Elliot Rice came across the line, so that must have been what was happening then. He was trying to wait for the 0 to come up on the board so that he didn't cross it beforehand. I thought he had done that, but clearly not. One more lap still to go, my apologies. Elliot Rice still in the lead of the race, ahead of Rachel Robertson. Michael Pugh got past George Hulme on that last lap. Jack West got past Liam Nate. This time he's going to come round and see the checkered flag is Elliot Rice, and this time he's going to take the win in heat number 3. Close across the line between Robertson and Pugh actually makes contact with Robertson there across the line. A 42.13 for Michael Pugh on the last lap, and he was furious at Rachel Robertson across the line there, not quite sure why. But bit of batting there right to the checkered flag, but still my point stands that Rachel Robertson, barring any penalties post-race, will be on the pole position for the final later on this afternoon. The Guy Cunnington racing driver, I'm sure, will be very happy about that. George Hulme finishes in 4th with Jack West there in 5th place. Luke Oliver in 6th with Ethan Lomax, Liam Nate, William Ray and Ben Ballou, your top 10. Behind them, Sam Harrison and Ben Hicks, then Dominic Cousins and Matt Jones, followed by Kieran Ives, Bradley Howes, Paolo Nunes-Aranda, Aidan Blair and Emily Davidson. That was your 19 karts making it to the checkered flag in that race, and it looks as though all drivers who made it to the start of that race also made it to the finish. There we go then, another heat number 3 completed. How many have we got left to come? 3 more heats left to come for you, then the B final in junior Rotax, and then the all-important final in every single class. Of course, for those finals, at least at the moment, it will be 11 minutes plus 1 lap. Well, out next, we've got another heat number 3, this time for the 177s and the 177 Masters.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you.
177's getting ready to go then for their last heat of the day. Let's try and run you through the grid with this one. They're already coming round to get this one started. Let's run you through it. Sophie Jeffrey and Gary Cox are on the front row, with William Davies and Daniel Hammett on row 2. Then Colin Davis and Neil Hemming, Oliver Hutchings and Archie Elliott, and Scott Collins rounding out the grid. We're underway and racing for 6 minutes plus 1 lap, and Gary Cox getting it a bit sideways over the inside curb to kick off the race. That's going to lose him a few places as one driver nips up the inside and one sides round the outside. He manages to fend off there from Daniel Hammett trying to go around the outside, and Gary Cox slots back into third place, but it was William Davies who snuck through there on the inside of the first couple of corners. Sophie Jeffrey holds on to the lead of the race. Through the bus stop chicane they all go then. Potentially a change to second place then. Is that Gary Cox going back down the inside of William Davies? Yes, it is. No, Gary Cox, it was actually Gary Cox had already got back past, and that was another re-overtake, this time from the 29 of Oliver Hutchings it was. So Cox had already got back through. So Cox is in third, Hammett in fourth, and William Davies now in fifth place. Oliver Hutchings up 5 places on that first lap. He's gone from 7th place to 2nd on 1 lap alone. Impressive stuff from Oliver Hutchings. Of course, he won heat number 2 earlier on today. But of course, the kart conked out during heat number 1. And he's already into the lead of the race. He's got it. Up at midgets as Oliver Hutchings. And he's through on Sophie Jeffrey. Not only is that for the lead overall, that's for the lead in their class as well in the 177s. Archie Elliott's making a good battle through the pack. He's up to P5 now. I think P4 actually now. He's got past Daniel Hammett to the front of that secondary pack. But Oliver Hutchings already trying to drive away with this race, and this will probably end up giving him the pole position in the final. Now I'm just trying to work that out. Let's have a look back at the previous results from Heat 1 and Heat 2 then, because of course, with there being a bit of a DNF for him in the first race, that's not going to help him at all in terms of his tally of points going into the final later on today. Let's try and bring that up now in terms of championship standings. I know that'll give me the points from the previous races, whereas Archie Elliott has made it to the end of the race in both of them. Won the first heat out there on track. That's going to help him in terms of points, both for the championship and in terms of for the final. So yeah, it's a first and a third so far for Archie Elliott, a 9th and a 2nd for Oliver Hutchings. And currently Hutchings sat in first and Elliott sat in 4th place. Onto a new lap we go then. Oliver Hutchings with the fastest lap of the race, and now almost a 2.5 second gap at the front of the order from Sophie Jeffrey. But Jeffrey with Gary Cox, the leader of the Masters at the moment, really not too far behind. And Archie Elliott is definitely closing them down now. Was 0.3 of a second quicker than Gary Cox on the last lap, and now they come through. This time was 0.6 of a second quicker than Gary Cox on the last lap. Closes that gap down to 1.3 seconds. And if Archie Elliott can carry on like this, if he can get past Gary Cox and Sophie Jeffrey, then he's definitely securing himself the pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock though, so he's not exactly got all the time in the world to get that done. There's a check over the shoulder from Gary Cox coming down that back straight in towards Climber. Just checking out where Archie Elliott has ended up over this past lap. It doesn't look like he's closed in quite as much as he did on previous laps. Yeah, only about 0.4 of a second this time. Closes that gap down to just under a second between Cox and Elliott. Sadly, it looks as though we've lost William Davies on the last lap or two, the number 89 that had that decent start down to the first corner. Has pulled off at somewhere on the circuit. So sadly, William Davies, number 89, not making it to the checkered flag in this race. And behind that little squabble between second, third and fourth, we've got Colin Davis and Daniel Hammett not too far apart either. About 0.7 seconds between the two of them in their battle for second and third in this race in the Masters class. Elliott closing in once again though, this time to 0.6 of a second separating those two. 40 seconds on the clock though. I think this will be the third to last lap of the circuit. Here comes your leader then round the final corner. Only 10 seconds on the clock as he crosses the line. Starts the penultimate lap of the race as Oliver Hutchings. 43.13, his fastest lap so far in this one. Here comes Archie Elliott though, down the inside into the Haynes loop. And Archie Elliott's going to take third place on the road, away from Gary Cox. That's going to lose Gary Cox some points compared to Colin Davis and Daniel Hammett in terms of the Masters Championship. Neil Hemming loving getting that back end nice and slidey as he comes through the first corner just outside of my commentary box. Trying to get the power down on his Lando Norris kart. But as we say, timer has hit 0. This will be Oliver Hutchings starting the final lap of the race. What is that leading gap looking like over Sophie Jeffrey now? 4.5 seconds Oliver Hutchings is in the lead. Sophie Jeffrey starts the last lap about 1.1 seconds ahead of Archie Elliott, unless something goes catastrophically wrong. I think Sophie Jeffrey has this P2 in the bag here from race number 3. Sophie Jeffrey getting a P5 in the first heat of the day and a P6 in the second heat of the day. So finishing off with a P2, she's going to be really happy about that. But here comes Oliver Hutchings then to the end of the lap. And to the end of the race, round the final corner comes the number 29 to take win 2 of 2 from today's action. DNF in race number 1, but wins heat 2 and wins heat 3. Followed across the line by Sophie Jeffrey and Archie Elliott to round out the overall top 3 and the top 3 in the 177s. Gary Cox finishes just behind them, only by a few tenths of a second in P4 overall, but winning the Masters class. Here come Colin Davis and Daniel Hammett round the final corner. They'll finish 5th and 6th overall respectively. Then it'll be Neil Hemming to come around the final corner to finish in 7th, followed by the 22 of Scott Collins. And of course we lost William Davies earlier on in this race. Gutting for William. Hopefully karts all relatively okay. And we'll see William out later on today. And hopefully he'll be back out and fighting. Yeah, so that P2, that's the first second place for Sophie Jeffrey this year. Her best result was a 3rd place in Heat 2 in round 2. So well done to Sophie for grabbing that 2nd place there in Heat number 3 here at round 8 of the 2024 season. Well, that's their 3rd heat of the day done and dusted in terms of the 177s. So out next on circuit, again, 2 more heats left to go before we get to the finals. Out next, it's going to be the Superkarts.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with effort to find it. A leather feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground.
Superkarts already getting their tyres nice and warm out on circuit. Then let's run you through the grid here for their third heat of the day. Of course, they'll be heading round to getting good position ready for their standing start in only a moment's time. Graham Payne and Harry Morris are on the front row of the grid for this one, with Spencer Chappell and Aaron Powell, the two championship protagonists, on row number 2. Joel Hearsey and Daniel Buckland are on row 3, with Ross Cornick and Matthew Duncan on row 4. Then it's Callum Smith, Mark Smith and Fraser Everett rounding out the grid for this one. I just want to sort as well because I can see only 10 drivers out on the grid for this one. Is it Matthew Duncan? Yeah, it's Matthew Duncan that we're missing off of the grid here. Only 10 of the 11 supposed drivers on the grid for this one. But the SC plate and the 85 both on row 2. They're your ones to watch. They're the two winners from today so far. A win in Heat 1 from the 85, a win in Heat 2 from the SC. We're underway in racing. Poor start from the back of the grid for the 96 though. Less than ideal for Mark Smith. He struggles to get away. Chappell already into second place. Side by side for third though. As round the outside goes the 85 and Spencer Chappell's already into the lead of the race as they come through Johnny's. Straight down the inside of the leader of Graham Payne off of the start of the grid. Spencer Chappell sides through and takes the lead already, and he's already got a commanding lead ahead of the 85 of Aaron Powell. As Powell all round, someone dives late on the brakes to the inside, makes contact with another driver, they go wide, and the other one goes spinning. I couldn't quite see who that was. We'll see as they come to the end of this lap exactly who has gone round. Graham Payne's got a contact warning. Who's not come round though? It's Harry Morris on the 41. So Harry Morris has tried to dive down the inside late at the apex of midgets. That's obviously right at the end of the really long straight in the superkarts, because these geared superkarts don't take the bus stop chicane. They go straight on through at full speed down towards midgets, so it's a really heavy braking zone for them to try and dive down the inside. But Harry Morris, the kart has switched off. He won't be able to get that restarted given that it's a geared kart. He's come to a full stop, the engine's off, and he's out of this race. Unfortunate for Harry Morris. A gutsy overtake, just didn't quite pay off this time. Changes out there. Callum Smith gets through on Mark Smith for 6th place. And Aaron Powell, still 1.5 seconds behind Spencer Chappell. On that lap was about 1/10 of a second off of Spencer Chappell's lap. But it does seem as though, from what we've seen in previous races, Spencer Chappell can get it switched on immediately and start putting the pedal to the metal. It just takes Aaron Powell a lap or two to get up to the same pace, but then can sometimes exceed the pace of Spencer Chappell, and almost does that on that lap. A 38.54 for Chappell, a 38.56 for Aaron Powell. And then Graham Payne, Fraser Everett, Ross Cornick, all in a line in their battle for 3rd place, as they head through and down into Winger's Dip. Then Callum Smith and Mark Smith still battling over 6th place, as Mark Smith gets a contact warning for his troubles. And then Daniel Buckland and Joel Hearsey battle over 8th place as well. So all drivers in some sort of battle in this race, which is great to see. Looks like the leading gap has extended though. That's definitely over 2 seconds, that gap now. Not quite, 1.96 seconds. Close enough, as a new fastest lap from Spencer Chappell, 38.27. Fraser Everett's got through on Graham Payne on the last lap low, and Payne under pressure there from Cornick as they headed through Haynes Loop. The 32 still just about ahead as they headed through Johnny's. But Everett now up into the top 3. Great to hear the superkarts flying past the commentary box window. They're always super exciting, even just to listen to and watch when they're not under racing conditions. But watching them race super closely is even more exciting. And these guys certainly have a bit more bottle than me. You wouldn't catch me out in one of those things. Absolutely terrifying. As, oh no, looks as though the 77 has given up the ghost. Callum Smith His car has conked out outside the commentary box window and he's slowly but surely coasting back to the pit lane. Callum Smith is out of this race with only about 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. So Fraser Everett, he's having a good race in this one, 3rd place. P7 in race number 1 for Fraser Everett. I'm just trying to see. I can double check where he was in heat number 2 as well. Fraser, again, yeah, P6. So a P6 and a P7 for Fraser. This one a P3. He'll be really happy with this effort. Let's have a quick look at the championship standings as well, as we've got 30 seconds still left to go on the clock as Spencer Chappell closes down on the number 13. Flies past the back marker of Joel Hearsey. As Hearsey has managed to get through on the 42, to be fair. He's actually flown away from Daniel Buckland now. Shame that we didn't see Joel Hearsey make it to the start of the first race of the day. Same for Mark Smith as well. Mark Smith being 3rd in the championship, not making it to race number 1. And Mark continuing on in this race in P6. Sadly, Callum Smith not making it to the end of this race. Well, Spencer Chappell comes across the line to start the last lap of the race then. Aaron Powell still just over 2 seconds in behind him, just hasn't quite been able to match the pace of Spencer Chappell so far in this race. But Aaron Powell, your winner in race number 1. Spencer Chappell, your winner in race number 2. Each with a win and a 2nd place apiece. But this Heat 3, round the final corner, is going to go the way of Spencer Chappell, and that'll give him the pole position for the final later on this afternoon. The 85 of Aaron Powell has to settle for 2nd place in this race, and also 2nd place on the grid in the final. 13 of Joel Hearsey crosses the line in 7th place, 1 lap down on the rest of the leaders. Here comes 3rd and 4th, close across the line between Fraser Everett and Ross Cornick. Only less than 0.2 of a second in it between those two. But Fraser Everett secures 3rd place on the road. The number 55 getting a good result there. He's got a P3 in Heat 1 at round 6 before, and he's also got a win in the final at round number 3, has Fraser Everett, but that's another top 3 position to add to his tally now of 3 in 2024. Further on than that then, P5 was Graham Payne, P6 for Mark Smith, 7 for Joel Hearsey as we said, and 8th place for Daniel Buckland. But Callum Smith and Harry Morris we lost during that race. Harry Morris on the first lap and Callum Smith on lap number 6 with a mechanical issue forcing him to come back into the pit lane. We can see Harry Morris driving around the circuit now, getting his kart back to the pit lane, and hopefully we see all drivers involved today out on circuit for the final despite the mechanical issues suffered across the day. Hopefully they can get them all sorted and we'll see them back out later on this afternoon for the finals. Well, not too long until we get to the finals, to be fair, because there's only one more heat left to go. Formula Blues, their heat number 3 is up next.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like
The But poor Formula Blues. I mean, we saw the heaviest rainfall that we've seen so far today for their second heat just before the lunch break, and now it looks as though the water taps might have turned on again here at Forest Edge as we crack on with their third heat of the day. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Stephen Groves and David Good are on the front row for this heat 3, and Anthony Cleal and Mike Bell are on row 2, with David Watts and Nigel Vickery on row 3, Stuart Gray and Harry Smithson rounding out the grid on row number 4. Well then, we saw them deal with the slippery, tricky conditions on those slick tyres earlier on. Looks to be more of the same here for heat number 3, who will get to the front of the field by the end of the 6 minutes plus 1 lap. Not too long to find out. Let's go out, and we're underway and racing here for the Formula Blues. Immediately, the 8 of Stephen Groves takes the lead heading down into the Haynes Loop, and they're all trying to find a bit of grip there as they head through. Side by side for third place, trying it round the outside there in the background. That's a great move there from the number 19 of Mike Bell. I think actually lost out a bit early on in the corner, but managed to make it all up on the exit as they all were fighting not only for grip but with each other for some track position. They'll be heading up to the bus stop chicane now as they try and sort themselves out. It's Stephen Groves and I want to say potentially Anthony Cleal in second place. I think it might be Stuart Gray, but I feel like that's a little bit ridiculous if he started in P7 in this race. It is Stuart Gray who's up into second place. Unbelievable start, as almost getting forced off wide there was the 51 of Nigel Vickery. He's had a good start to this race as well, up a few spots. And he was on the outside of Stephen Groves there going into the final corner. Groves just nudging him off onto the grass. And Nigel did well there to hold onto the kart and bring it back onto the black stuff and carry on onto another lap. Again, just a little smattering of rainfall here down on the south coast of England. The top two breaking away nicely though, and now Stuart Gray with the fastest lap of the race is piling on the pressure to Anthony Cleal. And the first race of the day, Stuart Gray took the win. In the second race, he was in P4. Currently sitting second place, right on the rear bumper of Anthony Cleal. He's thinking about it down into Haynes Loop. He's going to go for it down the inside, but closing the door is Anthony Cleal. And on the exit, Anthony retakes the lead as they head through Johnny's. In behind, side by side for second place as they head into Johnny's. Attempting it round the outside is Nigel Vickery. And I think he might have got that done. Room was given by Stephen Groves. Fair racing between the two of them. But Nigel Vickery, if he could hold the outside there, would then have the inside line down into Winger's Dip. And we'll see as he comes back into our shot. Yes, he's got it. He's up into third place as Nigel Vickery. Both losing time though. That brings David Watts and Michael Bell back involved. I think there might be a change up at the top of the hill as well. Round the outside of two people. What a move. Was that Mike Bell getting round the outside of both of them? It was the number 11. Sorry, was it David Watts or was it Mike Bell? No, it was Mike Bell and the number 19. Fantastic move from Mike Bell. 2 places in one corner around the outside of Stephen Groves and David Watts. And then Harry Smithson follows him through up to P6 on Stephen Groves. So less than ideal lap then for Stephen Groves on the last lap as he loses 4 places from 3rd down to 7th. Nigel Vickery, Mike Bell, David Watts and Harry Smithson all managing to get through. It's changed at the front of the field though. Stuart Gray on the end of the last lap has got through on Anthony Cleal though, as I was just looking away at that battle in behind. The number 4 has snuck through on the number 6. And Stuart Gray looking to make it 2 wins out of 3 so far today. That'll definitely help him in that charge towards the pole position for the final. Poor exit though from Mike Bell out the final corner. Sees David Watts retake that 4th place. I'm really enjoying the ebbing and flowing of these races in Formula Blue. Someone might start to pull away, but then seemingly momentum changes and someone else can go a little bit faster and retakes the place. It's been really, really exciting throughout today. 8 drivers really close together on pace as well, which always makes it nice and exciting in a karting race. Almost a second now in the lead is Stuart Gray. Now he's been given a bit of free air. He's really started to pull away from Anthony Cleal. So fair play to the number 4. As it looks as though, I want to say, they might actually be on wet tyres now for this race. I honestly can't quite tell out of the comms box window what kind of tyres they're on. But I guess we can compare 49.6 second lap times. There were 43s in the dry earlier on today, and there were 58s in the session earlier. So I think it's fair to say they're probably all on wet tyres now in the Formula Blues, as we had similar conditions before lunch, and they were doing 58, 59 second laps. And in the full dry earlier on, they were doing 43s. So Stuart Gray clearly enjoying when it's fully dry or fully wet with those wet tyres as he continues to press on in the lead of the race. It was 2.2 seconds on the last lap. Some great pace shown by him, and that's now 2.5 seconds, despite a personal best from Anthony Cleal on the last lap. Third place still owned by Nigel Vickery, side by side for 5th place though, as Mike Bell and Harry Smithson go side by side. Smithson tries the up and under down into the Haynes loop, but door is going to be closed then on the exit by Mike Bell as he holds on to P5 for himself. Leaders go through the bus stop chicane. 20 seconds left to go on the clock here. It's going to be close as to whether we see 2 or just the 1 more lap here. I think it might just about be 2 laps, as they're 10 seconds as we get to the final corner. He skates his way out of the final corner, and it will just about be 2 more laps of racing. The number 4 of Stuart Gray crosses the line with 2 seconds to go on the gantry. Change for 3rd place though. The number 11 of David Watts has got through on Nigel Vickery on that last lap, and Vickery now falling into the clutches of Mike Bell as they head through into the Haynes loop. 19 looking like he has some good pace underneath him, but only a lap or so ago Mike Bell was under so much pressure for his 5th place from Harry Smithson, and now the tide turns once again here in the Formula Blues, and Vickery the one under pressure from Bell, as he only was recently overtaken by David Watts, and David Watts set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap as well, a 48.72. Him and Mike Bell in the 48s, the leaders still only in the 50s on the last lap. So again, despite them pulling away early on in this race, other drivers finding lots of pace. I say that, Anthony Cleal takes the fastest lap. That's now beaten by David Watts, 46.39. Now the time to beat out there, but Stuart Gray has started the final lap of the race as Harry Smithson has had a problem. Harry Smithson has not come round to finish the lap. So Harry Smithson was in P6 when we started the penultimate lap of the race. He's not come round to start the final lap, and Smithson is out of this race late on. But Stuart Gray still leading us through into sector number 3 then. Anthony Cleal has had a great secondary charge in this second part of the race, but it's not quite going to be enough to knock Stuart Gray off of the win, and this will be 2 from 3 in terms of victories here at the Forest Edge Kart Club in the Formula Blues for Stuart Gray. Anthony Cleal follows him across the line in 2nd place, and a great charge in that second part of the race as well from David Watts. New fastest lap of the race on the last lap of 44.75. That was nearly 4 seconds quicker than Stuart Gray's lap on that last lap. Where did David Watts find that kind of pace on the last lap? Couldn't quite do anything with it though, because he'd already started from so far back, battling with Mike Bell and Nigel Vickery for that 3rd place earlier on in that race, and the top 2 had already scampered away. Speaking of, Mike Bell in 4th, Nigel Vickery in 5th, Stephen Gross in 6th, David Good in 7th, and sadly Harry Smithson, he'd been looking feisty all day, battling through the pack, this time not able to make it to the checkered flag. But that's it for the heats then here for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. We'll be kicking off the finals in only a few moments time, and we'll be beginning it with the B final for our junior Rotax drivers.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like ooh. like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like, I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like.
So we're kicking off the finals then for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Starting off with our Junior Rotax B final. Only 5 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock for this. Top 4 drivers heading through to the A final right at the end of today. Lewis Joyner starts on pole position alongside Jonas Janazauskas, with James Finley and Jensen Collins on row 2. Then it's Matthew Grove and Jacob Sinfield on row 3, with Michael Gurney and Jack Price on row 4. Alfie Clark and Matthew Whitmarsh on row 5, with Tyler Rackham and Jensen Cox on row 6. Then Danny Mayreed and Madison Chappell, Theo Jones and Finley Hans. 16 drivers on the grid. Lights are out. We go racing for the Junior Rotax B final. Only the top 4 getting through. So really, it doesn't really matter if you win, come 2nd, 3rd or 4th in this one, as long as you're in those top 4 by the time you get to the checkered flag. And it's all getting a bit feisty in the mid-pack as they try and sort themselves out coming through sector number 1. But I think it's been a good start from the front of the grid, and they're already trying to break away from the rest of them, because of course you really want to be working together if you're up in that pack already. Just get all of yourselves through to the final. There's no point in battling over these positions, losing time and dropping back out of the top 4. One driver off on the grass there on the exit of the bus stop chicane, a driver with an orange helmet who's now dropped back into the clutches of that following pack there at the back of the order. But at the end of lap number 1, they come through to finish it. Who was that lost? That was Jacob Sinfield, who was off on the grass on the outside, who's lost a few places as he rejoins and gets right involved with that squabble. 5 or 6 drivers going at it down into the Haynes Loop. But James Finley, Jonas Janazauskas and Matthew Grove have driven away here in the top 3. It's Tyler Rackham who is really at risk here in 4th place. He's gained 2 places on that first lap of the race, but he's got Jensen Collins and Alfie Clark right in behind him. Those 3 making a bit of a battle for 4th place and trying to get that final position in the final. Side by side it was for 4th place there, out of midgets. Now wasn't that... No, wheels come off! Wheels come off, and a big off for the 36 there. That's Tyler Rackham out of the race, and the tyre's going to come back across the track. Oh, just missed it there was the 71. Jack Price did really well to spot that tyre coming back across the track. But that was because of contact. I think we've just heard the tyre hit a commentary box here and go underneath us. But that was a big off for the 36. He surely must be feeling a bit sick after that one. He spun round about 15 times in the space of 3 seconds over the wet grass. But that was with contact, I want to say with Jensen Collins, potentially Alfie Clark, as they were battling over 4th place. It had been a great start to the race for Tyler Rackham to get himself up into that top 4 and up into the positions to get through to the A final. But it all ends as quickly as that for the number 36. So as we hit half race distance here already in the Junior Rotax B final, calamities already for one of our novice drivers. Well, it's Lewis Joyner in P9, another one of our novice drivers who actually has the fastest lap of this race. But he's a good 5 seconds off of the cusp for the A final. Even with the fastest lap of the race, he's going to struggle. He's going to struggle to close down that gap and get back involved. Finley with a nice 1 second gap out the front of the field. But 4th and 5th, they're closing in, it seems, on the top 3. Now, this could make it exciting. Now, I was going to say, are they going to work together or are they going to battle? Of course they're going to battle over 4th place. Down the inside goes the 71 of Jack Price. He steals away that A final spot from Jensen Collins. As Jack Price, even with that overtake, now takes the fastest lap of the race so far. 1 minute and 45 seconds now on the clock. James Finley still leading the way from Jonas Januszowskis, Matthew Grove, and now Jack Price. The 4 drivers up in those positions, and Price wants more. He's down the inside of 3rd place now. He's going to relegate Matthew Grove into 4th, and Jensen Collins will be hoping that brings him back into play here for a top 4 spot. Although I don't think the 52 of Matthew Grove has quite been held up enough here. And to be fair to Jack Price, if you've got the pace, you might as well really steal yourself into the top 4. And not keep yourself open for a challenge to someone charging in behind. 53 and 66 side by side across the line. That's Lewis Joyner round the outside of Michael Gurney to take away 8th place from himself. Lewis Joyner pressing on nicely through this race. Unable to convert that real outright pace that he's got into some good positions though. Trying to spot, there's definitely some more rain falling outside the commentary box window at the moment, and some slipping and sliding from the leaders. They're definitely starting to slow down a little bit, and could this throw a spanner in the works for some of our drivers? It's really close between 3rd, 4th and 5th now. As is that Matthew Grove out of the top 4? I think it is. It is Matthew Grove out of the top 4. No, it's not, sorry. It's Jensen Collins who's still at the back of that train. Sorry to any Matthew Grove supporters that I just scared the life out of. He's still there in 4th place. He's side by side with Matthew Grove through the first couple of corners and round and off. Off goes Jack Price. Jack Price has spun. He's spun down at Johnny's, and Jack Price is going to fall out of the top 4 on the penultimate lap of the race. What calamities for Jack Price, the fastest driver out there on circuit, and he's just been a little bit overcommitted there into Johnny's, and he might have just lost himself a shot at the A final. Moves for the lead of the race as well. James Finley and Jonas Januszowskis battling at it. Januszowskis was down the inside up at midgets, but back through goes James Finley, and Finley will lead us on to the last lap of the race. No, he won't. It's Januszowskis who's made the move stick. My apologies. He's still into the lead. Finley's to 2nd, Matthew Groves to 3rd, and Alfie Clark in all of that has got past Jensen Collins. The 48 of Alfie Clark might have just secured himself a place in the A final. He's gained 2 positions on that last lap alone, and Alfie Clark is up 5 places in this B final from 9th on the grid. What a final it's been so far. Calamities all around the shop, and with this bit of sprinkling of rainfall, it couldn't have made it any more exciting. Januszowskis is going to lead us down into climate, and he should put himself onto the leading position on the back of the grid for all the B finalists. Januszowskis wins on the road. James Finley follows him across the line, and so does Matthew Grove and Alfie Clark. He celebrates across the line. He knows he's got that 4th place, and he knows he's just secured himself another final later on this afternoon. Jensen Collins just misses out, the first to miss out in P5 then, and it all changes around on the line as well. What's happened to Sinfield and Joyner? They've got in a bit of battle there as Jensen Cox and Madison Chappell managed to get through into 6th and 7th respectively. Lewis Joyner finishes in 8th, and Jacob Sinfield in 9th. Theo Jones will finish in P10. Michael Gurney is just coming round to finish in P11 now. But Jack Price, fastest driver in the B final, 1 lapse of judgment, and he chucks it all away down at Johnny's corner. Nothing more gutting than that. My heart goes out to the driver of the number 71. But sadly, that is day done then for Jensen Collins, Jensen Cox, Madison Chappell, Lewis Joyner, Jacob Sinfield, Theo Jones, Michael Gurney, Jack Price, and Tyler Rackham. Of course, very provisional results here. We won't know anything until we get to the A final and we see the fully confirmed results here from the B final. But provisionally, on the back of the grid in the A final, we will see Jonas Januszowskis, James Finley, Matthew Grove, and Alfie Clark. Well, you don't want to miss out on the A final later on today. The B final, with only 16 drivers in it, was so ridiculously exciting. Let's just wait until we get to the A final, where we have a fully packed grid. That will be the last race of the day later on this afternoon. And before then, we've got plenty of finals coming your way. All 11 minutes plus 1 lap. So much to play for out there on circuit, especially with changing conditions like we're seeing out there. It's sure to be super exciting. Don't go anywhere, folks. The first final up next is our Honda Cadet.
Through the night effort to find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The finals start now for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club, and we kick it off with a grid start. It's the Honda Cadets who are going to kick us off for our all-important finals. The 3 surface flags out on circuit, and I'm afraid this misty rain means that for you guys at home, it's going to be a bit difficult for you to see what's going on in terms of the track action, as it's totally covering the start line camera and not exactly helping the Haynes Loop camera either. So I'll try and do my best to keep you up to date with what's going on out on circuit, with the visibility slightly reduced. Let's run you through the grid then. Arthur Way and Daniel Barton, the 2 protagonists throughout today, line up side by side for this race start on the front row. Stanley Keeley and Oliver Ratton are there on row 2, with Alex Gaskin and Seth Jones. Joint on points there on row number 3, Oliver Spence and James Devereaux on row 4, with Connor Yu and Alex Roach on row 5, then Henry Duncan, Max Smith and Oakley Poulter. 13 karts on the grid then for this Honda Cadet 160 final. Arthur Way, your championship leader going into this race. However, the pace that's been shown by Daniel Barton across today's action has been straight up incredible. Arthur Way, though, we know he loves a good fight. We know that he can do a defensive masterclass, and he's going to do his best to do that. He gets a good start. It's going to be side by side down to the first corner, but it's going to be slippery in these treacherous conditions. Who's going to be able to hold on to it as they get through the Haynes Loop? Way is on the outside, and he does chop across and takes the lead from Daniel Barton. Who's that getting involved behind them as well? It's a great start for the 22 and almost off there for the 58. They're going to be side by side on the exit. That's Oliver Ratton all over Daniel Barton. Ratton has had a quality start there through the first sector, and he is potentially challenging Daniel Barton for second place. Through they'll come up into, and it is a change to second. That's Oliver Ratton up from 4th on the grid then, up to second place already, and Daniel Barton falling down into P3. Who is it that's still there in 4th place though? Is it Stanley Keeley? I think it is. There's so much of this thick rain, like mist now out there. We're struggling to even see what's going on outside the window. 61 going side by side with the driver, and there's been a spin at the final corner. Is that Stanley Keeley who spun? It's the 36 who has spun. That's Alex Roach. So it was actually Alex Roach who got up to P4. Then Alex has had a spin at the final corner, has dropped to P6 because of that. So it's been a difficult start for a few drivers across the race, even if they've had a positive start initially, like Alex Roach did, then having issues himself down at the final corner. So still Arthur Way then leading Oliver Ratton, then Daniel Barton, and then a bit of a gap back to Connor Yu, who now sits in 4th place. Saying that, side by side for 4th place. That's a late move down the inside. Move made. I was going to say that's Seth Jones, but it's not Seth Jones. Seth Jones' kart is all black. A blue kart making moves down the inside. We'll wait and see who that is climbing back up the order. But Arthur Way dealing with these treacherous conditions very well as he continues to extend the gap at the front of the field. He's down into the 56s already though. 56.91 for Arthur. Rest of the drivers in the 58. Side by side and behind though. That's the 11 of Seth Jones trying to go around the outside and now down the inside. Great move from Seth Jones to retake 5th place from Alex Roach and now steal 4th away from Connor Yu. Those 4 battling well then. Connor Yu, Alex Roach, Seth Jones and James Devereaux. 4th place to 7th place. All battling well. So somehow in these difficult conditions, Arthur Way is finding grip where no one else can as he leads us on to lap number 4. Another 56-second lap time from himself, 57 from Oliver Atten, still a 58 from Daniel Barton. So Daniel Barton looking insanely fast in dry conditions, but not quite able to keep it on the pace of Arthur Way once we get into these fully wet conditions here out on circuit. Seth Jones up into 4th place then, as we mentioned. Alex Roach now in behind in 5th. Connor Yu, the biggest loser from that little battle, drops down into 7th place as James Devereaux finds a way through on that last lap as well. So all of the top 6 down below the 1 minute mark in the 56s, 57s, 58s and 59s. The rest of the field all still above the 1 minute mark as they try and find their way around this difficult circuit. Stanley Keeley seems to be out of this race as, yes, there's a driver off down at Climate, as again he's slipping over, trying to get his kart back up and over the lip of the grass onto the actual circuit itself, and he's just slipping over, falling into the kart. There's no way he's going to get that up onto the black stuff, and sadly I think he's going to have to give up on that one. Struggling to see whether it's Oakley Poulter or Stanley Keeley, because both haven't come round to finish the last few laps. I think that might be Oakley Poulter, who's outside of my commentary box window down at Climate, and I think we might have lost Stanley Keeley somewhere else on the previous lap. But either way, 2 drivers out of this race already then, as someone's just spun right where that driver is trying to come back on the circuit. A spinning under yellows is never going to be looked kindly upon, and that's likely going to be them out of the race as well. That was Oliver Spence who spun on the yellow flags down at Climate. Was in battling with Alex Gaskin over 10th place. But the stewards are not going to look kindly on that one. They need to be slowing down and being fully in control of the kart when coming into a yellow flag zone, exactly for that reason. Drivers still right at the side of the circuit trying to get their karts back on. And Oliver Spence was very lucky there not to make contact with the kart or even the driver that was at the side of the circuit there. But less than 6 minutes now to go on the clock. Arthur Way still consistently down in the 56s, and he's looked a little bit... Well, no, to be fair, Arthur Way hasn't looked off colour today. He's just been challenged by some drivers, which is surprising. This is the Arthur Way that we know and remember from previous rounds. Now winning by almost 7 seconds out at the front of the field is Arthur Way, as the other 2 drivers who were stricken there on the outside of Climate now make their way to safety at the nearest marshal post. Arthur Way comes around the final corner, starts lap number 7 of this race, and now we look like we're on for a bit of a battle for second place, as Barton has closed the gap back down to Oliver Ratton in second place. Very similar lap times between the 2 of them. No one anywhere close to the lap times of Arthur Way. Only driver in the 56s consistently, everyone else in the 58s and 57s. Battle with James Devereaux happening as well. That's Seth Jones and James Devereaux going at it, and Devereaux's got it on the exit, so that's a change for 5th place, as the 46 of James Devereaux finds a way through on Seth Jones. And behind them, Max Smith, the only novice in the field, has got past Connor Yu as well. So good battling through from Max Smith, the number 61, up into P7 overall. Of course, in every race, Max Smith has to start from the back of the grid. This is the only one where he doesn't have to. He started in P12 of 13 on identical points to Henry Duncan and Oakley Poulter, but he's gained 5 places in this final so far, has Max Smith. So well done to that novice driver. Nose to tail now for second place. Oliver Ratton and Daniel Barton, they are absolutely nose to tail. Nothing in between the 2 of them as they head round the Haynes Loop, and they're also coming up on a back marker. The blue flag's out as the back marker gets a little bump on the rear bumper. Understandably so, as they were a little bit slow there was Alex Gaskin through the left-hander. And Oliver Ratton struggling to see how slow he would be. Goes into the back of him. You just see Alex Gaskin's neck fly back ever so slightly. Alex Gaskin struggling at the back of the field, and I think that's because he's got those slick tyres on. He's 6 seconds off of the pace at the moment, and we know Alex is a quick driver. Started P5 in this race, but maybe was a little bit too aggressive with that strategy, going for wet tyres as the rain started to fall more and more heavily. And to be fair, Alex Gaskin, even just keeping on the black stuff, is very impressive in this race if he's got those wet tyres on. But a change to second place out there. Daniel Barton has finally found a way through on Oliver Ratton. And they continue on. Yeah, dry tyres on that number 23. That's really tough for Alex Gaskin. And he's just getting out of the way of the rest of the drivers. He knows he's just on the processional for the rest of this final. A bold strategy that could have paid off in right circumstances, but sadly the rain only got heavier here on the south coast of England, and Alex Gaskin is going to have to deal with a lowly finish here in the final at round number 8. Well, 2.5 minutes set to go on the clock then. Arthur Way with over a 10-second lead now over his rival Daniel Barton. Barton able to bring the heat throughout the rest of the day. No one able to challenge Arthur Way in this final. And now he drops down into the 55s. 55.88 now for Arthur Way. As what is that gap now? 12 seconds. Another 2-second gap he just gained over Daniel Barton on that last lap alone. We could be seeing a win by something like 15, 16 seconds here by the time the checkered flag comes out for Arthur Way. There's still 2 minutes left to go on the clock here on the gantry. I don't think that's out of the question. Again, slowing to allow the drivers on wet tyres through. Good to see that from Alex Gaskin. Knows he's not involved. Just needs to get out of the way. Max Smith, Connor Yu and Henry Duncan. They're battling still over 7th, 8th and 9th as they head through the Haynes Loop and into Johnny's. They've got a good 12-second or so gap between themselves and the drivers ahead of them. That being Alex Roach, James Devereaux and Seth Jones. All relatively close together. Closest battle still between Barton and Ratton though, but Barton extending that gap little by little, lap on lap out there. And we're closing in towards the end of this 11-minute plus 1 lap final. Now, as we mentioned, Arthur Way has been a rather dominant force this season in the Honda Cadets at the Forest Edge Kart Club. He wasn't at round number 6 because he was on a holiday. At round 7, he did the clean sweep, 4 wins. Round 5, it was a 5th in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2, a win in Heat 3, and a 2nd place in the final. Round 4, won everything. Round 3, won everything. Round 2, won everything. And at round 1 was a 3rd and 2 and 3 seconds. So only one race this season has he been off of the podium. Someone's gone for a little spin. I think that's our slick tyre runner, sadly, of Alex Gaskin, who went for a little spin down there at the Haynes Loop, as he is just really just got to have fun with it really out there. He knows he's not going to get a good result out of this one, so might as well just have a little bit of a play and go for a few spins. Why not? Go for a play in the grass, as now he gets chased down by Arthur Way for, I think, the 2nd or 3rd time out there on circuit. Okay, yeah, 2nd time it is that he's been caught by Arthur Way, which, I mean, in and of itself is very impressive from Alex Gaskin, showing some really good kart control out there on circuit. But it's looking like as though, as the timer hits 0, the next time Arthur Way comes around, he will see the last lap board out there on circuit. So as you mentioned, he's had four perfect rounds this season. And this one, not quite a perfect round. Beaten in the first heat of the day by Daniel Barton. 2nd place in Heat 1. However, a win in Heat 2, a win in Heat 3. And it's looking like it's going to be a win in the final. Arthur Way leads us on to the last lap here of the Honda Cadet Final here for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. And there is Daniel Barton across the line to start his final lap. 14.7 seconds behind Arthur Way. Oliver Ratton then a further 2.8 seconds behind him. And a further 2.1 seconds behind for Alex Roach. And then 3.2 seconds behind them is James Devereaux. And then 1.1 seconds back from James is Seth Jones. That is your top 6 as we go through the last lap of the race. And these 3 still relatively close together, that being Max Smith, Henry Duncan and Connor Yu. And Henry Duncan has actually got past Connor Yu on the last lap, so that's a change to 8th place. But here comes the Southern Champs Plate holder from 2024. Arthur Way is going to take yet another final victory in Honda Cadet. No one could challenge him in the tricky conditions this afternoon on a rainy October afternoon on the south coast of England. Here is Daniel Barton to come around the final corner. He was a great challenger to Arthur Way today. The closest challenger I think I've seen anyone really be this season. but well done to the 58, getting a second place there in the final. Oliver Ratton finishes in third place, started in P4, finishes in P3, a job well done there for the number 22. Alex Roach just off of the podium there in fourth place, and the biggest mover in the race. Up 6 places was Alex Roach, from 10th on the grid to 4th place overall. Take a bow, number 36. That's a great result there in the final. James Devereaux rounds out that top 5 with Seth Jones in 6th. Max Smith, the only novice there, finishing in 7th place. He should be very happy with that performance, just about keeping Henry Duncan and Connor Yu at bay. All 3 of them finished within a second of each other, 0.85 to be exact, even after an 11-minute plus 1 lap final. And then, of course, Alex Gaskin sadly bringing up the rear in 10th place. Going out there on dry tyres was a bold strategy. This time it didn't pay off, but you never know what could have happened. But well done to Alex for driving safely, keeping out of the harm's way of the other drivers, and just having a bit of fun out there. And of course, sadly, we lost Oliver Spence, Oakley Poulter and Stanley Keeley from that race earlier on laps 4, 3 and 2 respectively. Well, that's it for the first final of the day then. The Honda Cadets, we won't see them out until the final round next month in November, but we'll move swiftly on to the next final. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more finals yet to come, 8 in total, and the next one will also be some cadet drivers, but this time it'll be the Rotax Cadets.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all
Second final of the day then out on circuit. Can't say that the weather seems to be getting any better out there either. Hopefully no one's going for a similar strategy to one of the drivers out in the Honda Cadets last time out. Hopefully all on the wet tyre. So this one, that definitely seems to be the right tyre to be on. And still lots of umbrellas out there, so I think we can assume that the rain is still definitely coming down. Right then, let's have a look at the grid for our Rotax Cadet final. Oakley Riggs has been rather dominant here today. Not quite 3 wins, but 2 out of 3, pretty good from Oakley. Ethan Coupland's alongside him on the front row. Then it's Oscar Churches with the other race win on row 2 alongside Arthur Kayser. Then Rio Pocock, Freya Bonds, Tommy Morris, Travis Giddings and Kieran Ranger. 9 drivers taking to the start, but not quite yet, because we're going to have a chevron flag and we're going to go round again. So as I mentioned, Oscar Churches with a great showing of form in the third heat of the day earlier on today, and he'll be hoping to carry on that momentum here into the final. It was very, very impressive. Let's see if we click through to the championship standings. I don't think he's quite appeared on there yet, as he's a new name, so I assume that will be added after the racing is concluded here for round number 8, because of course, as I say, Oscar Church's first time he's been here at the club, and starts, I think he had a P6 in heat 1, a P4 in heat 2, and then managed to take the win in heat number 3. Will he carry on that momentum into the final? Not too long to wait and see then. Lights are out and we do go racing, and Coupland immediately slides through to the lead of the race. Relegates Oakley Riggs down to second place, but he tries to stick the nose in down to the Haynes loop. That door swiftly closed though by championship leader Ethan Coupland. And Coupland trying to right the wrongs of the rest of the day. He's got a P4 in heat 1 and 2 P3s in heat 2 and heat 3. Whereas his championship rival Oakley Riggs with 2 P1s and a P2, I think that could see the championship lead switching around, as when they came into today, 39 points ahead was Ethan Coupland. Actually, I don't think it's going to quite be good enough for Coupland to lose out to Riggs in this one. But if Coupland can take the win in the final here, he'll definitely be holding on to that championship lead going into the last round next month. Riggs under a bit of pressure then in second place. And who is that that's all over the back of him? Of course, it's Oscar Churches. Churches is down the inside. Churches making a bit of contact on the rear left of his kart. And he takes the place away. Now, hand up in the air. He definitely does care, though, does Oakley Riggs. And he'll be thinking that that's a bumper pass as well. Coupland slowed down. Coupland slowed down. But he's back underway now, so a change at the front of the field. Both Churches and Riggs have snuck through there on the exit. But a big change there. I'm not sure why Coupland was so slow. Was it just a bit of a slide out of the Haynes loop? I'm not sure, but either way, he's back up to full speed now. He's rejoined in third place. But now Oscar Churches, the number 18, takes the lead of the race. He gets a contact warning for that little bump on Oakley Riggs coming around the final corner there on lap number 2. And Oakley Riggs under pressure from Coupland. Coupland going to the outside, down into Climate. But Riggs holds that inside line down into the final corner. Does not allow for Coupland to even try and battle through. And they've got the 66 of Rio Pocock not far off the back of them now as well. Then the 19 of Arthur Kayser and the 79 of Tommy Morris are battling over 5th place. As Freya Bond, where has Freya Bond gone that last lap? She is out of the race. She's parked up just before Midget's corner at the end of the straight between the bus stop chicane and Midget's corner. Sadly, Freya Bond is out of the race then early on in this one in only the first couple of minutes. Sadly, for the driver at third place in the championship going into today, it's not quite gone our way today with 2 5th places and a 7th place in the heats. And now it's going to be a DNF in the final, sadly, for Freya Bond. Arthur Kayser, Tommy Morris, Kieran Ranger and Travis Giddings all benefit from Freya dropping out of P5. She was looking on for a good result, equal to her best so far today. But it wasn't meant to be for Freya Bond. On we go then, on to lap number 4. And Coupland all over the back of Oakley Riggs still. But Oscar Churches takes the new fastest lap of the race. 55.4 for Oscar Churches. 55.6 for Oakley Riggs. And a 55.5 for Ethan Coupland. Rio Pocock not quite able to hold on to the back of these drivers, as his best lap time on the last lap in the 56s. And the rest of the drivers, yeah, in the 56s or 57s out there. So as they carry on, slowly but surely, Oscar Churches is starting to put a nice little gap between himself and Oatley Riggs and Ethan Coupland, the two championship protagonists. So could this be a bit of an upset here from Oscar Churches? Going into the championship in the final couple of rounds of the season and might just steal away a win in the final. Oh, that was a big slap of the curb there on the inside from Oatley Riggs. You see some of the older drivers in bigger karts doing that on occasion, but not in these little karts. Doesn't really help too much as, oh no, what's happened to Arthur Kaiser on the last lap? He's lost about 6 or 7 seconds. He's now dropped out from 5th place down to 8th place. Now he has continued. He's rejoined, but he's a little bit away off of the back of the pack now. He's lost about 6 or 7 seconds to Tommy Morris, who's now taken his 5th place. But there seems to be a bit of a curse to the 5th place in this Rotax Cadet final. We lost Freya Bond from 5th place only a few laps ago. And now Arthur Kaiser has an issue from 5th place. He drops down to P8. 6.5 minutes still left to go in this final then. And again, Oscar Churches with the new fastest lap on the last lap. 55.24. The gauntlet that he's laid down. Will he go even faster here on lap number 5? Yes, he will. 55 dead from Oscar Churches. And that gap extends to over 2 seconds now between himself and Riggs and Coupland. Those two lapping in the 55.8 for Riggs and the 55.8 for Coupland. And actually, drivers in behind all now faster. Sorry, only Rio Pocock, wasn't seeing that Tommy Morris, Kieran Ranger and Travis Giddings were in the 56 5s, 6s and 4s. 55.3 for Rio Pocock, new personal best from himself as he now starts to close the gap on Riggs and Coupland in ahead. That gap between himself and them, about 1.2 seconds. But Oscar Churches, he's been the standout performance here in this final. He impressed us in the final heat of the day for the Rotax Cadets earlier on. And now, with the rain falling here at Forest Edge, he's really come into a league of his own now, as he now does a 55 dead exactly. 55.00 for Oscar Churches. Despite a personal best from Oatley Riggs of a 55.44, again, continues to extend that margin at the front of the order. Over 2.5 seconds now, Oscar Churches has a bit of a buffer zone over those following two karts. But he can't relax too much. One little mistake in conditions like these, and it can all be over. We've seen that already in the finals so far this afternoon. And Oscar Churches doesn't want to be toying with that. He's got a contact warning as well a few minutes ago in this race. So he also just needs to be a little bit careful, especially if he comes up on any back markers. And Oatley Riggs with just a general warning from those first few laps as well. He holds on to second place for the moment though. 55.48 for Riggs, 55.55 for Coupland, and a 55.24 for Churches. Continues to extend that gap. Rio Pocock had a very slow lap on that last lap, so something's happened to Rio Pocock. Side by side, though, between Tommy Morris and Kieran Ranger as they head through into Johnny's. Tommy Morris able to carry on, though. And Kieran Ranger has to slot back in to 6th place. A good battle between those two. Tommy Morris continuing to have a decent day out there in the Rotax Cadets. And they're still going side by side. I can see up towards Midget's corner, and we're side by side for second place as well into the final corner. Ethan Coupland down the inside of Oatley Riggs. Oatley Riggs is going to try and go up and under here though into the Haynes Loop, and he is going to grab that inside line once again. It's all been simmering for that battle for second place, and finally it kicks off with 3.5 minutes to go. Both sideways as they exit the Haynes Loop into Johnny's, and they sort themselves out before they get to the yellow flag. And sadly, that yellow flag is because of Tommy Morris. I think Tommy Morris is out of the race somewhere down at Winger's Dip, and Tommy Morris hasn't come round to complete lap number 8. So Tommy Morris out of this race. Just as I was saying how much of a good race he was having, he's out on lap number 8 of this Rotax Cadet final. Well, Ethan Coupland initially getting a good run there to get past Oakley Riggs. Oakley Riggs fights back through, and again down the inside of the final corner goes Ethan Coupland. A carbon copy of last lap, but this time Oakley Riggs battles back to the inside early on, and a big slide for Oakley Riggs. He goes nearly perpendicular to the track there, does Oakley Riggs. Coupland goes too deep though into the Haynes loop. Up and under goes Riggs to retake second place. No love lost between these two as they continue to battle here through the final. My goodness, I can't believe Oakley Riggs held on to that slide. That was a huge slide from Oakley. And somehow he got it collected and then was able to repass Coupland on the exit of the corner. Impressive stuff from the WC plate. After that little issue for Pocock, he still stayed there in 4th place. He's got a bit of a buffer now as well. He's got about 6-7 seconds between himself and Riggs ahead. He's got about 5 or 6 seconds back to Kieran Ranger in behind in 6th place as Ranger and Giddings are still battling it out. Here we look to that battle for second though, round the final corner. This time, Coupland can't get it done on the inside. And has to leave it for now. And it has changed for 5th place though in the background. Giddings has got through on Ranger. Change for 5th place as the number 44 sides his way through. The Lewis Hamilton fan in the all-purple Lewis Hamilton style helmet is through into the top 5. And Travis Giddings and Kieran Ranger started in 8th and 9th in this race. They've done very well to get up to 5th and 6th so far in this one. Both of them now up 3 positions from their starting spaces on the grid. We're side by side for second place though, as the leader comes across the line. Starts what I think will just be the penultimate lap with 50 seconds to go down the inside of the final corner yet again from Ethan Coupland. But this time he's able to chop across Oakley Riggs at the exit. Not allow for Riggs to try and get back through, but he's gone a little bit wide down at Haynes Loop again. Riggs tries to wriggle his way through up the inside, but Coupland closes the door this time. And now Coupland finally has the second place for longer than 1 or 2 corners. And Coupland will lead the two of them through this second to last lap of the race, I do believe. But Oscar Churches, 6.3 seconds now the gap between himself and Coupland and Riggs. He stabilised at low 55 lap times, which is still better than anyone else out there on circuit. Impressive stuff from Oscar Churches. Timer hit 0. The number 18 will see the last lap board first. And Oakley Riggs has got back through. Oakley Riggs has got back through at the last corner. Onto the last lap they go then. This is the battle for the last 2 podium spots. Who's going to take second and who's going to take third? Riggs might go a little bit deep. Coupland can't quite get the exit though to fight back through. And Riggs will hold on to it as they go through into Johnny's. Down towards Winger's Dip go the two of them. We'll see them reappear in a moment's time. But it's Oscar Churches who we want to keep an eye on. He's now heading through into the top section of the circuit, into midgets now. And the checker flag being ready. We keep an eye on the battle between Riggs and Coupland. But what a final from Oscar Churches. He took an unlikely win in heat number 3, but seems like it was likely. Round the final heat corner he comes, and he'll take the win in the final here for Rotax Cadet. Battle at the final corner for second place. Up and under for Riggs. They'll be side by side across the line, and it will go the way of Oakley Riggs by 0.01 across the line, 100th of a second separating Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland, but Riggs just steals it at the line. 2 wins and 2 second places then for Oakley Riggs as they bring the race to a close. Ethan Coupland has to settle for third, but what a race from Oscar Churches. Great pace in some very tricky conditions. Rio Pocock finishes in 4th place with Travis Giddings pumping his fist across the line, finishing in P5. He should be very happy with that one. A great race from Travis Giddings. Same as well for Kieran Ranger, and Arthur Kaiser with a good race there to P7. Sadly, of course, we lost Tommy Morris and Freya Bond earlier on in that race. Sadly, both of them not making it to the checkered flag. Well, Rotax Cadet Final is done and dusted. I think I already know what's up next. The Rotax Inters, they'll be out for their final very shortly.
goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further. Ooh, look no further. It goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further. Ooh, look no further. It goes like, I never thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one, I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like, ooh.
This is one of the finals that I have been most excited for this afternoon. The Rotax Inters have been so close throughout today. Now, not something you'd expect if you just went on the Alpha Timing website and looked at the results, because Fenton Stoneman has won all 3 heats so far today, but it's not quite been that simple. Because on the road, in heat number 3, the race was won by Nathan Rond. However, Nathan got a 5-second penalty for a front fairing issue. Basically, it being out of position from where it should be from an impact earlier on in the session. And that dropped him down to P3 at the end of it. And that gave some points back to Warwick Milam. But Milam had his issues throughout the heat. So did Ethan Cousins. Those 2 championship contenders slightly out of line to where they'd be hoping they'd be. So Stoneman lines up on pole position alongside Matthew Lilly. Ethan Cousins and Nathan Rond on the second row, with Warwick Milam and Oscar Roach on row 3. Then Jack Blackman and Zach Jennings on row number 4, with Tyler Banks and Harrison Stacey on row 5, Oliver Dan and Sebastian Mattel on row number 6. Well, Fenton Stoneman has got a point to prove here. 3 heat victories for Fenton so far today. He'll be wanting to continue that throughout this final and take the final victory, where he actually secures himself a nice little trophy. Plenty of drivers wanting to stop him though. We'll go 2 by 2 through the lights, and Fenton will immediately get a great race start and immediately chop across to take the lead as they head down into a very slippery Haynes loop. Tough to just keep it on the circuit as we're going 3 wide on corner exit. Up and through. Is that Warwick Milam getting a great start? Yes, it is. Warwick Milam from 5th to 2nd in only 2 corners. Warwick Milam has already got through. As they head down into Winger's Dip now, we'll see them re-emerge into, well, you won't on the cameras because they're still absolutely sodden with the rain that we've had here at Forest Edge. I'll see them reappear. It's Warwick Milam in 2nd place. I think potentially Nathan Rond in 3rd, maybe Matthew Lilly. But where has Ethan Cousins gone on the SC plate then? Maybe he is... No, he is in 3rd, I think, the SC plate. So yes, the 3 championship protagonists will restart their championship battle out there on circuit. We've got Stoneman leading Milam, leading Cousins. Then a gap back to Matthew Lilly. Zach Jennings has had a good start, up 3 places. Then Nathan Rond. Then Tyler Banks, who's also up 3 places on that first lap. A good start from Tyler as well. Tyler under pressure though as the 67 of Nathan Rond tries to find a way through, but can't quite do it. So as they continue on this second lap of the race, then Stoneman still just about managing to pull out a bit of a gap here at the front of the order. So he's come into this race on 0 points, which is actually the best. That's what you want to be on. That means you won every single race in terms of working out points for today's action to make the grid for this final. When it comes into actually working out at the end of the day for the championship, it's going to be very different in terms of points. But we'll worry about that when we get to the final round next month. Battling going on still for 4th place backwards. They remain as they were, but they were all chopping and changing as they came through sector 3 at the end there of lap number 3. Sorry, that was lap number 2, getting ahead of myself. We'll move on to lap number 3 now. There was a change of position in behind them though. Jack Blackman through on Oscar Roach for 8th place. Still over 8.5 minutes left to go then. Great pace already though from Fenton Stoneman. He's already extended that gap to over a second ahead of Warwick Milam and Ethan Cousins. Only Stoneman and Milam down in the 54s, and Stoneman just that little bit faster. Although on this lap though, Milam and Cousins marginally faster in different areas of the circuit, but I don't think that's going to close the gap at all though. Nope, even though they were marginally faster earlier on in the lap, an absolutely storming third sector from Fenton Stoneman sees him once again take the fastest lap of the race. All three drivers now down into the 54s, a 54.4 for Stoneman, a 54.5 for Cousins, and a 54.6 for Milam. And again, Stoneman getting a purple sector 1 here. He's looking to continue to extend that gap and not even have to worry about battling with any of the other drivers across the rest of this 11-minute plus 1 lap final. 1.3 seconds now the gap between Stoneman and Milam, and then half a second between Milam and Cousins. But Stoneman, looking to cap off a perfect weekend so far. And this could really shake up the championship in the Rotax Inters. Of course, Stoneman was in third place coming into today's racing on 1,198 points. Just ahead, Warwick Milam, 1,204 points. Only 6 points separating those two drivers. And then Ethan Cousins a further 20 points ahead on 1,224. However, how many points will be lost over the rest of this? With 4 victories potentially for Fenton Stoneman. Bit of a spin there through your camera shot onto the start-finish straight. Just losing some grip there out of the final corner was Sebastian Mittel. He manages to get back going. Keeps the throttle on and carries on onto another lap then. 6.5 minutes left to go on the clock. And Warwick Milam has now got the fastest lap of the race. 54.2 on the last lap, now drops into the 54.1s, 54.5 for Cousins and a 54.3 for Stoneman. So that gap slightly reduced now to just over a second between Stoneman and Milam. Can Milam make up for some of the slight issues he's had earlier on so far today? He's got a third place in Heat 1 and a second place in Heat 3, but of course had that mechanical failure in Heat number 2 that saw him finish in 11th, as you've got one driver off down at Climate. We've seen a few drivers come in a cropper at that final sector of the circuit. Of course, it's a downhill braking zone, and then once you go off the circuit, there's a lip that then goes downwards. So as soon as you go off that, your car basically just speeds up to the scene of the accident. And it's impossible for the drivers to get the kart back on circuit. He's doing the best he can to try and wrestle the kart back off of the grass, but it becomes so heavy in the wet grass and so slippery under their feet, nothing the driver can do. They won't be able to get it back onto the circuit, and that'll be race over for the driver stuck on the outside of the track there. We'll wait and see who that is. I think potentially it's Oliver Dan. Oh, it's the 77 of Sebastian Mittel, sorry. Thank you very much. So Mittel, of course, had that spin out of the final corner earlier on, a couple of laps ago. And now he's just had that little spin down at Climate, and the 77 is out of the race. Less than 5 minutes now to go on the clock. And Milam still setting fastest laps of the race, a 54.11. 54.24 for Stoneman, 54.32 for Cousins. The top three super close on pace, but Milam just that little bit faster than both of them. The Sodi Vitesse driver doing everything he can to try and close in, and all three of them now down into the 53s. 53.76 for Milam, 53.88 for Stoneman, and 53.94 for Cousins. They're all getting faster, but they're all getting faster at the same rate. Something's gone wrong on the last lap though for Matthew Lilly. Is Matthew Lilly having a problem? No, he's continuing on. Just a bit of a mistake then for the number 20 as Zach Jennings, Tyler Banks and Nathan Rond all managed to slip through. And Zach Jennings and Tyler Banks still having a great race out there, as they're now both up 4 places from the original starting position on the grid. The 69 and the 39 working together well to push through the pack. And they're on very similar pace as well. I will say they were within 0.03 of a second of each other on the last lap alone. Well, visibly, that gap's definitely closing again. It was 0.8 of a second between these two. Now 0.6 of a second. Another couple of tenths taken out by Warwick Milam. And that time, Ethan Cousins set a new personal best, 100 slower than Milam's fastest lap of the race, and faster than both Milam and Stoneman. Tyler Banks has got through on Zach Jennings on the last lap, meaning that Tyler's gone from 9th to 4th so far in this race and now leads that secondary pack from 4th backwards. But those drivers are a good 10 seconds off of the back of the leading trio, out ahead of him in the front of the race. Watching the leaders come through. Down into climber once again then. Milam's doing a good job to close this gap, but he's still nowhere near close enough to think about an overtake just yet. And time is slowly but surely ticking away for Warwick Milam. As there you go, Stoneman, new fastest lap of the race, only 3 thousandths quicker than the last lap of Warwick Milam, as he also set his personal best. But that's all that Stoneman needs to do, is continuously go quicker than Warwick Milam, not let him get within earshot of a move for the lead of the race here in the final. But surely, being able to see your rival just in front of you must give Milam that desire to press on and close the gap to Fenton Stoneman. And he'll be trying to stop Fenton from completing a perfect day here at round number 8. Stoneman still managing to keep Milam at arm's length, though, out there as they head through sector number 3 for the 10th time so far in this final. Less than 2 minutes to go on the clock. Stoneman still from Milam and then Cousins. Cousins with a personal best on the last lap, quicker than the last lap of Stoneman and Milam. However, he still finds himself about 1.75 seconds off of the leader. Tyler Banks remains ahead of Nathan Rond as they now head through the Haynes Loop. Zach Jennings not far off their tail either. And then Matthew Lee and Oscar Roach are now battling at it over 7th and 8th place, with Jack Backman following in the wings as well. And then in behind is Harrison Stacey. He is around 1 or 2 seconds off of the back of Jack Blackman, the back of that secondary pack. And then here comes Oliver Dan through your shot as well. He's pressing on through this final there in 11th place. Here come the leaders though. Has that gap closed once again? It was half a second last time around. It's actually extended somewhat, I'm afraid. 1/10 quicker on that last lap was Stoneman. So Stoneman once again just keeping Warwick Milam at bay, and we're now less than 1 minute to go. Time is slipping away here for Warwick Milam to do something about this. He's losing opportunity after opportunity to get the final win here at round number 8. The chances are falling away for Warwick Milam. And Ethan Cousins, that gap back to him remaining relatively stagnant as well. And here they come. Down into climb at once more. 20 seconds left to go on the clock. It's going to be a close one. I think they'll probably just go through to start 2 more laps of this race. And that's exactly what Warwick Milam wants to see. Have they closed the gap once again? Yep. Basically the 10th that he lost on the previous lap, he's now gained back as Warwick Milam. We're less than half a second. That gap between the 2 leaders as the timer now hits 0. In behind them though, Oscar Roach has got through on Matthew Lilly in that little battle for 7th place. That was on the lap before last. And he's actually really started to pull away now from Matthew Lilly. He got a 2.5 second gap there on that last lap. Impressive stuff from Oscar Roach. It's a big slidey moment out front there. What's happened? What's happened to our leaders? Have things changed at the front of the order? That's the 24. That's Oliver Dan. No, we're side by side for the lead. That's round the outside for the lead for Warwick Milam. He's got the inside line. He's managed to get it down into the last corner and onto the last lap. We have a change to the lead. Warwick Milam is through. Wow, he closed in by a huge margin that lap. He was 6/10 quicker on that last lap. Stoneman sliding through the exit there into Johnny's, trying to hold on to the rear bumper of Warwick Milam. Can he have any reply to this late charge here from the number 35? And Warwick Milam seems to have bad luck through today. In the races he's finished, he's just missed out on the positions ahead of him. He slapped his steering wheel in frustration. He had that mechanical issue in heat number 2. But now he leads us going into sector number 3 of the circuit on the last lap here of the Rotax Inter Final. Warwick Milam just ahead of Fenton Stoneman. Cousins not close enough to get involved with this battle. And I don't think Stoneman's close enough to think about a move on Milam. Milam will hold it through the corner. Stoneman's down the inside. Lay on the brakes. Is Stoneman going to get it? He's got it. Fenton Stoneman takes the win right on the line. And once again, Warwick Milam can't quite close the door. And once again, can't quite win the race. Fenton Stoneman with a bold move to the inside there. As I think Milam, of course you want to go on that wide line to carry the speed through on the wet line, just left it a little bit too open and Stoneman dived down the inside. Milam was a little bit slow to get back on the power and they were 0.07 across the line, but Stoneman takes the win in the final. What a race then at Rotax Inter. It was a slow burner there through the middle of it, but suddenly Milam got involved on the last lap. But Stoneman with some brilliance there to steal it away at the final corner. Well done to Fenton Stoneman. Of course, barring any penalties, all my results very provisional. That'll be a perfect day for the number 48. And I think that might just sway the championship back in his favour going into round 9 next month. Ethan Cousins rounds out that podium. Behind them, Tyler Banks and Nathan Rond in the top 5. With Zach Jennings, Oscar Roach, Matthew Lilly, Jack Blackman and Oliver Daniel top 10. Harrison Stacey, the last of your finishers. And sadly, we lost Sebastian Mattel there down at Climate on lap number 5 of the race. Well, Rotax Inter, we knew it was going to be exciting. A little bit of a slow burner as they kind of were trading pace throughout the race, not quite getting close enough to go for a move, but suddenly Milam was there on the last lap. He was all over Stoneman, managed to get past, and then Stoneman with a bold overtake to the inside at the final corner. That is what makes champions champions, and Fenton Stoneman might just put himself in pole position for the championship going into round 9. But honestly, it could go any way between Stoneman, Milam and Cousins. You don't want to miss round 9 next month. I'll definitely be keeping my ear to the floor to hear what happens there in the Rotax Inter Championship here at Forest Edge for 2024. That's their final done and dusted here for round number 8. Up next, it's the final for Senior Rotax.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like
Senior Rotax final then, ladies and gentlemen. This is sure to be a good one. Michael Pugh lines up on pole position with Elliot Rice alongside him on the front row. Jack West and William Ray are on row 2 with Ethan Lomax and Ben Hicks on row number 3. Row 4 has George Hulme and Matt Jones. Then it's Bradley Howes and Dominic Cousins on row number 5 with Sam Harrison and Kieran Ives on row 6. Ben Ballou and Luke Oliver on row 7, with Niam Nate and Paolo Nunes Aranda on row 8. Then Aidan Blair, Emily Davidson, Rachel Simpson and Rachel Robertson at the back of the pack. We're underway and racing already, and off already. 2 drivers coming together and going straight onto the grass on the inside of the track. Seeing how they managed to rejoin there and seeing who it is. Was the 92 involved? No, that's Jack West, who was going wide there out of the first corner. He has to slot back into second place. I honestly couldn't tell you who it was that went off of that corner. They've all managed to rejoin the middle of the pack. I'm just trying to work out what's gone on there, because Rachel Robertson won 2 of the heats. I thought she should have been on pole position, but I don't even think she's out on the track at the moment. So I am absolutely baffled as to what has gone on here at the start of the race. We've kicked it off immediately. try and guide you through as best I can, but I am absolutely stumped as to what's going on right now. Big off at the first corner, has kicked it all wide open. Jack West wide there, down at Climate, loses out once again. Up through, is that William Ray that's got through? Yes, it is. He's up to P2. West to third. Ethan Lomax to fourth. Michael Pugh has held onto it, though, from his pole position start. And Bradley Howes has dropped down quite considerably on that first lap. Down 8 places. Aidan Blair has dropped off the back of the pack there. Down in 18th place. Elliot Rice losing 10 places on that first lap. Surely he was one of the people that went off at that first corner. Manages to rejoin, but drops well down the order then. Big moves at the front of the order. They're all getting proper scrappy. All 4 drivers battling over the lead of the race. I think William Ray might have nabbed it at the front of the order. Oh, big wide moment almost on the grass there for the number 76, and he is going to get forced onto the grass. That's Michael Pugh dropping down into P4 then through sector number 3. And now under pressure from the Southern Champs plate as well, as he goes super sideways through the first corner. Somehow Matt Jones holds onto that slide and holds on to 4th place. As Liam Nate, I think, has snuck through as well, potentially. No, he's still right on the back of the 76, so Michael Pugh somehow fends off his 5th place there and holds on to it. My goodness, what an exciting second part of that second lap that was. So William Ray into the lead of the race, Jack West into 2nd, Ethan Lomax now in 3rd, Matt Jones now in 4th, and Michael Pugh now in 5th place. Moves in behind as well. Pugh's under attack. That's a change of position. Liam Nate's gone down the inside. In behind them as well, Ben Ballou is up and through past George Hulme. Moves galore then through sector 3, and once again, Michael Pugh under pressure now from Ben Ballou as the top 2 try and scamper away, both down into the 49s. On that last lap, but it's Ben Ballou with the fastest lap of the race. 49.88 for Ben Ballou. He's made an overtake already on the exit of the first couple of corners. He's through on Michael Pugh. That's Ben Ballou into P6. So as they carry on round, Jack West is thinking about it. Jack West is down the inside, up at midgets. Is Jack West going to take the lead of the race here in the Senior Rotax Final? Yes, he is. Relegates William Ray down to 2nd place. And look at this. Matt Jones, your Southern Champs plate holder, your championship leader coming into today's racing, is right on the back of them. He's looked off colour today. He's not been the Matt Jones that we know from the rest of the season here at Forest Edge. But now he's right back on it in the final. You see there William Ray trying to battle back through into the Haynes Loop, unable to quite get alongside Jack West, and Jack West secures that race lead for the moment anyway. 49.85 for Jack West, 49.80, new fastest lap from Matt Jones on the last lap. Let's see how they continue on in this final. Okay, so in that 3rd heat of the day, Rachel Robertson, she benefited from Jack West's 10-second penalty for causing a collision in Heat 1. She herself got a 10-second causing a collision penalty in Heat number 3. However, she's not started this race. She's not out there on circuit, so something clearly going awry for Rachel Robertson. She's been so quick throughout today. The most impressive that I've seen her out here at Forest Edge. But for some reason, not starting in this Senior Rotax Final. That plus 10-second penalty dropped her down to 9th place when all was said and done, and that allowed for Elliot Rice to gain the win, which then allowed him to be 2nd place on the grid for this race. But it's not started well for Elliot Rice. He's down 8 places to P10 so far in this one, with nearly 5 minutes completed on the clock. Just over 6 minutes left to go then. You would have known that if you've got some good mathematics skills. It's still Jack West in the lead of the race. William Ray in 2nd. Matt Jones in 3rd. After getting up to P3, he's not quite closed the gap really to those 2 leaders at all. He's still chilling there in P3. Then we've got Ethan Lomax and Ben Ballou in 4th and 5th. Behind them, Liam Nate and George Hulme. And it's side by side behind them. That's Michael Pugh and Luke Oliver. Luke Oliver doing the up and under through the Haynes Loop, and Luke Oliver has 8th place for himself. Relegates Michael Pugh down to P9, and Pugh, after getting that pole position start, he's been dropping down the order as well. So we now find 1st and 2nd on the grid in this race after only 5 minutes of racing, now find themselves in 9th and 10th place. but lots of positions gained for Ben Baloo and Niam Nate. 8 places for Baloo, 9 places for Nate so far in this final, and Baloo has just taken the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 49.4 for the number 57. Let's look at the commitment over the curve from Jack West there as he presses on in the lead of the race. But still, Ben Baloo is the one pressing on the most as he takes 4th place away from Ethan Lomax on the last lap. And now he has clear air, only clear air between himself and the top 3, the positions you want to be in. Not only for getting some good points towards your championship tally, but also to take home some silverware to pop on the mantelpiece and show everyone how cool you are and how good you are at racing in a go-kart, particularly in treacherous conditions such as these here down on the southern coast of England. Top 3, basically, if you've taken a picture of them on every lap, which I'm sure the wonderful photographer out there, Tom Fox, has been doing, they'd look exactly the same. They've not really changed for the whole of this race so far. Since getting to the front of the order, West, Ray and Jones have remained relatively stagnant. I'd say Jones has maybe closed in a little bit more on that last lap there to close up to the 2nd place of William Ray. But look at that. Another fastest lap of the race from Ben Baloo, a 49.35, sees him continue to close the gap to the leaders. But I'm not quite sure it's fast enough. He's a good 2-3 tenths of a second faster than them every lap, but he's got over 2 seconds to cover to close down the gap to Jack West, and we only have just less than 4 minutes to go. And Ben Baloo so slidey over the exit curb there, out of the bus stop chicane, using every piece of tarmac available to him. So is Luke Oliver as he dives down the inside of George Hulme there up into Midget's Bend. He got a great exit off of the bus stop chicane, and Luke Oliver through, but not for long. Back down the inside goes George Hulme. What a good little battle between these two. It's going to be the up and under attempt from Luke Oliver on the exit. Just about squeezes to the inside there as they come across the line, and Luke Oliver steals it down into the Haynes Loop. Luke Oliver moves through into 6th place then. We saw him having a good race earlier on before having a bit of an incident up at Midget's Bend near the end of the race after he was in 2nd place, then made a mistake and went off of the circuit, dropped back down, and then in his attempt to battle back through, had another incident when he tried to go down the inside of a few different drivers. I think just outbraked himself a little bit. When he's not outbraking himself here in the slippery wet conditions, he's still powering through the order and finally gets it done for 6th place on George Hulme. But there's a big gap now between himself and the rest of the drivers in ahead. You got Ethan Lomax in a bit of no man's land now after being dropped by Ben Baloo. Ben Baloo again closing a bit on the drivers ahead, but not really fast enough as a new fastest lap goes the way of William Ray. 49.30 for Ray, 49.32 for West, 49.37 for Baloo. That's all on the last lap, all within 700ths of a second of each other in terms of lap time. Amazing to see them all able to deal with these conditions so similarly and have so much talent on show out there on circuit, but it just means that none of them are getting quite close enough together to produce any battles for us to watch and enjoy, but here at the circuit, of course, at home if you're enjoying watching on the live stream. Round the final corner come the leaders then. Visibly, they look to have closed up a little bit now. Only ever so slightly, 7/10 of a second between them, and Matt Jones, new fastest lap of the race, 100th quicker than the previous fastest lap from William Ray on the last lap. Impressive stuff. So now the fastest lap of the top 4 drivers within 600ths of each other. Amazing to see the talent on show here in Senior Rotax at the Forest Edge Kart Club. They continue through on lap number 12 then. Every time I see them breaking down into climber, I think they're all going off. They seem to break so late and somehow find the grip right on that wet line on the edge of the circuit, and they drag the kart back in and back on to continue for the rest of their lap. Matt Jones closer than ever here on William Ray, but William Ray dropping ever so slightly off of the back of Jack West. That's what West needs as we go into the final minute of racing here in the Senior Rotaxes. New fastest lap goes the way of Ben Baloo though. 49.20 for Baloo on the last lap, but again he's still a second behind Matt Jones in 3rd place as he tries to close in on William Ray for 2nd. It might be a little bit too little too late for all of those drivers Waiting in the wings here to see if Jack West makes a mistake. I'm not sure that is going to happen. He's starting in P3 on the grid for this one. As they come around the final corner, there's still going to be a good 10 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. So 2 more laps left to go this senior Rotax final. Jones all over the back of William Ray now, though. This is where we might see the attack start. However, that will sign, seal and deliver them to only second place. Up and under goes the Southern Champs plate of Matt Jones, and he takes second place away from William Ray down into Johnny's. I got a little bit scared there because their front and rear nose cones, they did attach somewhat there as they got to the exit. Luckily, they managed to detach before they got to the apex of the next corner. Otherwise, you could have seen both of them going off in dramatic style. But either way, it's Jones to second place, but not for much longer. Back down the inside goes William Ray, but up and under goes Matt Jones. Great battling here for second place. Wide goes Jones. Through goes, oh my goodness, goes William Ray. And Baloo's waiting in the wings. He tries the up and under here. It works on William Ray, and that's a change for second and third place. On the second to last lap, Ray's lost out on the podium. He's trying to fight back through on Ben Baloo there as they go through the first section. Ben Baloo's holding the inside line into Johnny's, and Ben Baloo fights back through into third. But Jack West in all of this has been driving away with it. He's got nearly a 2-second lead as we go on to the last lap here. We see Jack West through into the bus stop chicane. He's got a huge lead out there as the rest of the 3 drivers battle for second. Baloo thinks about it. Baloo gets overtaken. What a dive there from William Ray as they're side by side on the exit for third place. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that, but we see Jack West coming through into the final corner. There's contact for third place. Here comes Jack West, though, across the line to take an astonishing win. And it's side by side across the line for third place, but Baloo gets it. What an end to the final then in senior Rotax. Jack West ends up winning by over 2 seconds as they battle in behind. Matt Jones and Ben Baloo then your top 3. But Jack West was denied a race victory for a 10-second causing a collision early on in the day. Then got another one in the next heat in the day. And finally grabs that win in the final. Well done to the 92 of Jack West. We know how quick he is down here at Forest Edge, and he proves that once again, not only in the dry, but also in some tricky, wet conditions as well. Now, I'm just trying to see if I go on the onto the full championship results. Now I know Jack West has been here before, but I can't see him. Thank you very much for explaining that. So, that was Jack West's first round in the seniors. I knew he'd been here before, but that was back in the juniors. And, well, start off with a bang, eh, Jack? Straight into the seniors, straight with a final win. That is unbelievably impressive. And I guess getting ready for next season to have a full season in the seniors, well, he certainly proved a point there, hasn't he, ladies and gentlemen? Straight in with at least one win in the heats. One taken away due to causing a collision penalty, but a win in the final. Well done to Jack West. Matt Jones and Ben Baloo, your top 3. William Ray, Luke Oliver, Ethan Lomax, George Hulme, Liam Nate, Elliot Rice and Michael Pugh, your top 10. Followed by Paolo Nunez-Aranda, Dominic Cousins, Bradley Howe, Sam Harrison and Ben Hicks. Just to manage to get through that before we change on to the next final. It'll be the 177s and the 177 Masters coming up next.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me.
Here we go then, 177 final coming up. Well, only in a couple of moments' time then. They've finished their warm-up laps as we get ready to go. Archie Elliott on pole position, Oliver Hutchings alongside, Colin Davis, Sophie Jeffrey, Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett, Gary Cox, William Davis and Scott Collins take to the start. Archie Elliott having a good start, but look at the exit there from Oliver Hutchings. Trying to get involved there on the exit, not quite able to get close enough. These are your two battling over the race win here overall in the 177 class and in the championship here in 2024. Colin Davis slots in third place. Daniel Hammett, I think, got involved in a battle there with Sophie Jeffrey. I think Jeffrey might have dropped down a couple of places there on that first lap. I think she has. I think she might have dropped down to P6, if my memory helps, in terms of the helmet designs. That was a bit of a mistake there through midgets from your leader of Archie Elliott. Oliver Hutchings not quite able to make the most of it, though, as he can't quite get the power down the exit. So at the end of lap number 1 then, it is Archie Elliott who still leads the way ahead of Oliver Hutchings. Colin Davis in third place with Daniel Hammett in 4th, Neil Hemming in 5th, Sophie Jeffrey in 6th, William Davies in 7th, Gary Cox in 8th, and Scott Collins in P9. Well, I was indeed correct, somehow, for once in my life. Sophie Jeffrey had lost a couple of places on that first lap of the race. Still P3 in the class for the moment. She's fallen back into the clutches of William Davies, the only driver that can, well, and Scott Collins, sorry, the drivers that can stop her from getting a podium in the 177s. And 4 drivers in the 177 Masters. Currently Colin Davis, Daniel Hammett and Neil Hemming holding on to those top 3. But there goes the move from Oliver Hutchings. He's made it work round the outside. And Oliver Hutchings moves into the lead of the race. Of course, he had that mechanical failure in the first heat of the day. That was a difficult one for himself to take, but after that, he's been pretty unstoppable out there in the 177s. Archie Elliott tries to fight back there, taking the inside line down into the Haynes loop, but Hutchings gets the power down, swoops back round the outside, and retains his race lead. Changing behind as well in the 177 Masters podium, Neil Hemming getting through on Daniel Hammett. So a change there for second place in the class. As they're very close in behind. That's 4th place overall, so that's still Hemming and Hammett going at it tooth and nail as they head through sector number 3. I thought there was a potential for an overtake there up at midgets, but not quite able to do so was Hammett. And Neil Hemming holds on to second place in class. They've still got Sophie Jeffrey and William Davies right in behind them. And Gary Cox is not far off the back of that pack at all. I will say that rear bumper, though, of the 22 is massively hanging off. Scott Collins will be getting a mechanical flag for that one. It's really hanging off the back of the car. He's hit something with the rear of that car, and it is hanging and flopping off of the back of the number 22. He'll be heading back to the pit lane shortly, sadly for him. That'll be final over than he would have hoped for. A little bit earlier than he would have hoped. Right, less than 8 minutes left to go. It was a new fastest lap on the last lap for Oliver Hutchings, and even just visibly you can see how much he's extended that gap in the lead of the race. It was about 0.7 seconds across the line last time around, and now that's definitely over a second between Hutchings and Elliott as they cross the line. Oh, finally I'm right about a timing issue. 1.3 seconds the gap between Hutchings and Elliott. And looking back, still very close in behind. I want to say Hemming and Hammett very slowly closing in on Colin Davis. 0.04 of a second on the last lap, so not exactly a huge amount closed up there, as it was a 51, well, it was a personal best from everyone from 3rd down to 9th on the last lap. A 51.24 for Davis, a 51.20 for Hemming, and a 51.20 for Hammett. Identical times between 4th place and 5th place on the road. Here goes that technical defect flag out for Scott Collins. He didn't come in the first time of asking to the number 22. This will be the second time he sees the meatball flag. He doesn't give any acknowledgement that he's seen the flag, but we'll see whether he decides to dive into the pits this time. Definitely going more slowly around Haynes Loop, and I think he will. Nope, he's decided he doesn't fancy going in this time. It'll be 3rd time to see the flag, and he'll be getting a black flag now due to missing the flag those number of times, and that'll mean, rather than a DNF, it'll be an exclusion from the race there, with a black flag being sent into the pit lane. Well, Hutchings has extended that gap to 1.8 seconds on the last lap, not able to match his personal best. Not quite, about a tenth of a second or so off of it. And again, a little bit slower on that last lap, but still faster than Archie Elliott. That gap now extended to 2 seconds between Hutchings and Elliott out there at the sharp end of the order. And now the number 22 puts his hand up to acknowledge that he's seen the flags going out for him, and now he'll pull to the left and into the pit lane, and sadly that'll be the end of the race a little bit early for the number 22 of Scott Collins. I think for the first time today, the rain actually getting a little bit heavier, and we can actually see the drops of rain on outside of the window. So now it's no longer misty rain out there, it is full proper raindrops hitting the circuit here down in the south of England. And it's going to start to get even more slippery for the drivers out there. Already all on wet tyres, so they've got nothing to worry about in terms of that. No one's going to play the crazy strategy in these finals of risking it on the dry tyres any longer. Of course, we saw that in the Honda Cadet final. That was as we were just sort of getting into that harsher mist later on, as that was a huge slide out of the Haynes loop there for the 86 of Daniel Hammer. Again, nearly perpendicular to the race circuit there for Daniel Hammer. He manages to catch it though and carry on. Well, that would have been a bit of a heart in the mouth moment there for the number 86. Sophie Jeffrey and William Davies now line astern, battling over the final podium spot in the 177s. The number 90 versus the number 89. Number neighbours, and their neighbours out on circuit at the moment. But at the moment, Davies unable to find a way through. Top three still line astern as they come across the line to start a new lap. We're ticking below less than 4 minutes now to go in this 177 final. And after this race, only 3 more finals left to go. We've got the Superkarts, the Formula Blues, and then the Junior Rotax A final. That's going to be a very exciting one. Certainly with the rain getting even heavier out there. For the first time today, we can actually see the raindrops drizzling down the comms box window. So we shall see how that changes things in terms of the Junior Rotax A final. Of course, the only grid where we're totally stacked out, a full grid. It could be a little bit chaotic. We'll wait and see. Don't go anywhere, folks. A few more finals yet to come before that one, but you certainly don't want to miss it. On to lap number 10 then goes Oliver Hutchings, continuing to extend that gap at the front of the order. Archie Elliott now 2.6 seconds behind. Colin Davis 6 seconds behind the leader. He remains 1.5 seconds ahead of Neil Hemming in second place in his class, though, with Daniel Hammer still just in behind. Half a second between Hemming and Hammer, but Hammer unable to close in enough to think about a move. Then it's Sophie Jeffrey and William Davies, and to be fair, just after me saying that Jeffrey and Davies are close and battling, Jeffrey's been putting in some good pace over the last couple of laps to extend that gap over Davies once again. That extends out to about 1.4 seconds as they head through onto lap number 11. As finally, we have a change of position here for P4. Hammer has been waiting behind Hemming for many, many laps, and finally, he finds a way through. Daniel Hammer steals away second place in the Masters class away from Neil Hemming. And we've said he's been super close over the last few laps, but not quite close enough to think about a move. Well, on lap number 11, he does just that. Moves his way through on Neil Hemming. Takes for himself a more silvery trophy rather than a bronze trophy. Relegates Neil Hemming back to third in class, 5th overall on the circuit at the moment. But I still think Colin Davis has enough of a gap out there in third place overall, and the leader in the class, to be able to fend off from a late charge from Daniel Hammett. Less than 1.5 minutes now to go on the clock, with the drivers doing 50-second lap times. I think we can assume probably going to be 3 more laps, including this one, around the Forest Edge Kart circuit. What a day it's been so far, though, for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Not the weather I remember being at Forest Edge. I remember being ridiculously hot in this comms box the last time I've been here, the last 2 or 3 times I've been here. We've had to have the window open continuously throughout the day. have the door open, get some aircon on and cool ourselves down. Today, slightly more different, a little bit more chilly, and definitely a lot wetter out here. First time, at least in a few rounds, if not potentially ever for me here at Forest Edge, that I've seen the wet tyres on for an extended period of time. As it was on and off throughout this morning's action in terms of the heat, but for these finals, continuous wet tyres now as the rain continues to fall down in Winchester. Well, I hope you've all been enjoying, whether you've been watching from the circuit here at Forest Edge, whether you've been enjoying the live stream from home. Thank you for joining us for today's action. Of course, one more round left to go in November. Sadly, I'm not able to join you for that final round in November. I'm already committed down to the London Cup at Rye House on the same day, sadly. But I think it's going to be an epic battle for a lot of these championships in that final round of the season. I'll definitely be keeping my ear out to listening to what's going on. I was wrong. Slightly slower around the circuit for Hutchings means he starts the last lap now. The last 1,100 metres of this 177 race kicks off, and it's started by Oliver Hutchings. I will say of the last couple of laps, Archie Elliott has ground some good pace here and has closed in on Oliver Hutchings, but maybe that's Hutchings just knowing he's got a nice gap, no need to push ridiculously so, and he's just backing off ever so slightly through this last lap. But if you have enjoyed the commentary, I'd really appreciate you going and dropping me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok if you do fancy going and following my motorsport and commentary career into the future. And I hope to join you all for Forest Edge into 2025 as well. What a championship it's been to be involved with in 2024. It's been an honour to be commentating over and an honour to watch racing drivers such as these. Here comes Oliver Hutchings across the line, shushes us in the comms box. I better not be straight guided at me there, Oliver. But either way, he takes the win over the line. Archie Elliott finishes second place on the road. And there's Colin Davis, third on the road, winner in the Masters class. Daniel Hammer and Neil Hemming round out that Masters podium with Sophie Jeffrey, P6 on the road, P3 on the podium in 177s. She's followed across the line by William Davies. And sadly, it doesn't look as though Gary Cox has come to the end of the race there. Either he was a lap down, but it doesn't seem like he's taken the checkered flag, so I'm not quite sure where he has gone. Scott Collins, of course, we lost earlier on in that race with the mechanical failure. And luckily, I'm getting some renewed vision out here at Forest Edge with a lovely squeegee on the outside of the windows. And now we can get back on raindrop watch and see quite how often they are falling. Well, lovely. There we go then. 3 more finals yet to come. A slightly reduced final, obviously. Obviously, we always have shortened races for the Superkarts. And once again, this will be a slightly shortened final to what we're used to here at the finals at Forest Edge. 7 minutes plus 1 lap upcoming for the final for our Superkarts.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like I never thought I'd find.
Superkarts head round for their warm-up lap then, getting ready for their final to kick off. As we saw in the Honda Cadets earlier, the Superkarts will also head round to the grid and get themselves ready for a standing start. Grid 4 this final then, the 2 championship protagonists start line astern for this one. Spencer Chappell on pole position with Aaron Powell alongside him on P2. Ross Cornick and Fraser Everett are there on the second row of the grid with Callum Smith and Harry Morris on row 3. Graham Payne and Mark Smith are on row number 4 with Daniel Buckland, Matthew Duncan and Joel Hearsey rounding out the 11 karts on the grid here for your Superkart final. As I briefly mentioned there, it will be a slightly shorter final than what we've been used to from the rest of the classes. So 7 minutes plus 1 lap. As I've just seen as well on the story that last ever Honda race to the championship from Arthur Way, so I don't think he's going to be here at the final round. That could prove interesting. Has he done enough to claim the championship? I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, you'll wait and see that at round number 9 in November. Firstly, we look to the Superkart Final here at round 8. Great start from Spencer Chappell as you see the wheels spin as he puts the pedal to the metal there off of the starting blocks. And Aaron Powell can't do anything with that one. Slots right in behind him in P2. But has to settle for second for now anyway. Ross Cornick stays there in third place, and I do think Fraser Everett stayed in fourth as well. So staying relatively as they were then off of that race start. You can see the spray coming off of the back of the karts though now as they head up the back straight. Of course, not taking the bus stop chicane, heading straight up and through it, getting up to their top speed down that back straight. Ridiculously fast speeds, especially in treacherous conditions such as these. The bottle of these men, I certainly don't have myself. I like being in a nice race car with all my walls closed in and I'm safely protected from the elements and any scary barriers that are coming up on me rather quickly. But Spencer and Aaron pressing on at the front of the field, and none of these 11 drivers showing any fear out there on an absolutely sodden Forest Edge circuit. It's had a mood there from the 77. Yes, it is. Callum Smith taking 8th place away from Fraser Everett. It's been a great start from Mark Smith, though. The number 96 up 4 places on that first lap. Getting up from 10th place to 6th there on the first 1.1 kilometres of the circuit. But I will say, Aaron Powell slightly faster on that last lap, and Aaron Powell is all over the back of Spencer Chappell's kart. This could be a proper battle here for the next 5 or so minutes of this Superkart Final. 96 and 32 having a battle as well. That's Mark Smith gaining more places. Up into 4th place goes Mark Smith then. He gets past Harry Morris early on in the lap and gets Graham Payne as they go across the line. To start lap number 3, Mark Smith up into P4. But he's already 4 seconds behind Ross Cornick in that last podium position. He's going to have his work cut out for him to try and steal away a 3rd place trophy from Mr. Cornick. Alright, Chappell and Powell still leading us then to the end of lap number 3. Powell still unable to find a way through. Was still marginally faster on that last lap, but this time the pendulum swings back the way of Spencer Chappell. He puts in a personal best of a 44.94. Still not quite as fast as the fastest lap from Aaron Powell on lap 2. But he can only, in quotation marks, get a 45 dead on that last lap. 600 slower than Spencer Chappell's time. The rest of the drivers in the 45s, 47s, 48s, 49s, 51s and 53s. A bit of a slow lap there from Harry Morris in the 53s. He has done a 48 second lap time. 48 dead on lap 2. Clearly something going awry on the last lap. And I think potentially that has allowed for Daniel Buckland to get through on this lap. Spencer Chappell knows he's under a bit of pressure then. Up and under attempt from Aaron Powell there on the last corner. Wasn't quite able to do it though, but he'll have that feeling. You can feel the presence of when a driver is that close to you. And Spencer Chappell will know. Now I don't think... No, none of them have got any wing mirrors at all to be able to see behind them. You just got to go off of that feeling. And when you're doing however many miles an hour heading up to Midget's Corner at the top, you really hope that feeling's in order, as there may be a move. Not quite. Pulled alongside there did Aaron Powell as they went into the braking zone. Just wasn't quite able to brake late enough to chuck the move down the inside. Thought better of that one. And Aaron Powell stays in 2nd place with just over 3 minutes left to go. Spencer Chappell, new fastest lap of the race though. 44.84. A 10th of a second quicker than Powell on that last lap. Rest of the drivers all coming through, still setting personal best. Cornick still in 3rd place. Then Mark Smith and Graham Payne rounding up the top 5 for the moment. There's Callum Smith coming through in 6th, followed by Harry Morris and Daniel Buckland. Those 3 all still relatively close together. And then we'll see Joel Hearsey coming through, followed by Fraser Everett. No, it's not Fraser Everett, it's Matthew Duncan. That's because Fraser Everett and Matthew Duncan are both a lap down already, it seems. Not quite for Fraser Everett. He comes through. So Matthew Duncan it is who's over a lap down. And soon... Oh, we've got a driver off. The 41 has pulled over to the side. That's Harry Morris out of the race. He's pulled over to the inside of the circuit on the exit of the Haynes Loop. It doesn't look as though that kart's going any further. So the 41 of Harry Morris from 7th position is out of this race. He's walking to the inside of the first corner. I'm not sure where he's going. He should really come over to where we are in the comms box. But anyway, he's got the best view in the house there as the drivers go through the first sector. But again, up through into Sector 3. Aaron Powell close, but not quite close enough to go for a move here on Spencer Chapel. Only 1.5 minutes left to go here of this Superkart final. Short and sweet, these Superkart finals. As slowing for the 55. Is that just allowing a faster driver through? It is, yeah, Fraser Everett just allowing a different driver through to come through and lap him. That was Ross Cornick putting a lap on Fraser. They're coming into today, 1,042 points for Spencer Chapel. And actually, Ross Cornick, the closest challenger in terms of the championship. Aaron Powell has missed 3 rounds, 4, 5 and 7. So although he's had only 2 races not on the podium when he has been here, missing those rounds puts him outside of the championship challenge, really. He's in 4th in the standings on 939 coming in today. It's Aaron Powell. 1,042 for Spencer Chapel. So 103 points ahead coming into today's racing. So far, it's been a 1st and 2 seconds for Powell. 2 firsts and a 2nd for Chapel. They've been virtually inseparable, no matter the weather conditions out there on the Forest Edge kart circuit. And look at this. Chapel and Powell closing in on 2 back markers. Now they'll be shown the blue flags. One of them dives out the way immediately and the other one dives out the way at the next corner. Well done to those drivers because the closing speeds, particularly in these conditions, can be a little bit worrying. But Spencer Chapel and Aaron Powell still nose to tail as they head on to the penultimate lap of this race as the timer ticks towards 0. He's just been teasing us throughout this race, hasn't he, Powell? He's been so close. Just unable to find a way through on Spencer Chapel as we've got a driver off. Is that Fraser Everett? Yes, it is. Everett is off down at Climate. He does a much better job than the Cadet drivers you saw earlier trying to get the car back on the track. He pulls it straight back onto the track with ease, boots it up and gets it going again. Well done to Fraser Everett there. Getting his Superkart back underway. He loses a bit of time, but I think he has hold on to 9th position that he was in before. Yeah, he does. As there come the 2 leaders onto the final lap. Someone else is off down at the Haynes Loop. Someone else is off at Haynes Loop. I can't quite see who that is. So Fraser Everett we see rejoined just behind the leaders. Someone else is off, but they're not going to try and get the kart restarted. They jump up onto the tyre wall and they are out of this race. I think maybe that number starts with a 7. It might be the 73 of Matthew Duncan. Maybe the 77 of Callum Smith. I'm not 100% sure there. But we look back to the leaders. They head through into sector number 3 now. This is the last lap of the race. And Aaron Powell's all over the back of Spencer Chapel. Will he think about a move? Chapel sends him to the outside down at Climate. It'll have to be a dive through at the final corner from Powell. He's going to try the up and under. They're going to have a run to the line. They're going to be side by side. And he's got him. He's got him at the line. Aaron Powell sits behind for the entire race. The up and under at the final corner works for the number 85 of Aaron Powell. And he snatches it at the last possible opportunity. 5 thousandths of a second across the line between Powell and Chapel. But like I said, Powell had been teasing us the whole race, being just close, but not quite close enough. And there on that last lap, Spencer Chapel slowed down just enough to give Powell that opportunity for the up and under there at the final corner. And Powell grabs that with both hands and takes the win in the final here at round number 8. What a finish to the Superkart final here at Forest Edge. Brilliant to see, with Ross Cornick finalising that podium. Mark Smith and Graham Payne, your top 5, with Daniel Buckland, Joel Hersey and Callum Smith. Then Fraser Everett and Matthew Duncan, your 10 finishers. I say that, sorry, Callum Smith was the driver, I believe, who's off at the first corner down at the Haynes Loop. He manages to still finish P8 though, because the drivers behind were a couple of laps down anyway, so because he went off with only 1 or 2 laps to go, didn't affect his finishing position there. He lost 2 places, I think, maybe 3, from 5th or 6th down to 8th, but not as bad as it could be there. And of course, Harry Morris, we lost earlier on in that race to the number 41. Well then, what a finish that was to the Superkart Final. Aaron Powell grabbing it away from Spencer Chappell at the last possible opportunity. Great battle between those two, and I can't wait to see. Hopefully that continues into the final round. Of course, it's not really for the championship, as Aaron Powell has missed too many of the rounds this season, but hopefully both him and Spencer go for a full season in 2025, because those two racing in Superkarts, I'd be wanting to watch that weekend in, weekend out. That was just fantastic. Well, 2 more finals left to go here at round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. The next one coming up for you is our Invitational Championship, the Formula Blues.
Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like, ooh, look no further, look no further, ooh, look no further, it goes like.
So as the Formula Blues head round on their formation lap, let's take you through the grid for this, once again, 11-minute plus 1 lap race. It looks as though there might have been a spin there for the number 4, Stuart Gray. Well, he's supposed to be starting on pole position for this one, so hopefully he gets round blimmin' quick to try and rejoin the group of karts who are heading through sector number 2 already. It should be Stuart Gray on the front row alongside Anthony Cleal, then Mike Bell and David Watts on row 2, with Harry Smithson and Stephen Groves on row 3, and then Nigel Vickery and David Good on row number 4. But Stuart Gray needs to get a bit of a move on here if he wants to take his rightfully earned pole position out there for this Formula Blue final. The Travelling Championship returns to Forest Edge for the 2nd time this season, and they've been giving us some great racing, to be fair, on track out there today. Let's hope for more here in the final. Red lights are on, red lights are off, we're underway in racing, and he does manage to rejoin the starting grid, but Anthony Cleal gets a much better start than Stuart Gray, and Anthony Cleal immediately takes the race lead off of the start with side-by-side through Haynes Loop for 3rd place. Big smack of the curb there for 2nd is Stuart Gray, but that's a move around the outside from Mike Bell, takes away 3rd place from David Watts. They'll head through into sector number 2, down towards Winger's Dip then, and they'll re-emerge into my eye line as they head through into the slow bus stop chicane. Still Cleal from Gray at the front of the order. They're battling 3 wide almost, heading up into Midget's corner. It was initial defence there, I think, from David Watts, but he turned it into an attack on Mike Bell. I don't think it ended up working out, though, at corner exit. I think Bell has been able to hold on to that one. The 19 still just ahead of Watts. And then the 2 of Harry Smithson is there just in behind them, getting involved with this squabble for the final podium position. As what's happened to David Good then on that lap? No, he has come through. Sorry, that is just the timing not quite updating particularly quickly. He was there in that squabble, so all 8 karts still running around the circuit now. We split into sort of 2 different packs, though now we've got the top 5 all still relatively close together, and a few seconds back to Nigel Vickery, Stephen Groves and David Good then in 6th, 7th and 8th respectively. But already pulling away, then Anthony Cleal has had a great lap, or maybe Stuart Gray has had an awful start to this lap, as they're dropping off of the leader. He's still there in 2nd place. Again, another attempt from David Watts to get through on Mike Bell on this 2nd lap of the race. Unable to do so, and now, because of that, David Watts loses the momentum. Down the inside goes the number 2 of Harry Smithson into Climate. So Smithson sends himself up into 4th place. That's 1 place gained off of the start then for him. Nigel Vickery's gained 1 from 7th to 8th. And Anthony Cleale's gained 1 from 2nd to 1st. Already in this race. Still over 8.5 minutes left to go. Only 2.5 completed so far in this Formula Blue final. Here for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Still as they were into the bus stop chicane, but I will say, I do think that Anthony Cleale's continuing to extend that lead at the front of the pack. All the rest of the drivers in that front squabble are in the 57s, and then the rest of them in 59s and over 1 minute for David Good on the last lap, whereas Anthony Cleale's down in the 56s, finding grip when none of the other Formula Blue drivers are seemingly able to do so. 56.7 fastest lap on the last lap, now does a 57 dead, and that's actually a similar time to Stuart Graham behind, and Harry Smithson now in clear air. Now he's cleared David Watts for 4th place, does a 56.1. Smithson suddenly finds some ridiculous pace as there's a move for 2nd place there into Johnny's. Mike Bell down the inside of Stuart Gray. And I think he might have made that stick as they head down towards Winger's Dip. So Bell trying to take away 2nd place from Gray. And Smithson now with the fastest lap of the race, trying to get himself involved as well. And Smithson's through as well. So Bell to 2nd place. Smithson into 3rd. That relegates Gray to 4th. And here comes Smithson down the inside. At midgets, he now takes 2nd place away from Mike Bell. So it's all chopping and changing here on lap number 4. Up and amongst the podium positions. Cleale still leading the way as they come through to the start-finish gantry. But behind him, it's Smithson, then the 19 of Bell, then Stuart Gray, and David Watts has been allowed to close back in because of all this swobbling in the pack ahead of him. But still on that last lap, Smithson 56.3, Bell 56.9, 57.4 for Gray, and a 57.2 for Cleale. So Cleale's pace starting to drop off now a little bit at the front of the order. And Watts suddenly finding pace as well at 56.2. He was the fastest driver over the last lap of anyone on the circuit. Just as we've seen in the heats earlier today, that pace seemingly ebbing and flowing. No one able to be consistently faster than the drivers around them. One of them will be faster over 1 lap, then it will go the way of another driver, then it will go to another driver. It just keeps flicking back and forth between all of them. But now Smithson has been able to break away from Bell, Gray and Watts battling in behind. They're still battling over that 3rd place. But Smithson has his eye on the prize as he closes the gap to Anthony Cleale ahead. That gap now just 0.6 of a second as Smithson is the first driver to drop down into the 55s. 55.97 on the last lap from Smithson. That was a whole second faster than Mike Bell in 3rd place behind him. Smithson finding some incredible pace out there. 0.8 of a second faster than Anthony Cleale was, the driver ahead, and he's only 0.6 of a second behind as they go onto this lap. Will Smithson grab the lead before we even get to the end of lap number 6? He's got a good exit off of the bus stop chicane, but he's not quite close enough to go for a bold move down the inside this time of asking. We can see on the commentary box window the rain falling heavier once again out there. We're struggling to even see the karts out there on circuit now, the rain is so heavy, but he's not struggling. That is Smithson down the inside of the final corner. Up and under though from Cleale. He read him like a book and re-overtakes across the line on to lap number 7. Great battle re-emerging then between Cleale and Smithson, and if Cleale can hold Smithson up enough, maybe we'll see the 3 in behind of Bell, Watts and Gray start to get back involved with this battle as well. Now Stuart Gray's going to feel like the one who's lost out the most from this. He was on pole position for this race, and he's lost 4 positions so far in this one to P5. Now he needs to find a bit of secondary pace here at the last moments in this race to try and get back involved here. Could be the move to the lead though. Up at midgets, back down the inside goes Smithson, and I don't think this time Cleale is going to have an answer to that one. No, yes he will, he proves me wrong. Down to Clymer, back down the inside goes Cleale. He forces Smithson off out wide to the outside, chops back across to the inside for the final corner, but the up and under from Smithson might be on. Not quite able to get the purchase, not quite able to get the grip on the tyres, and has to slot back into second once again. Smithson with some incredible pace coming into this battle down in the 55s, but just not quite able to find a way through on Cleale. Sorry, let me rephrase that. He's been able to find a way through on Cleo. He's just not then been able to keep him behind. Cleo has been scrappy as ever, finding a way back through at every possible opportunity. Less than 4 minutes now to go on the timing screens. And not much longer for Smithson to find an overtake that works here to keep Cleo behind. And I will say, Mike Bell in third place has been lapping faster than both of them over the last few laps, and he's starting to close down that gap. Will it be quickly enough, though, to get back involved with the gaggle? I'm not so sure. Here they come through the final corner once more, with 3.5 minutes left to go. Still slipping and sliding through the first couple of sectors then. We see them go through into Johnny's. I love that. I wish there was a camera shot out here, out from this commentary box window as they come out of, because I know on your camera shot that you can see on the live stream, you just missed them as they come through the Haynes Loop. As they leave your shot there in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, I want a shot facing from where I'm looking. As they come out, they get totally sideways, trying to get the car settled to then take the left-hander into Johnny's. It's a great little angle to watch the karts just slipping around and trying to find that grip out there on what is now an absolutely sodden Forest Edge kart circuit. But still, Harry Smithson, despite his pace in this race, unable to find a way through. And we're less than 2.5 minutes now on the clock. Cleo finding some more pace out there. Again, 0.2 of a second quicker on that last lap than Smithson. Sorry, that was on the lap before last. Again on that one, another 10th faster than Smithson. All of them lapping pretty similarly now. But again, the pendulum swings back the way of Stuart Gray. Fastest out of all those 5 drivers on that last lap. That's Nigel Vickery and Stephen Groves and David Good, all in sort of no man's land. They're all running their own sort of races out stuck in the washout down here on the south coast of England. Is that the move for the lead though? Down into Climate. They're side by side as we go through. It's a defensive re-overtake manoeuvre there from Anthony Cleo as Smithson had that outside line. He spun! The leader spun! Anthony Cleo spun at the last corner. He gets it back going, but he's going to drop all the way to the back of the top 5. Gutting for Anthony Cleo. What a defensive masterclass he'd been showing throughout this race, managing the pace so well and keeping the charging Harry Smithson in behind. But one little mistake, how many times have we said that today? One little mistake in conditions like this and it can all go horribly wrong, and that's exactly what's happened to the number 6 of Anthony Cleo. Now he's still got 1 minute left to go to try and remedy that mistake at the final corner, but it's going to be a tough one for him to catch back up and get back up into the podium places. Change to second place potentially though down the inside at Midget, trying to stick the nose in up the inside. That's David Watson, Mike Bell going side by side. There's so much rain out there, I can't tell who's managed to get through as they come through down into Climate. It's the 19 of Mike Bell who holds on to second place, and the attack of David Watts is fruitless once again, but he's still there in the podium places as we come across the line with 30 seconds to go. This will be the last lap of the race. I've just seen a driver come into the pit lane, so they've retired from this race. And that is, I think, the 51 of Nigel Vickery, who has pulled into the pits there with only a couple of laps to go. And the 51 ends his race prematurely, sadly for him. Well, that'll give David Good 7th place. I think he might be a little bit happy about that one, to be fair. There's the number 8 continuing round of Stephen Groves, in very much no land for himself. And look at that, as soon as Harry Smithson has some space to himself, he presses away in the lead. But hold on a second, there's only 4 karts. There's only 4 karts involved in this battle. We've lost a driver from the leading battle, and I don't know who it is. I can see that Anthony Cleo is back into 3rd place. Is it Stuart Gray that maybe we're missing on the number 4 who's not involved in this one? Yes, it is Stuart Gray who we've lost. Potentially that is him now coming up through into the bottom section of the circuit, into sector 3. So more calamities in the group of top 5. Anthony Cleo retakes a podium place though in the penultimate lap as Harry Smithson now leads us onto the last lap of the race. He's nearly done an identical time to the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 55.98, versus that fastest lap set by him earlier on at a 55.97. Impressive stuff And now is this number 4? No, that's the number 8 of Stephen Groves coming through. And that's the number 48, so that means Stuart Gray is out of this race on the second to last lap. That is gutting for Stuart Gray. But here comes Harry Smithson. He's run from the back of the pack every single race today, but he comes through to win it in the final. Harry Smithson takes the victory. And what a race that is, from 5th on the grid to take the overall victory. Mike Bell and Anthony Cleal finish in the top 3. Cleal will feel a bit gutted he didn't win that one, but a very small mistake sees him drop back. He did a good job though to fight back through to P3. David Watts just misses out on the podium there, involved in that leading squabble for the whole race, but has to settle for P4. Stephen Groves will come across the line in P5. And I think David Good, given that he'll come to the end of the race here and see the checkered flag, will get P6. And that'll mean that Stuart Gray out of this race, DNS there in P7, and Nigel Vickery, a DNF there in P8. We saw him pull into the pits a lap or 2 ago. Well then, what an exciting end to the day there for Formula Blue. They have been really exciting throughout today's racing, and Harry Smithson started, I believe, in last place in every one of the heats earlier on today. Despite all the rest of the drivers getting jumbled up, he stayed at the back of the pack. But wow, what a run through from the final, P5 to P1, and he's ecstatic about that over the line, celebrating, putting his finger up in the air and saying, I'm number 1 across the line here at Forest Edge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, one more final left to go, and it's going to be a very exciting one. The Junior Rotax A final is coming up next.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon.
Here we go then, last race of the day for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. And it's going to be a very exciting one. Junior Rotax A Final is about to get underway. As you can see them, well, you can't see them at the moment, the cameras haven't loaded in, but when you do, you'll see them flying through your camera shots. There you go, as we try and get this one underway. Now, biggest thing to mention, we had the B final earlier on. 2 drivers who got through to the B final were excluded in scrutineering after the race. That was Matthew Grove and Jonas Janazauskas. That promotes James Finley, Alfie Clark, Jensen Collins and Jensen Cox through to this A final. Let's run you through the grid for it then. So try and get it up before the drivers come around to start the race. Right, Charles Green and Joshua Whitcomb on the front row with Nathan Traverse, Leo Basterfield, Eva Morris, Maxine Smith, Teddy Cooper, Harvey Lee Wintridge, Sam Mott, Charlie Hulme, Marlo Manderson, Spencer Trahorn, Alfred Matthews, Karthik Kameta, Dylan Morton, Max Carlton, Noman Nicholas, Elijah Duss, Travis Rose, Luca Cook, Jaden Shearing, Jacob Felton, Alexander Stefanov, Aidan Clark, James Finley, Alfie Clark, Jensen Collins and Jensen Cox. 28 drivers on the grid for the last race of the day. We're underway and racing and immediately chopping across is the SC plate. There's so much spray out there, I can't even see the drivers going down into the first couple of corners. It looks as though they've all managed to made it through relatively unscathed. No, spin in the mid-pack, second place has spun, he's right on the apex of the corner. That's the number 29, the Joshua Whitcomb, who spins it on the exit of the Haynes loop, and he drops all the way to the back of the pack. A couple of drivers diving over the apex curb to avoid him. I think the right decision there, as it was all getting a little bit sketchy, but Charles Green leading the race comfortably out front as he heads through into sector number 3, and there's dicing going on in behind. Change to third place, a dive down the inside. I want to say that might be Leo Basterfield who's heading through the order. As now they're still going side by side down in towards Climate. Now this is where my job becomes difficult because I can't see any of the numbers out there on circuit. I think it might just be Basterfield though it comes soon. No, it's the 30 of Maxim Smith. He's had a great first lap, up 3 places. Karthik Kameta is up 5 into 7th place. Max Carlton up 5 as well into P10. But Joshua Whitcomb, after that spin, he's rejoined in 17th place. 2 drivers going side by side through Johnny. Somehow they both get out, but no. One driver spins off onto the barrier, the inside, another driver off. Right on the racing line there. That was a big off, and thank goodness no one collected them as they carried on through Johnny's. It's nearly a blind corner where you're right on the ragged edge of grip anyway. Luckily, those 2 managed to rejoin the race unscathed. But an exciting first couple of laps, a bit of a sketchy first couple of laps for a few drivers out there, but not for Charles Green. He's out in the lead of the race. Is it Nathan Traverse who's closing him down? It is. The 67 of Nathan Traverse, 1.5 seconds behind, but Green still is laying down the gauntlet in terms of lap time as well. 50.3, fastest lap of the race from Charles Green, continues to extend that gap at the front of the field. Guy Cunnington Racing driver there in 3rd place of Leo Basterfield, fending off from Teddy Cooper. Or was it Teddy Cooper ahead of Basterfield? We'll wait and see whether they come through again. Struggling to see those numbers out there as darkness has descended over the Forest Edge Kart Club for this last race of the day here for round 8. And the spinners, a few people losing positions. Spencer Trahorn was down 7 on the last lap. Eva Morris down 12. Maxine Smith down 18. Of course, that was from the start of the race, of course. And Charlie Hulme as well, down 15 places on the last few laps of this race. So a couple of drivers losing out there on the last couple of laps. Well, let's see as they come across the line now. It is indeed Leo Basterfield on the Guy Cunnington Racing car in that last podium position for the moment. 2 drivers going side by side and nearly off onto the grass. That's Milo Manderson and Harvey Lee Wintridge battling over 7th place out there. And move still going on down to the first corner. I want to say that was James Finley. No, that was Jaden Shearing trying to make a move on Elijah Dush for 16th place. The 2 novice drivers going at it. And Jaden Shearing did manage to get through for 16th place. Great move down the inside there into the Haynes loop. Now we've already got less than 8 minutes left to go in this race. And Charles Green, the first driver, down into the 49s. 49.93 for the SC plate holder. The Southern Champs winner in 2024. A number of drivers, this will be their last race in the juniors, so they're trying to make it count here, as they'll then maybe move up to seniors to start testing ready for next season, as Jack West has done this round, moving up from juniors to seniors and clearly showing that he can do it rather easily. Is Jack already taking an on-track, I will say, victory in the senior Rotaxes earlier on. There's a bit of argy-bargy there as they come across the line. That was Sam Mott and Charlie Hulme getting a bit closer to comfort there as they came across the line. Hulme into the back of Mott as they all squabble for position. Heading through sector number 1. Well, maybe a bit of changing of the momentum here. A changing of the pendulum. Traverse takes the fastest lap on lap number 4. A tenth or so quicker than Charles Green. And across the line this time again, marginally faster, 0.02 of a second the way of Traverse this time. We will keep an eye on that leading battle to see how that plays out over the last 6 minutes of this race. There's Karthik Kameta having a good race, up 9 places. The driver from Super 1 coming down to Forest Edge and up in the top 5 here in the Junior Rotax Final, leading a train of 4 as there's a gutsy move down into Joyce Bend. I think that was actually, no, it was a move. It was Joshua Witham getting back through on Milo Manderson there for 6th place. So elevates Joshua up to 6th, relegates Milo to 7th. Max Carlton involved in that group of 4 as well, all battling over 5th position. Couple of contact warnings going through then. One for Harvey Lee Wintridge, one for Milo Manderson, one for Alexander Stefanov, and one for Spencer Trehorn. So a few drivers just needed to keep their noses clean over the last 5 minutes of this race, not get any unnecessary penalties. That gap extended decently though on the last lap, up to a second once again between Green and Traverse as they cross the line. And again, those two in the lead, they've got nearly a 10-second gap to Leo Basterfield and Teddy Cooper battling over 3rd and 4th. Well, Withcombe has had a great last lap. Not only did he get past Milo Manderson, he got through on Karthik Kameta. So Withcombe up to 5th place. I think Kameta's now also lost out to Manderson as a drop down to P7 there through the Haynes Loop. But lots of chopping and changing still going on at the sharp end of the order. More changes further down as well. Eva Morris and Maxine Smith gaining 2 places. Spencer Trehorn losing 1 and Alfred Matthews losing 3 there down in the teen positions. Aidan Clark's up 2, relegates Elijah Dush and Charlie Hulme down outside of the top 20. But that gap again, 0.8 seconds. It's closed up ever so slightly between Green and Traverse once more. Basterfield continues to extend the gap ahead of Teddy Cooper though, with a new personal best for Leo Basterfield on the last lap, but still no one other than Green and Traverse able to get down in the 49s, and only 2 other drivers are in the 50s, Basterfield and Withcombe in the 50s, everyone else in the 51s, 52s, 53s and 54s out there on circuit. That just shows, in these tough conditions, as I said earlier, the cream of the crop rising to the top here. Green and Traverse pressing on ahead again. Almost identical tyres. New fastest lap for Charles Green, 49.76, but only just quicker than Traverse, a 49.79 as he continues to follow him around this treacherous Forest Edge circuit. Battles going on behind. That was a big snap there for Karthik Kameta. He loses out to Max Carlson and Milo Manderson on the last lap. He's now got Noah McNicholas for company as well, who's right behind him. Joining the fray as well, just outside the top 10, Harvey Lee Wintridge and Dylan Morton getting involved and now making that almost a 6-kart scrap here as we head into the last 4 minutes of the session. Jacob Felton with a good last lap, up 3 places there to 21st. And Travis Rose getting through on Elijah Dush for 22nd as well. Rain only seemingly getting worse really out there. I can still see it dropping on our comms box window. Through go our leaders again. That gap has closed massively now. Less than 0.3 of a second between the 2 leaders. There's another 49-second lap time from Traverse, but a 50.5 from Charles Green. Watch out for the SC and the 67 as maybe they start to go into battle as we head into the last 3 minutes of this one. Still, they've got 11 seconds now over the rest of the pack, so they don't need to worry about everyone else. But the trouble is, they're now so quick that they're closing in on a lot of the back markers. And the back markers are going to struggle. They're in their own race. They've got blue flags. They need to move out of the way safely. But this is really challenging for the 2 leaders cutting through the back markers. And here they go then. Round the final corner, onto a new lap goes Charles Green and Nathan Traverse. Trying to keep an eye out, but I can barely see them through the spray that's happening from those wet tyres out of the window. Still 0.2 seconds as there's a driver off outside at Johnny's. That's the number 58 who's gone for a spin. That will be Jensen Cox at the back of the pack. One of the drivers up from the B final having a little spin. Manages to get going though and carry on with the race. As soon as I stop looking at Green and Traverse, I totally lose where they are, because I can't see where anyone is outside of the comms box window, waiting for them to come back through into sector number 3. As there they are, coming down into Climate now. Still, I was going to say still no tail, but not really. I think Green's had a good last lap there to pull a bit of a gap again, once again, to Nathan Traverse. Yep. Doubles the gap that time. 0.2 of a second up to 0.4 of a second between Green and Traverse. Traverse tried it. Traverse tried it from that far back down into the Haynes loop, but Green read him like a book, held it round the outside and held the lead of the race with only a minute and a half to go. Traverse feeling like he needs to think about a move sometime soon here. He's been holding on to the coattails of Charles Green for the majority of this race, but now he's thinking about a move. What's happened to Kartik Kamete? I'm watching Kartik drop down the order. Finalises in P12, but that's 3 places lost then for Kartik. Dylan Morton, Harvey Lee Wintrich and Maxime Smith all managed to get through. And drops Kartik Kamete outside of the top 10. Was having such a good race up in the top 5 only a few minutes ago. And now down to P12 for Kartik Kamete. Less than a minute left to go. We've got a spin outside the comms box window. Someone's had a bit of a rotation there. As they try and rejoin, they're going to cut across the grass and rejoin the pack, but I'm not quite sure who that is. As it looks as though Spencer Trahorn might be out of the race. He's dropping down the order as well. And I'm just hearing that he's got a broken bumper. He's not even had to have a mechanical flag. He's noticed and come straight in. So well done to Spencer Trahorn, because as we know, that can be a little bit dangerous if one of those is hanging off and suddenly flies off into the path of a driver, particularly in spray such as this. 15 seconds left to go on the clock then. Where are our 2 leaders? They're coming down into the final couple of corners, and a Kart with a very similar livery was now ahead of Charles Green, and that got me very excited. But no, Charles Green still in the lead of the race, but he's coming up on a couple of back markers down into the Haynes loop here. He's got to be bold with these overtakes, and that's exactly what he does. And the driver just about notices that it's a back marker, but they're now going to get in the way of Nathan Traverse, and they do. 2 back markers hold up Nathan Traverse as we are on the second to last lap of the race, and that could be the gift that keeps on giving for Charles Green here as they head through onto the penultimate lap of the race. Held up was Nathan Traverse there through Johnny's, and as we see them re-emerge, where is Charles Green comparatively to Nathan Traverse? Joshua Whitcomb still holds on to 3rd place. He's created a nice little gap to Leo Basterfield in 4th, who's then got a bit of a gap back to Teddy Cooper in 5th. There is Charles Green coming through into the final corner now. He has a lovely gap over Nathan Traverse. He leads us on to the final lap of this round, ladies and gentlemen. And Traverse nowhere near close enough to even think about a diving move across the line. 1.3 seconds. So that was, I'd say, 9/10 of a second, if not a full second, that Nathan Traverse lost there, getting stuck behind those back markers. And that's just the difficulty, especially in conditions like this. Your rival can get through at an easier part of the circuit, and you just get held up at a difficult point, and there goes your chance at the race win. Nathan Traverse has spun. 2nd place of Nathan Traverse has spun down at the bus stop chicane. That could be 2nd place gone then for Nathan Traverse. Here comes Charles Green. He's coming through sector number 3. He doesn't care. He's not looking behind him. Charles Green comes down the final corner, and Charles Green wins the final in the Junior Rotax A final. Who's going to finish in 2nd place? So where's Joshua Whitcomb? The 67 to the 29 is what we're looking for. Nathan Traverse holds on to 2nd place despite the spin on the last lap. But well done to the 67 there, having such a gap. Across the line comes Joshua Whitcomb. He rounds out the podium in the Junior Rotax A final. Well, keeping up to date with that race was tough enough as it is. I've not even checked the cameras on the live stream. You can actually see more than me, I think, from those cameras. Maybe I should have been watching those all race. But either way, what a way to end off today's racing here at round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. Let's run you through the final provisional results then for the Junior Rotax A final. Charles Green takes yet another victory here in the Junior Max class. He's, of course, hopefully my internet will load fast enough. He is in the lead of the championship, and that is his 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th win of the season. Charles Green has won 7 of 8 finals this year. in the Forest Edge Kart Club in the junior Rotax category. And that other time where he didn't win, he came second. So pretty dominant this season so far from Charles Green. He celebrates across the line and ends up winning by a decent margin across the line due to that spin from Nathan Traverse. 9 seconds nearly the gap across the line between Green and Traverse. Traverse finishing in second place. He was gutted across the line. The win was definitely a possibility there, but wasn't quite meant to happen with the spin at Traverse. Joshua Withcombe rounds out the podium then with Leo Basterfield and Teddy Cooper, your top 5. Max Carlton, Milo Manderson, Noah McNicholas, Dylan Morton and Maxine Smith, your top 10, with Harvey Lee Wintridge, Karthik Kameta, Eva Morris, James Finley, Alfred Matthews, Jaden Shearing, Alexander Stefanov, Aidan Clark, Travis Rose, Alfie Clark, the top 20, then Luca Cook, Jacob Felton, Sam Mott, Jensen Collins, Elijah Duss, Charlie Hulme, Spencer Trahorn didn't get to the end of the race, and neither did Jensen Cox in that one. Sadly, pulling into the pits before the end of the race. I'm just trying to see. I can't quite see, for some reason, the live timing isn't showing me how many places drivers have gone up in that final, but we know we had some big movers there in tough conditions. What an end to the race that was then. I want to say, yeah, the biggest mover there. So James Finley from the B final went from 25th on the grid to 14th place, 9 places gained in that one. Well done to James Finley. But there we go then, that's day done and dusted here at Forest Edge for round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. All the championship standings starting to sort themselves out now as we've come to the end of the penultimate round of the season, and next round in November they'll crown the champions here at Forest Edge in each of the classes. That's going to be so exciting. I hope all of you watching at home are coming down to Forest Edge for that round to enjoy the spectacle that is the finale of the Forest Edge Kart Club in 2024. Of course, sadly, I'm not going to be able to bring you any live stream coverage from that finale of the season, as I am afraid already booked in at Wright House for their London Cup. But it's going to be exciting. I'm going to keep my ear to the floor as to what's going on in terms of those championships and how they all end up settling themselves out. Well, my name's been John Ratcliff. I hope you've thoroughly enjoyed the stream here from today's action, and what action we've had. Every time I come back to Forest Edge, it always amazes me just how fantastic the racing is continuously amongst all of the classes. So well done to all drivers who competed across today. It doesn't matter what class you were in, whether you got through to the finals or not, if you were in the B final, whatever ended up happening, well done to you, as it has been some really tough conditions out there on circuit and changeable throughout the day. That's always the most difficult. When you know it's going to be fully dry or when you know it's going to be fully wet, you can sort of prepare for one of the two, but when it's changing throughout the day, that's when it gets really difficult. So well done for getting out there, putting the pedal to the metal and providing some great excitement for us to watch, both here at the circuit and you guys watching on at home as well. As I say, my name is John Ratcliff. Thank you so much to everyone at Forest Edge for having me here for 2024. Hopefully I can be involved as again for 2025, providing some live streams and covering all the exciting racing here. If you did enjoy my commentary, make sure to go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok, particularly Instagram. That's where I'm posting all of my updates in terms of my commentary and my own personal racing in cars as well. So I'd really appreciate you showing me support and going and following me over there. But a big thank you to all of the racers in Forest Edge who have shown me all that support throughout this season. Thank you to all the support as well from all of the staff members here at Forest Edge. They all do such a fantastic job in making sure that this kart club runs smoothly and is one of the best kart clubs in the United Kingdom, hands down. Some great racing we're always treated to every round. A big shout out particularly to all of the marshals and everyone who was out on circuit today, because we had some awful weather, particularly this afternoon for the finals. So a big shout out to you, toughing it out there in the rain. It was a difficult one, but yeah, I'm going to not dwell on that too much because I don't want someone to punch me, because I've been in the comms box all day. I've been nice and dry and keeping nice and warm. So a big shout out as well to everyone who makes this happen over in the main building. Of course, Mr. Michael Parsons for inviting me down and getting me involved here at Forest Edge. Everyone on the scrutineering team as well. Everyone on the clerking team down in the main building. And also, a big shout out to the cafe members, because that chicken wrap is one of the best chicken wraps I've ever eaten in my life. So if you ever come down to Forest Edge, you've got to have one of their chicken wraps. They are unbelievable. Also, of course, a big shout out to all the ambulance crew as well. Thank goodness. It's always a good day when we don't ever have to see them out on circuit. We love them being here, but we don't want to see them out. And today we didn't have to. But a big shout out to them all being here, come rain or shine, trying to make sure that we can go racing safely. What a season it has been here at Forest Edge. Thank you so much for joining us again. As I say, whether you've been here, whether you've been watching on the live stream at home, thank you for joining us, enjoying the action and listening to me be a bit of a shouty man for about 8 hours of the day and being in your ears throughout, hopefully covering the action well and bringing you all the information that you needed to know. So thank you everyone once again for having me, and I hope that the last round next month goes super well. Again, so sorry I can't be there, but I'll be keeping my ear out for what happens. Well, from myself, John Ratcliff, from everyone here at the Forest Edge Kart Club, it's a big thank you and a goodbye here from round number 8 of the Forest Edge Kart Club. Hopefully they see you down for round number 9 in November. But for now, it's goodbye and we'll see you soon.
You're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Find it, a love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain, only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, it goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further, it goes like. Through the night and morning, when the rain is pouring, you're the one I'm calling. You're my escape from my darkest days. And when the sun is shining, you know we out here riding, chasing the horizon with you.